Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the January 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 7, The Labor Process and the Process of Producing Surplus Value, by Karl Marx from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. If you do sign up on Patreon, please use the Android app or the website, as the Apple iOS app will charge you an extra 30 to 40%, all of which goes to Apple. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So Chapter 7, The Labor Process and the Process of Producing Surplus Value, marks the start of Part 3, The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Parts 1 and 2, which are comprised of Chapters 1 through 3 and 4 through 6 respectively, I feel are already pretty well summed up at this point in our reading, and Chapter 6 in particular I feel really encapsulates everything up to that point. So if you do feel shaky on any of that earlier material, please do go back and review it to your satisfaction, because from this point forward we won't really be reviewing basic concepts like use value and exchange value. So back to Chapter 7 again, it is the first chapter in Part 3, the production of absolute surplus value, and that part extends up through Chapter 11. This is then followed by Part 4, the production of relative surplus value, Chapters 12 through 15, which is then followed by Part 5, the production of absolute and relative surplus value, Chapters 16 through 18. There are still 3 additional parts and 33 chapters in total, but the point here is that we're going to be discussing these concepts, the production of absolute and relative surplus value, at some length in the coming chapters, hence the change in focus. So let's talk about surplus value a bit. Surplus value in general is the portion of the value produced in a workday by the workers which is not paid back to the workers. It is the source of profit in capitalism. Essentially, the social contract in capitalism is that workers work for capitalists because workers don't own their own means of production, which is to say the workplace, the equipment, the raw materials, everything basically other than the labor power, which is what the workers bring to the equation. So the capitalist, who controls all of this and controls the hiring and firing of the workers, which is to say access to the means of production, buys from the workers their labor power or capacity to work. The price of this labor power is known as wages. So labor power is treated as a commodity, and as we know, the price of a commodity is its average cost of production. At any given time in the marketplace, some sellers are able to sell above cost, while others have to sell below cost. But in general, on average, the price of a commodity is the cost of its production. So what's the cost of the production of labor power? Basically the subsistence of the worker. So that's what the capitalist pays for. In exchange for those wages, the capitalist gets a value-producing commodity. In fact, the only value-producing commodity, labor power, or again, workers' capacity to work. Once applied, under the direction of the capitalist, it produces all kinds of goods and services, which then automatically become the legal property of the capitalist. So, the difference in value between the goods and services produced and the labor power that the capitalist paid for is surplus value. So we have a transactional situation here in which the workers are interested in getting as much money as possible for their labor power, and the capitalist has the exact opposite antagonistic interest. They want as much labor power as they can get their hands on while paying the lowest wages that they possibly can. Because again, from the capitalist's perspective, the value of the goods and services produced during the workday, which belongs to them, minus the wages that they pay out, is the surplus value, and they want as much of that as they can get. So, in parts 3 and 4 of Kapital Volume 1, what we're going to talk about is how they go about trying to do that. The overall logic of the situation and the capitalist's material interests in it are not really complicated, so this boils down to 2 fairly simple things. Absolute surplus value, the subject of Part 3, which describes capitalists' efforts to increase surplus value by extending the length of the working day. So let's say, for example, that it takes a worker 2 hours in the course of their working day to generate enough value in the form of goods and/or services to cover the cost of their wages. Well, the longer that the capitalist can keep them working beyond that, the more surplus value the capitalist gets at the end of the day. So that is an increase in the absolute surplus value. Now, relative surplus value, which is the subject of Part 4, is surplus value generated by the capitalist's cutting of wages. So, in essence, you might still have an 8-hour day, But because the capitalist is now paying less for wages, it takes less time proportionally for the worker to produce enough value in the form of goods and/or services to cover those wages. So again, wages is the name for the price of labor power, so this is tied into discussions about cost of living, which is then connected with a concept called necessary labor time. This is basically the amount of time that workers need to work in order to produce enough value to sustain themselves. And then as they continue working beyond that, that's surplus labor time, during which is produced surplus value. So in the course of a workday, the workers spend some amount of time producing value in the form of goods and services to cover their wages. Again, that's necessary labor time. And if you could just clock out at that point, the workers would be happy, but the capitalist would not be. Why not? Because they didn't get any surplus value. That's why they keep you working there long after this time. It's all about getting as much surplus value as they can get, which is again the source of profit. Alright, I think that's enough of an introduction. Let's get into Chapter 7. Section 1. The labor process or the production of use values. The capitalist buys labor power in order to use it, and labor power in use is labor itself. The purchaser of labor power consumes it by setting the seller of it to work. By working, the latter becomes actually what before they only were potentially, labor power in action, a laborer. In order that their labor may reappear in a commodity, they must, before all things, expend it on something useful, on something capable of satisfying a want of some sort. Hence, what the capitalist sets the laborer to produce is a particular use value, a specified article. The fact that the production of use values or goods is carried on under the control of a capitalist and on their behalf does not alter the general character of that production. We shall therefore, in the first place, have to consider the labor process independently of the particular form it assumes under given social conditions. Labor is, in the first place, a process in which both humans and nature participate, and in which humans, of our own accord, start, regulate, and control the material reactions upon ourselves and nature. We oppose ourselves to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of the body, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to our own wants. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, we at the same time change our own nature. We develop our slumbering powers and compel them to act in obedience to our sway. We are not now dealing with those primitive, instinctual forms of labor that remind us of the mere animal. An immeasurable interval of time separates the state of things in which a human brings their labor power to market for sale as a commodity from that state in which human labor was still in its first instinctive stage. We presuppose labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human. A spider conducts operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of the bees is this, that the architect raises their structure in imagination before they erect it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. They not only effect a change of form in the material on which they work, but they also realize a purpose of their own that gives the law to their modus operandi, and to which they must subordinate their will. And this subordination is no mere momentary act. Besides the exertion of the bodily organs, the process demands that during the whole operation, the worker's will be steadily in consonance with their purpose. This means close attention. The less they are attracted by the nature of the work and the mode in which it's carried on, and the less, therefore, they enjoy it as something which gives play to their bodily and mentally powers, the more close their attention is forced to be. So commenting, Marx here is clearly distinguishing human labor, both from any kind of non-human activity or behavior, even if it results in the construction of something such as a beehive, a spider web, a beaver dam, etc., and also from less developed kinds of human activity, what Marx is referring to as an instinctive stage of labor. This is summed up in the phrase, we presuppose labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human. So what makes it exclusively human? Well, basically some kind of intellect, imagination, attention, will, and purpose, something that's pre-planned, deliberate, and maybe carried out against one's more base desires to go do something else. So kind of also implying a delay of gratification. How much these things are truly exclusively human is up for debate, but the extent or degree to which humans engage in these kinds of behaviors compared to other animals is certainly much greater. It is this abstract sort of general intelligence, not infinite intelligence, but a multifaceted intelligence, which is adaptable to many, maybe not all, but many types of activity. That seems to be what, to Marx, sets humans apart. But I think it is important to note that Marx starts out this section by saying that labor is a process in which both humans and nature participate, the phrasing of which implies that humans are not part of nature. Now, obviously, biologically we are. We evolved just like every other organism on the earth did. So, is there something unnatural about us? If so, it would seem to be our general intelligence. But if that intelligence is a product of our bodies, which are products of nature, how would it be unnatural? To me, the problem here is that nature is a sloppy concept. It is somewhat meaningless to say that humans are capable of unnatural acts. All organisms seem to have some capacity for understanding and choice, even if very small, based on different circumstances that they may find themselves in. It just seems to be the case that humans have significantly more, which has enabled us to develop technologies which probably no other organism would ever be able to develop, even given infinite time. So basically, the concept of nature seems to be a stand-in for what happens on Earth when humans aren't around. We should really improve on this concept. And I don't mean to beat Marx up about it, because Marx is not really the originator of this view. But in my opinion, for the kind of socialism we need now that we have extinction-level technology, we really need to do better than just the man and nature dichotomy. We are part of nature. That is, we evolved on this planet just like every other organism evolved on this planet. We also specifically evolved an intelligence which allows us to engage in deliberate acts of change to that environment on now currently a scale which is completely unprecedented in history as far as we know. Literally at this point, we could blow up the planet. That was not possible even 100 years ago, let alone 100 million years ago. It is, as far as we know, the only time in the history of this planet that any organism on this planet has had the ability to destroy the planet. And it may be the only such case in the entire universe because we haven't been able to examine evidence of such a thing arising on any other planet so far. So anyway, Marx draws a distinction between quote-unquote natural activity and deliberate human labor. It's comprehensible and workable as a concept within the framework that we're using here. But again, I believe that we do need a more holistic concept of nature as something that humans are part of, including our labor. To me, this seems to be a serious weak point in the ongoing discussions about how humans can come to account for the effects of the technology that we have invented. In other words, it seems that humans are very good at solving problems right in front of our faces, and our evolutionary trajectory has put a lot of pressure on us developing this ability to come up with really clever ways to solve particular problems affecting our immediate environment and survival. What we seem to not be so good at is thinking globally. After all, for 100,000 years, we really haven't had to. There's been comparatively little evolutionary pressure on us to develop that kind of thinking. Yet quite suddenly, from an evolutionary standpoint, in the last few hundred to few thousand years, we have developed and are using technology which is capable of affecting continents and then the entire planet, and yet that represents a relatively few amount of generations of human reproduction. We just haven't been able biologically to have much in the way of adaptation to those rapidly emerging circumstances. So these very new technologies with unprecedented reach are in the hands of and being used by organisms which seem to show a clear propensity, or at least are easily induced, to think mainly about what's right in front of us and treat the future and what's happening on the other side of the planet as basically unreal. It's a dangerous and potentially apocalyptic situation. We are suddenly in a situation where there is evolutionary pressure on us to figure this out, but it's kind of an all-or-nothing scenario potentially. Bringing this back around to capitalism and the proletarian revolution against it, we know that a proletarian internationalism is critical in winning this struggle, and I think at this point it's clear that the kind of eco-socialism that must emerge is one with a planned economy which factors all of these things in off the bat before production is ever entered. Because even compared to Lenin's time 100 years ago, yes, even socialist-directed production could be polluting and things like that, but now we're actually at a level where human technology could cause a planet-wide ecological collapse. Capitalism, with its need for short-term profit chasing, is leading us toward that rapidly. And part of overcoming the capitalism means bringing in this much broader, more holistic, if you will, dialectical way of thinking about production and the environment and ecology, humans and nature. So, this is the point that Marx is making is kind of a typical framing of the past, but I do think that we need to move beyond that kind of dichotomy. All right, with that said, let's get back to the text. The elementary factors of the labor process are 1, the personal activity of humans, i.e. work itself, 2, the subject of that work, and 3, its instruments. The soil, and this economically speaking includes water, in the virgin state in which it supplies humans with necessaries, or the means of subsistence ready to hand, exists independently of us, and is the universal subject of human labor. All those things which labor merely separates from immediate connection with their environment are subjects of labor spontaneously provided by nature. Such are fish which we catch and take from their element, water, timber which we fell in the virgin forest, and ores which we extract from their veins. If, on the other hand, the subject of labor has, so to say, been filtered through previous labor, we call it raw material, such as ore already extracted and ready for washing. All raw material is the subject of labor, but not every subject of labor is raw material, i.e. already worked on. It can only become so after it has undergone some alteration by means of labor. And there's a footnote there quoting James Stewart's Principles of Political Economy, the earth's spontaneous productions being in small quantity and quite independent of man, appear, as it were, to be furnished by nature, in the same way as a small sum is given to a young man in order to put him in a way of industry and of making his fortune. Kind of like Trump's small loan of $1 million, which actually was more like $61 million or $140 million in today's terms. Back to the main text. An instrument of labor is a thing, or a complex of things, which the laborer interposes between themselves and the subject of their labor, and which serves as the conductor of their activity. They make use of the mechanical, physical, and chemical properties of some substances in order to make other substances subservient to their aims. Quoting Hegel, reason is just as cunning as she is powerful. Her cunning consists principally in her mediating activity, which, by causing objects to act and react on each other, in accordance with their own nature, in this way, without any direct interference in the process, carries out reason's intentions." Unquote. Leaving out of consideration such ready-made means of subsistence as fruits, in gathering which a person's own limbs serve as the instruments of their labor, the first thing of which the laborer possesses themselves is not the subject of labor, but its instrument. Thus nature becomes one of the organs of their activity, one that they annex to their own bodily organs, adding stature to themselves in spite of the Bible. As the earth is their original larder, so too is it their original tool house. It supplies them, for instance, with stones for throwing, grinding, pressing, cutting, etc. The earth itself is an instrument of labor, but when used as such in agriculture implies a whole series of other instruments and a comparatively high development of labor. In his otherwise miserable work, Theory of Political Economy, Ganil enumerates in a striking manner, in opposition to the physiocrats, the long series of previous processes necessary before agriculture properly so called can commence. No sooner does labor undergo the least development than it requires specially prepared instruments. Thus, in the oldest caves, we find stone implements and weapons. In the earliest period of human history, domesticated animals, i.e., animals which have been bred for the purpose and have undergone modifications by means of labor, play the chief part as instruments of labor along with specially prepared stones, wood, bones, and shells. Turgot, in his Reflections on the Formation and Distribution of Wealth, brings well into prominence the importance of domesticated animals to early civilization. The use and fabrication of instruments of labor, although existing in the germ among certain species of animals, is specifically characteristic of the human labor process, and Franklin therefore defines man as a tool-making animal. Relics of bygone instruments of labor possess the same importance for the investigation of extinct economic forms of society as do fossil bones for the determination of extinct species of animals. It is not the articles made, but how they are made, and by what instruments, that enables us to distinguish different economic epochs. Footnote here, the least important commodities of all for the technological comparison of different epochs of production are articles of luxury in the strict meaning of the term. However little our written histories up to this time notice the development of material production, which is the basis of all social life and therefore of all real history, yet prehistoric times have been classified in accordance with the results, not of so-called historical, but of materialistic investigations. These periods have been divided to correspond with the materials from which their implements and weapons were made, viz. Into the Stone, the Bronze, and the Iron Ages. Back to the main text. Instruments of labor not only supply a standard of the degree of development to which human labor has attained, but they are also indicators of the social conditions under which that labor is carried on. Among the instruments of labor, those of a mechanical nature, which taken as a whole we may call the bone and muscles of production, offer much more decided characteristics of a given epoch of production than those which, like pipes, tubs, baskets, jars, etc., serve only to hold the materials for labor, which latter class we may call in a general way the vascular system of production. The latter first begins to play an important role in the chemical industries. In a wider sense, we may include among the instruments of labor, in addition to those things that are used for directly transferring labor to its subject, and which therefore, in one way or another, serve as conductors of activity, all such objects as are necessary for carrying on the labor process. These do not enter directly into the process, but without them it's either impossible for it to take place at all, or possible only to a partial extent. Once more, we find the earth to be a universal instrument of this sort, for it furnishes a locus standi to the laborer and a field of employment for their activity. Among instruments that are the result of previous labor and also belong to this class, we find workshops, canals, roads, and so forth. In the labor process, therefore, humans' activity, with the help of the instruments of labor, effects an alteration, designed from the commencement in the material worked upon. The process disappears in the product. The latter is a use value, nature's material adapted by a change of form to the wants of humans. Labor has incorporated itself with its subject. The former is materialized, the latter transformed. That which in the laborer appeared as movement now appears in the product as a fixed quality without motion. The blacksmith forges, and the product is a forging. If we examine the whole process from the point of view of its result, the product, it is plain that both the instruments and the subject of labor are means of production, and that the labor itself is productive labor. 2 footnotes here. The first, it appears paradoxical to assert that uncaught fish, for instance, are a means of production in the fishing industry, but hitherto no one has discovered the art of catching fish in waters that contain none. Second, this method of determining from the standpoint of the labor process alone what is productive labor is by no means directly applicable to the case of the capitalist process of production. So comment here, the quote was, if we examine the whole process from the point of view of its result, the product, it is plain that both the instruments and the subject of labor are means of production, and that the labor itself is productive labor. This is referring to the earlier sentence about the blacksmith forges and the product is a forging. That appears in the laborer, in this case a blacksmith, as movement, but now it appears in the product, whatever the blacksmith was making, incorporated as a fixed quality without motion. It's no longer in the process of being forged. That is in the past. But on the subject of productive labor, let's not get ahead of ourselves, those who know some Marxist terminology. Productive labor in capitalism is labor which produces profit. It's distinct from useful labor in something like the way that use value and exchange value are different. Useful labor creates use values. Productive labor in capitalist society produces profit. So even in capitalist society, labor can be useful without being productive. In other words, it does not expand capital. So coming back to the footnote, this method of determining from the standpoint of the labor process alone what is productive labor is by no means directly applicable to the case of the capitalist process of production. Alright, back to the main text. Though a use value in the form of a product issues from the labor process, yet other use values, products of previous labor, enter into it as means of production. The same use value is both the product of a previous process and a means of production in a later process. Products are therefore not only results, but also essential conditions of labor. With the exception of the extractive industries, in which the material for labor is provided immediately by nature, such as mining, hunting, fishing, and agriculture, so far as the latter is confined to breaking up virgin soil, all branches of industry manipulate raw material, objects already filtered through labor, already products of labor, such as seed in agriculture. Animals and plants, which we are accustomed to consider as products of nature, are in their present form not only products of, say, last year's labor, but the result of a gradual transformation continued through many generations under human superintendence and by means of our labor. But in the great majority of cases, instruments of labor show, even to the most superficial observer, traces of the labor of past ages. So comment, Marx is basically saying that this process builds on itself. Even the seed that you're going to plant has to have been collected, which is labor. Continuing, raw material may either form the principal substance of a product, or it may enter into its formation only as an accessory. An accessory may be consumed by the instruments of labor, as coal under a boiler, oil by a wheel, hay by draft horses, or it may be mixed with the raw material in order to produce some modification thereof, as chlorine into unbleached linen, coal with iron, dye stuff with wool, or again, it may help to carry on the work itself, as in the case of the materials used for heating and lighting workshops. The distinction between principal substance and accessory vanishes in the true chemical industries, because there, none of the raw material reappears in its original composition in the substance of the product. Footnote here, Storch calls true raw materials, in French, matière, and accessory material, matériaux. Cherbulier describes accessories as matière instrumentale. Back to the main text. Every object possesses various properties and is thus capable of being applied to different uses. One and the same product may therefore serve as raw material in very different processes. Corn, for example, is a raw material for millers, starch manufacturers, distillers, and cattle breeders. It also enters as raw material into its own production in the shape of seed. Coal, too, is at the same time the product of, and a means of production in, coal mining. Again, a particular product may be used in one and the same process, both as an instrument of labor and as raw material. Take, for instance, the fattening of cattle, where the animal is the raw material and at the same time an instrument for the production of manure. A product, though ready for immediate consumption, may yet serve as raw material for a further product, as grapes when they become the raw material for wine. On the other hand, labor may give us its product in such a form that we can use it only as raw material, as is the case with cotton, thread, and yarn. Such a raw material, though itself a product, may have to go through a whole series of different processes. In each of these in turn, it serves, with constantly varying form, as raw material, until the last process of the series leaves it a perfect product, ready for individual consumption or for use as an instrument of labor. Hence we see that whether a use value is to be regarded as raw material, as an instrument of labor, or as a product, this is determined entirely by its function in the labor process, by the position it there occupies. As this varies, so does its character. Whenever, therefore, a product enters as a means of production into a new labor process, it thereby loses its character of product and becomes a mere factor in the process. A spinner treats spindles only as implements for spinning, and flax only as the material that they spin. Of course, it is impossible to spin without material and spindles, and therefore the existence of these things as products at the commencement of the spinning operation must be presumed. But in the process itself, the fact that they are products of previous labor is a matter of utter indifference. Just as in the digestive process, it's of no importance whatever that bread is the produce of the previous labor of the farmer, the miller, and the baker. On the contrary, it is generally by their imperfections as products that the means of production in any process assert themselves in their character of products. A blunt knife or weak thread forcibly remind us of Mr. A, the cutler, or Mr. B, the spinner. In the finished product, the labor by means of which it has acquired its useful qualities is not palpable, has apparently vanished. A machine which does not serve the purposes of labor is useless. In addition, it falls a prey to the destructive influence of natural forces. Iron rusts and wood rots. Yarn with which we neither weave nor knit is cotton wasted. Living labor must seize upon these things and rouse them from their death sleep, change them from mere possible use values into real and effective ones. Bathed in the fire of labor, appropriated as part and parcel of labor's organism, and, as it were, made alive for the performance of their functions in the process, they are in truth consumed, but consumed with a purpose, as elementary constituents of new use values, of new products, ever ready as means of subsistence for individual consumption, or as means of production for some new labor process. If then, on the one hand, finished products are not only results but also necessary conditions of the labor process, on the other hand, their assumption into that process, their contact with living labor, is the sole means by which they can be made to retain their character of use values and be utilized. Labor uses up its material factors, its subject and its instruments, consumes them, and is therefore a process of consumption. Such productive consumption is distinguished from individual consumption by this, that the latter uses up products as means of subsistence for the living individual. The former, as means whereby alone, labor, the labor power of the living individual, is enabled to act. The The product, therefore, of individual consumption is the consumer themselves. The result of productive consumption is a product distinct from the consumer. Insofar, then, as its instruments and subjects are themselves products, labor consumes products in order to create products, or, in other words, consumes one set of products by turning them into means of production for another set. But, just as in the beginning, the only participators in the labor process were humans and the earth, which latter exists independently of humans, so even now we still employ in the process many means of production provided directly by nature that do not represent any combination of natural substances with human labor. The labor process, resolved as above into its simple elementary factors, is human action with a view to the production of use values, appropriation of natural substances to human requirements. It is the necessary condition for effecting exchange of matter between humans and nature. It is the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and therefore is independent of every social phase of that existence, or rather, is common to every such phase. It was therefore not necessary to represent our laborer in connection with other laborers. Humans and our labor on one side, nature and its materials on the other, sufficed. As the taste of the porridge does not tell you who grew the oats, no more does this simple process tell you of itself what are the social conditions under which it's taking place, whether under the slave owner's brutal lash or the anxious eye of the capitalist, whether Cincinnatus carries it on in tilling his modest farm, or a savage in killing wild animals with stones. Let us now return to our would-be capitalist. We left them just after they had purchased, in the open market, all the necessary factors of the labor process, its objective factors, the means of production, as well as its subjective factor, labor power. With the keen eye of an expert, they have selected the means of production and the kind of labor power best adapted to their particular trade, be it spinning, bootmaking, or any other kind. They then proceed to consume the commodity, the labor power that they have just bought, by causing the laborer, the impersonation of that labor power, to consume the means of production by their labor. The general character of the labor process is evidently not changed by the fact that the laborer works for the capitalist instead of for themselves. Moreover, the particular methods and operations employed in bootmaking or spinning are not immediately changed by the intervention of the capitalist. They must begin by taking the labor power as they find it in the market, and consequently be satisfied with labor of such a kind as would be found in the period immediately preceding the rise of capitalists. Changes in the methods of production by the subordination of labor to capital can take place only at a later period, and therefore will have to be treated of in a later chapter. The labor process, turned into the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, exhibits two characteristic phenomena. First, the laborer works under the control of the capitalist to whom their labor belongs, the capitalist taking good care that the work is done in a proper manner, and that the means of production are used with intelligence so that there's no unnecessary waste of raw material, and no wear and tear of the implements beyond what is necessarily caused by the work. Secondly, the product is the property of the capitalist, and not that of the laborer, its immediate producer. Suppose that a capitalist pays for a day's labor power at its value. Then the right to use that power for a day belongs to them, just as much as the right to use any other commodity, such as a horse, that they've hired for the day. To the purchaser of a commodity belongs its use, and the seller of labor power, by giving their labor, does no more in reality than part with the use value that they have sold. From the instant they step into the workshop, the use value of their labor power, and therefore also its use, which is labor, belongs to the capitalist. By the purchase of labor power, the capitalist incorporates labor as a living ferment with the lifeless constituents of the product. From their point of view, the labor process is nothing more than the consumption of the commodity purchased, i.e. of labor power. But this consumption cannot be effected except by supplying the labor power with the means of production. The labor process is a process between things that the capitalist has purchased, things that have become their property. The product of this process belongs, therefore, to them just as much as does the wine, which is the product of a process of fermentation completed in their cellar. Footnote there, quoting Chabouillet, products are appropriated before they're converted into capital. This conversion does not secure them from such appropriation. Unquote. And again, the proletarian, by selling their labor for a definite quantity of the necessaries of life, renounces all claim to a share in the product. The mode of appropriation of the products remains the same as before. It is in no way altered by the bargain we have mentioned. The product belongs exclusively to the capitalist, who supplied the raw material and the necessaries of life. And this is a rigorous consequence of the law of appropriation, a law whose fundamental principle was the very opposite, namely, that every laborer has an exclusive right to the ownership of what they produce. Unquote. And quoting James Mill, when the laborers receive wages for their labor, the capitalist is then the owner not of the capital only, he means the means of production, but of the labor also. If what is paid as wages is included, as it commonly is, in the term capital, it is absurd to talk of labor separately from capital. The word capital, as thus employed, includes labor and capital both." Unquote. And that is the end of Section 1, the labor process or the production of use values. We will continue with Section 2 in the next video. Karl Marx's Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 7, Section 2, The Production of Surplus Value. The product appropriated by the capitalist is a use value, as yarn, for example, or boots. But although boots are in one sense the basis of all social progress, and our capitalist is a decided progressist, yet he does not manufacture boots for their own sake. Use value is, by no means, the thing that one loves for itself in the production of commodities. Use values are only produced by capitalists because, and insofar as, they are the material substratum, the depositories of exchange value. Our capitalist has two objects in view. In the first place, they want to produce a use value that has a value in exchange, that is to say, an article destined to be sold, a commodity. And secondly, they desire to produce a commodity whose value will be greater than the sum of the values of the commodities used in its production, that is, of the means of production and the labor power that they purchased with their good money in the open market. Their aim is to produce not only a use value, but a commodity also. Not only use value, but value. Not only value, but at the same time, surplus value. It must be borne in mind that we are now dealing with the production of commodities, and that up to this point we have only considered one aspect of the process. Just as commodities are at the same time use values and values, so the process of producing them must be a labor process, and at the same time a process of creating value. Footnote, as has been stated in a previous note, the English language has two different expressions for these two different aspects of labor. In the simple labor process, which is the process of producing use values, it is work. In the process of creation of value, it is labor, taking the term in its strictly economic sense. That's a note from Engels. Back to the main text. Let us now examine production as a creation of value. We know that the value of each commodity is determined by the quantity of labor expended on and materialized in it, by the working time necessary under given social conditions for its production. Comment, that's socially necessary labor time. This rule also holds good in the case of the product that accrued to our capitalist, as the result of the labor process carried on for them. Assuming this product to be 10 pounds of yarn, our first step is to calculate the quantity of labor realized in it. For spinning the yarn, raw material is required. Suppose, in this case, 10 pounds of cotton. We have no need at present to investigate the value of this cotton, for the capitalist has, we will assume, bought it at its full value, say of 10 shillings. In this price, the labor required for the production of the cotton is already expressed in terms of the average labor of society. We will further assume that the wear and tear of the spindle, which for our present purpose may represent all other instruments of labor employed, amounts to the value of 2 shillings. If then 24 hours labor, or 2 working days, are required to produce the quantity of gold represented by 12 shillings, we have here to begin with 2 days labor already incorporated in the yarn. We must not let ourselves be misled by the circumstance that the cotton has taken a new shape while the substance of the spindle has to a certain extent been used up. By the general law of value, if the value of 40 pounds of yarn equals the value of 40 pounds of cotton plus the value of a whole spindle, i.e. if the same working time is required to produce the commodities on either side of this equation, then 10 pounds of yarn are an equivalent for 10 pounds of cotton together with 1/4 of a spindle. In the case we're considering, the same working time is materialized in the 10 pounds of yarn on the one hand, and in the 10 pounds of cotton and the fraction of a spindle on the other. Therefore, whether value appears in cotton, in a spindle, or in yarn, makes no difference in the amount of that value. The spindle and cotton, instead of resting quietly side by side, join together in the process, their forms are altered, and they're turned into yarn, but their value is no more affected by this fact than it would be if they had been simply exchanged for their equivalent in yarn. The labor required for the production of the cotton, the raw material of the yarn, is part of the labor necessary to produce the yarn, and is therefore contained in the yarn. The same applies to the labor embodied in the spindle, without whose wear and tear the cotton could not be spun. Hence, in determining the value of the yarn, or the labor time required for its production, all the special processes carried on at various times and in different places which were necessary, first to produce the cotton and the wasted portion of the spindle, and then with the cotton and spindle to spin the yarn, may together be looked on as different and successive phases of one and the same process. The whole of the labor in the yarn is past labor, and it is a matter of no importance that the operations necessary for the production of its constituent elements were carried on at times which, referred to the present, are more remote than the final operation of spinning. If a definite quantity of labor, say 30 days, is requisite to build a house, the total amount of labor incorporated in it is not altered by the fact that the work of the last day is done 29 days later than that of the first. Therefore, the labor contained in the raw material and the instruments of labor can be treated just as if it were labor expended in an earlier stage of the spinning process, before the labor of actual spinning commenced. The values of the means of production, i.e. the cotton and the spindle, which values are expressed in the price of 12 shillings, are therefore constituent parts of the value of the yarn, or, in other words, of the value of the product. Two conditions must nevertheless be fulfilled. First, the cotton and spindle must concur in the production of a use value. They must in the present case become yarn. Value is independent of the particular use value by which it is born, but it must be embodied in a use value of some kind. Secondly, the time occupied in the labor of production must not exceed the time really necessary under the given social conditions of the case. Therefore, if no more than 1 pound of cotton be requisite to spin 1 pound of yarn, care must be taken that no more than this weight of cotton is consumed in the production of 1 pound of yarn. And similarly with regard to the spindle. Though the capitalists have a hobby and use a gold instead of a steel spindle, yet the only labor that counts for anything in the value of the yarn is that which would be required to produce a steel spindle, because no more is necessary under the given social conditions. So comment, the yarn that is spun with a gold spindle is not worth more, does not have more value in it. Continuing. We now know what portion of the value of the yarn is owing to the cotton and the spindle. It amounts to 12 shillings, or the value of 2 days' work. The next point for our consideration is, what portion of the value of the yarn is added to the cotton by the labor of the spinner. We have now to consider this labor under a very different aspect from that which it had during the labor process. There, we viewed it solely as that particular kind of human activity which changes cotton into yarn. There, the more the labor was suited to the work, the better the yarn, other circumstances remaining the same. The labor of the spinner was then viewed as specifically different from other kinds of productive labor, different on the one hand in its special aim, viz., spinning, different on the other hand in the special character of its operations, in the special nature of its means of production, and in the special use value of its product. For the operation of spinning, cotton and spindles are a necessity, but for making rifled cannon they would be of no use whatever. Here, on the contrary, where we consider the labor of the spinner only so far as it is value-creating, i.e. a source of value, their labor differs in no respect from the labor of the person who bores cannon, or, what here more nearly concerns us, from the labor of the cotton planter and spindle maker incorporated in the means of production. It is solely by reason of this identity that cotton planting, spindle making, and spinning are capable of forming the component parts, differing only quantitatively from each other, of one whole, namely, the value of the yarn. Here we have nothing more to do with the quality, the nature, and the specific character of the labor, but merely with its quantity, and this simply requires to be calculated. We proceed upon the assumption that spinning is simple, unskilled labor, the average labor of a given state of society. Hereafter we shall see that the contrary assumption would make no difference. While the laborer is at work, their labor constantly undergoes a transformation. From being motion, it becomes an object without motion. From being the laborer working, it becomes the thing produced. At the end of 1 hour's spinning, that act is represented by a definite quantity of yarn. In other words, a definite quantity of labor, namely that of 1 hour, has become embodied in the cotton. We say labor, i.e. the expenditure of vital force by the spinner, and not spinning labor, because the special work of spinning counts here only so far as it is the expenditure of labor power in general, and not in so far as it is the specific work of the spinner. In the process we're now considering, it is of extreme importance that no more time be consumed in the work of transforming the cotton into yarn than is necessary under the given social conditions. If under normal, i.e. average social conditions of production, A pounds of cotton ought to be made into B pounds of yarn by 1 hour's labor, then a day's labor does not count as 12 hours labor unless 12A pounds of cotton have been made into 12B pounds of yarn. For in the creation of value, the time that is socially necessary alone counts. Not only the labor, but also the raw material and the product now appear in quite a new light, very different from that in which we viewed them in the labor process pure and simple. The raw material serves now merely as an absorbent of a definite quantity of labor. By this absorption, it is in fact changed into yarn because it is spun, because labor power, in the form of spinning, is added to it. But the product, the yarn, is now nothing more than a measure of the labor absorbed by the cotton. If in 1 hour 1 2/3 pounds of cotton can be spun into 1 2/3 pounds of yarn, then 10 pounds of yarn indicate the absorption of 6 hours labor. Definite quantities of product, these quantities being determined by experience, now represent nothing but definite quantities of labor, definite masses of crystallized labor time. They are nothing more than the materialization of so many hours or so many days of social labor. We are here no more concerned about the facts, that the labor is the specific work of spinning, that its subject is cotton and its product yarn, than we are about the fact that the subject itself is already a product and therefore raw material. If the spinner, instead of spinning, were working in a coal mine, the subject of their labor, the coal, would be supplied by nature. Nevertheless, a definite quantity of extracted coal, 100 weight for example, would represent a definite quantity of absorbed labor. We assumed, on the occasion of its sale, that the value of a day's labor power is 3 shillings, and that 6 hours' labor is incorporated in that sum, and consequently that this amount of labor is requisite to produce the necessaries of life daily required on an average by the laborer. If now our spinner, by working for 1 hour, can convert 1 2/3 pounds of cotton into 1 2/3 pounds of yarn, it follows that in 6 hours they will convert 10 pounds of cotton into 10 pounds of yarn. Hence, during the spinning process, the cotton absorbs 6 hours labor. The same quantity of labor is also embodied in a piece of gold of the value of 3 shillings. Consequently, by the mere labor of spinning, a value of 3 shillings is added to the cotton. And Marx adds in a footnote that these figures are quite arbitrary. He's not really concerned about how many pounds of cotton go into so many pounds of yarn. It's just for example purposes only, to show the relationship. Back to the main text, let us now consider the total value of the product, the 10 pounds of yarn. 2.5 days' labor has been embodied in it, of which 2 days were contained in the cotton and in the substance of the spindle worn away, and half a day was absorbed during the process of spinning. This 2.5 days' labor is also represented by a piece of gold in the value of 15 shillings. Hence, 15 shillings is an adequate price for the 10 pounds of yarn, or the price of 1 pound is 18 pence. Our capitalist stares in astonishment. The value of the product is exactly equal to the value of the capital advanced. The value so advanced has not expanded, no surplus value has been created, and consequently money has not been converted into capital. The price of the yarn is 15 shillings, and 15 shillings were spent in the open market upon the constituent elements of the product, or what amounts to the same thing, upon the factors of the labor process. 10 shillings were paid for the cotton, 2 shillings for the substance of the spindle worn away, and 3 shillings for the labor power. The swollen value of the yarn is of no avail, for it is merely the sum of the values formerly existing in the cotton, the spindle, and the labor power. Out of such a simple addition of existing values, no surplus value can possibly arise. Footnote here, this is the fundamental proposition on which is based the doctrine of the physiocrats as to the unproductiveness of all labor that is not agriculture. It is irrefutable for the orthodox economist. Quoting Mercier de la Rivière, this method of adding to one particular object the value of a number of others, for example, adding the living costs of the weaver to the flax, of as it were heaping up various values in layers on top of one single value, has the result that this value grows to the same extent. The expression addition gives a very clear picture of the way in which the price of a manufactured product is formed. This price is only the sum of a number of values which have been consumed, and it is arrived at by adding them together. However, addition is not the same as multiplication. Back to the main text. There is in reality nothing very strange in this result. the value of 1 pound of yarn being 18 pence. If our capitalist buys 10 pounds of yarn in the market, they must pay 15 shillings for them. It is clear that whether a person buys their house ready built or gets it built for them, in neither case will the mode of acquisition increase the amount of money laid out on the house. Our capitalist, who is at home in their vulgar economy, exclaims, "Oh, but I advanced my money for the express purpose of making more money." Well, the way to hell is paved with good intentions, and they might just as easily have intended to make money without producing at all. Footnote here, thus from 1844 to 47, the capitalists withdrew part of their capital from productive employment in order to throw it away in railway speculations. And so also during the American Civil War, the capitalists closed their factories and turned the work people into the streets in order to gamble on the Liverpool Cotton Exchange. Back to the main text. The capitalist threatens all sorts of things. They won't be caught napping again. In the future, they will buy the commodities in the market instead of manufacturing them themselves. But if all their brother and sister capitalists were to do the same, where would they find their commodities in the market? And their money they cannot eat. They try persuasion. Consider my abstinence. I might have played ducks and drakes with the 15 shillings, but instead of that, I consumed it productively and made yarn with it. Very well. And by way of reward, they are now in possession of good yarn instead of a bad conscience. And as for playing the part of a miser, it would never do for them to relapse into such bad ways as that. We have seen before to what results such asceticism leads. Besides, where nothing is, the king has lost his rights. Whatever may be the merit of his abstinence, there is nothing wherewith specially to remunerate it, because the value of the product is merely the sum of the values of the commodities that were thrown into the process of production. Let them therefore console themselves with the reflection that virtue is its own reward. But no, they become importunate. They say, "The yarn is of no use to me. I produced it for sale." In that case, let them sell it. Or still better, let them for the future produce only things for satisfying their personal wants, a remedy that their physician McCullough has already prescribed as infallible against an epidemic of overproduction. They now get obstinate. Can the laborer, they ask, merely with their arms and legs, produce commodities out of nothing? Did I not supply them with the materials by means of which, and in which alone, their labor could be embodied? And as the greater part of society consists of such ne'er-do-wells, have I not rendered society incalculable service by my instruments of production, my cotton and my spindle? And not only society, but the laborer also, whom in addition I have provided with the necessaries of life. And am I to be allowed nothing in return for all this service? I really have to say, this caricature of the capitalist sounds like every libertarian I've ever argued with online. Well, but has not the laborer rendered them the equivalent service of changing their cotton and spindle into yarn? Moreover, there is here no question of service. A service is nothing more than the useful effect of a use value, be it of a commodity or be it of labor. But here we are dealing with exchange value. Footnote here quoting Martin Luther, "Extol thyself, put on finery and adorn thyself, but whoever takes more or better than he gives, that is usury, and is not service, but wrong done to his neighbor, as when one steals and robs. All is not service and benefit to a neighbor that is called service and benefit, for an adulteress and adulterer do one another great service and pleasure. A horseman does an incendiary a great service, by helping him to rob on the highway and pillage land and houses. The papists do ours a great service in that they don't drown, burn, murder all of them, or let them all rot in prison, but let some live, and only drive them out, or take from them what they have. The devil himself does his servants inestimable service. To sum up, the world is full of great, excellent, and daily service and benefit." Back to the main text. The capitalist paid to the laborer a value of 3 shillings, and the laborer gave them back an exact equivalent in the value of 3 shillings, added to them by the cotton. They gave them value for value. Our friend, up to this time so purse-proud, suddenly assumes the modest demeanor of their own workmen, and exclaims, "Have I myself not worked? Have I not performed the labor of superintendence and of overlooking the spinner? And does not this labor too create value?" Their overlooker and their manager try to hide their smiles. Meanwhile, after a hearty laugh, they reassume their usual mien. Though they chanted to us the whole creed of the economists, in reality, they say, they would not give a brass farthing for it. They leave this and all such like subterfuges and juggling tricks to the professors of political economy, who are paid for it. They themselves are a practical person, and though they do not always consider what they say outside their business, yet in their business they know what they're about. Let us examine the matter more closely. the value of a day's labor power amounts to 3 shillings. Because on our assumption half a day's labor is embodied in that quantity of labor power, i.e. because the means of subsistence that are daily required for the production of labor power cost half a day's labor. But the past labor that is embodied in the labor power, and the living labor that it can call into action, the daily cost of maintaining it, and its daily expenditure and work, are two totally different things. The former determines the exchange value of the labor power, the latter is its use value. The fact that half a day's labor is necessary to keep the laborer alive during 24 hours does not in any way prevent them from working a whole day. Therefore, the value of labor power and the value which that labor power creates in the labor process are two entirely different magnitudes, and this difference of the two values was what the capitalist had in view when they were purchasing the labor power. The useful qualities that labor power possesses, and by virtue of which it makes yarn or boots, were to them nothing more than an indispensable condition. For in order to create value, labor must be expended in a useful manner. What really influenced them was the specific use value which this commodity possesses of being a source not only of value, but of more value than it has itself. This is the special service that the capitalist expects from labor power, and in this transaction they act in accordance with the, quote, eternal laws of the exchange of commodities. The seller of labor power, like the seller of any other commodity, realizes its exchange value and parts with its use value. They cannot take the one without giving the other. The use value of labor power, or in other words, labor, belongs just as little to its seller as the use value of oil after it has been sold belongs to the dealer who has sold it. The owner of the money has paid the value of a day's labor power. Theirs, therefore, is the use of it for a day. A day's labor belongs to them. The circumstance that, on the one hand, the daily sustenance of labor power costs only half a day's labor, while on the other hand, the very same labor power can work during a whole day, that consequently the value which its use during one day creates is double what they pay for that use. This circumstance is, without doubt, a piece of good luck for the buyer, but by no means an injury to the seller. Our capitalist foresaw this state of things, and that was the cause of their laughter. The laborer therefore finds in the workshop the means of production necessary for working not only during 6 but during 12 hours. Just as during the 6 hours process our 10 pounds of cotton absorbed 6 hours labor and became 10 pounds of yarn, so now 20 pounds of cotton will absorb 12 hours labor and be changed into 20 pounds of yarn. Let us now examine the product of this prolonged process. There is now materialized in this 20 pounds of yarn the labor of 5 days, of which 4 days are due to the cotton and the lost steel of the spindle, the remaining day having been absorbed by the cotton during the spinning process. Expressed in gold, the labor of 5 days is 30 shillings. This is therefore the price of the 20 pounds of yarn, giving, as before, 18 pence as the price of a pound. But the sum of the values of the commodities that entered into the process amounts to 27 shillings. The value of the yarn is 30 shillings. Therefore, the value of the product is 1/9 greater than the value advanced for its production. 27 shillings have been transformed into 30 shillings. A surplus value of 3 shillings has been created. The trick has at last succeeded. Money has been converted into capital. Every condition of the problem is satisfied, while the laws that regulate the exchange of commodities have been in no way violated. Equivalent has been exchanged for equivalent, for the capitalist as buyer paid for each commodity, for the cotton, the spindle, and the labor power its full value. They then did what is done by every purchaser of commodities. They consumed their use value. The consumption of the labor power, which was also the process of producing commodities, resulted in 20 pounds of yarn having a value of 30 shillings. The capitalist, formerly a buyer, now returns to market as a seller of commodities. They sell their yarn at 18 pence a pound, which is its exact value. Yet, for all that, they withdraw 3 shillings more from circulation than they originally threw into it. This metamorphosis, this conversion of money into capital, takes place both within the sphere of circulation and also outside it. Within the circulation because conditioned by the purchase of the labor power in the market, outside the circulation because what is done within it is only a stepping stone to the production of surplus value, a process which is entirely confined to the sphere of production. Thus, quoting Voltaire, everything is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. By turning their money into commodities that serve as the material elements of a new product, and as factors in the labor process, by incorporating living labor with their dead substance, the capitalist at the same time converts value, i.e. past, materialized, and dead labor into capital, into value big with value, a live monster that is fruitful and multiplies. If we now compare the two processes of producing value and of creating surplus value, we see that the latter is nothing but the continuation of the former beyond a definite point. If on the one hand the process be not carried beyond the point, where the value paid by the capitalist for the labor power is replaced by an exact equivalent, it is simply a process of producing value. If on the other hand, it be continued beyond that point, it becomes a process of creating surplus value. If we proceed further and compare the process of producing value with the labor process, pure and simple, we find that the latter consists of the useful labor, the work, that produces use values. Here we contemplate the labor as producing a particular article. We view it under its qualitative aspect alone, with regard to its end and aim. But viewed as a value-creating process, the same labor process presents itself under its quantitative aspect alone. Here it is a question merely of the time occupied by the laborer in doing the work, of the period during which the labor power is usefully expended. Here the commodities that take part in the process do not count any longer as necessary adjuncts of labor power in the production of a definite, useful object. They count merely as depositories of so much absorbed or materialized labor. That labor, whether previously embodied in the means of production, or incorporated in them for the first time during the process by the action of labor power, counts in either case only according to its duration. It amounts to so many hours or days as the case may be. Moreover, only so much of the time spent in the production of any article is counted, as, under the given social conditions, is necessary. The consequences of this are various. In the first place, it becomes necessary that the labor should be carried on under normal conditions. If a self-acting mule is the implement in general use for spinning, it would be absurd to supply the spinner with a distaff and spinning wheel. The cotton, too, must not be such rubbish as to cause extra waste in being worked, but must be of suitable quality. Otherwise, the spinner would be found to spend more time in producing a pound of yarn than is socially necessary, in which case the excess of time would create neither value nor money. But whether the material factors of the process are of normal quality or not, depends not upon the laborer, but entirely upon the capitalist. Then again, the labor power itself must be of average efficacy. In the trade in which it's being employed, it must possess the average skill, handiness, and quickness prevalent in that trade, and our capitalists took good care to buy labor power of such normal goodness. This power must be applied with the average amount of exertion and with the usual degree of intensity, and the capitalist is as careful to see that this is done as that their workmen are not idle for a single moment. They have bought the use of the labor power for a definite period, and they insist upon these rights. They have no intention of being robbed. Lastly, and for this purpose, our friend has a penal colony of their own. All wasteful consumption of raw material or instruments of labor is strictly forbidden, because what is so wasted represents labor superfluously expended, labor that does not count in the product or enter into its value. Footnote here, this is one of the circumstances that makes production by slave labor such a costly process. The laborer here is, to use a striking expression of the ancients, distinguishable only as instrumentum vocale, instrument with voice, from an animal as instrumentum semivocale, and from an implement as instrumentum mutum. But he himself takes care to let both beast and implement feel that he is none of them, but is a man. He convinces himself with immense satisfaction that he is a different being, by treating the one unmercifully and damaging the other con amore. Hence the principle, universally applied in this method of production, only to employ the rudest and heaviest implements, and as such are as difficult to damage owing to their sheer clumsiness. In the slave states bordering on the Gulf of Mexico, down to the date of the Civil War, plows constructed on old Chinese models, which turned up the soil like a hog or a mole instead of making furrows, were alone to be found. In his Seaboard Slave States, Olmsted tells us, quote, "I am here shown tools that no man in his senses with us would allow a laborer for whom he was paying wages to be encumbered with, and the excessive weight and clumsiness of which I would judge would make work at least 10% greater than with those ordinarily used with us. And I'm assured that in the careless and clumsy way they must be used by the slaves, anything lighter or less rude could not be furnished them with good economy, and that such tools as we constantly give our laborers, and find profit in giving them, would not last out a day in a Virginia cornfield, much lighter and more free from stones though it be than ours." So too, when I ask why mules are so universally substituted for horses on the farm, the first reason given, and confessedly the most conclusive one, is that horses cannot bear the treatment that they always must get from Negroes. Horses are always soon foundered or crippled by them, while mules will bear cudgeling, or lose a meal or two now and then, and not be materially injured. and they do not take cold or get sick if neglected or overworked. But I do not need to go further than to the window of the room in which I'm writing to see at almost any time treatment of cattle that would ensure the immediate discharge of the driver by almost any farmer owning them in the North. Back to the main text. We now see that the difference between labor, considered on the one hand as producing utilities and on the other hand as creating value, a difference which we discovered by our analysis of a commodity, resolves itself into a distinction between two aspects of the process of production. The process of production, considered on the one hand as the unity of the labor process and the process of creating value, is production of commodities. Considered on the other hand as the unity of the labor process and the process of producing surplus value, it is the capitalist process of production, or capitalist production of commodities. So I want to read that again because that's really important, bearing in mind that commodities are use values, goods or services, which are produced for exchange, and that commodity production can occur in other modes of production than in capitalism. So let's read it. The process of production, considered on the one hand as the unity of the labor process and of the process of creating value, is production of commodities. So let's stop right there. So on the one hand, the unity of the labor process. What's the labor process? Making use values. And united with it, the process of creating value. So this is what comes up when commodities are produced. In other words, when things are produced for exchange. So that's where the value is created. Because remember, we had a note on this after, I think it was chapter 2, exchange value and value are closely linked. Value is a separate concept, but exchange value is really where value appears in the real world. So, production of commodities, you've got the use value, the labor process, and the process of creating value, which shows up as exchange value. So, the twofold nature of a commodity. Considered on the other hand, the process of production is the unity of the labor process, again making use value, and the process of producing surplus value. In that case, it's the capitalist process of production, or the capitalist production of commodities, because the surplus value or profit-making part of that is really what's key about capitalism. You can produce commodities in a non-capitalist mode of production. Remember the commodity circuit, C to M to C? It's producing something in order to sell it to get money, to buy something that you need. Selling in order to buy. And there's nothing inherently capitalistic about that. But then the capital circuit, M to C to M prime, money to commodity to more money, or buying in order to sell, well, that's where the surplus value comes in, the increase in money. So, the process of production, considered on the one hand as the unity of the labor process and the process of creating value, is production of commodities. Considered on the other hand as the unity of the labor process and the process of producing surplus value, it is the capitalist process of production, or capitalist, specifically, production of commodities. Okay, proceeding. We stated on a previous page that in the creation of surplus value, it does not in the least matter whether the labor appropriated by the capitalist be simple, unskilled labor of average quality or more complicated skilled labor. All labor of a higher or more complicated character than average labor is expenditure of labor power of a more costly kind. Labor power whose production has cost more time and labor, and which therefore has a higher value than unskilled or simple labor power. This power being higher value, its consumption is labor of a higher class, labor that creates in equal times proportionally higher values than unskilled labor does. Whatever difference in skill there may be between the labor of a spinner and that of a jeweler, the portion of their labor by which the jeweler merely replaces the value of their own labor power does not differ in any way in quality from the additional portion by which they create surplus value. In the making of jewelry, just as in spinning, the surplus value results only from a quantitative excess of labor, from a lengthening out of one and the same labor process. In the one case, of the process of making jewels, in the other of the process of making yarn. And a footnote here. The distinction between skilled and unskilled labor rests in one part on pure illusion, or to say the least, on distinctions that have long since ceased to be real, and that survive only by virtue of a traditional convention. In part on the helpless condition of some groups of the working class, a condition that prevents them from exacting equally with the rest the value of their labor power. Accidental circumstances here play so great a part that these two forms of labor sometimes change places, where, for instance, the physique of the working class has deteriorated and is relatively speaking exhausted, which is the case in all countries with a well-developed capitalist production. The lower forms of labor, which demand great expenditure of muscle, are in general considered as skilled, and compared with much more delicate forms of labor. The latter sink down to the level of unskilled labor. Take as an example the labor of a bricklayer, which in England occupies a much higher level than that of a damask weaver. Again, although the labor of a fustian cutter demands great bodily exertion, and is at the same time unhealthy, yet it counts only as unskilled labor. And then we must not forget that the so-called skilled labor does not occupy a large space in the field of national labor. Lang estimates that in England and Wales, the livelihood of 11.3 million people depends on unskilled labor. If from the general population of 18 million people living at the time when he wrote, we deduct 1 million for the genteel population and 1.5 million for paupers, vagrants, criminals, prostitutes, etc., and 4.6 million who compose the middle class, there remain the above-mentioned 11 million. But in his middle class he includes people that live on the interest of small investments, officials, men of letters, artists, schoolmasters, and the like, and in order to swell the number he also includes in these 4.6 million, the better paid portion of the factory operatives. The bricklayers, too, figure amongst them. Quoting James Mill, the great class who have nothing to give for food but ordinary labor are the great bulk of the people. That's the end of the footnote. I just want to make a point here about skilled versus unskilled labor, which is a conversation that comes up a lot today with other definitions and often ends up being very heated, and some people take offense to what's being said about unskilled labor, etc. What Marx means by skilled versus unskilled labor is skilled labor is labor of a higher or more complicated character than average labor. In other words, labor power whose production has cost more time and labor, and which therefore has a higher value than unskilled or simple labor power. It does not mean labor power that is better. It does not mean labor power that does harder jobs. It just means labor power that costs more resources to produce. So, for example, being a dishwasher in a restaurant kitchen is hard work. It also doesn't require special education, so it is unskilled. Again, doesn't mean it isn't difficult, and it doesn't mean that you're not using skills. It means that you can just pick them up on the job, and it doesn't cost any special training or things like that. It is human effort. It requires some amount of intelligence to perform well, but it does not cost more time and labor than average to produce that labor power, which is capable of washing dishes. Now, compare that to something which does require a lot of special training. For example, brain surgery. You cannot wing that with an average level of skill. You have to really know what you're doing. It can't be picked up on the job, and so it costs more time and labor to produce labor power capable of that. It is not just unskilled or simple labor power. So while that phrase has picked up a lot of connotations and people both gloating about being of a higher status or people conversely trying to defend their dignity doing, quote, unskilled labor, we want to clarify that in this sense, we're just talking about labor power that just takes the average amount of time and labor to produce. The work may be backbreaking. It may be exhausting. Very few people may be up to actually doing the work day in and day out. There may actually be a lot of tips and tricks that you need to pick up in order to do the job consistently and on a long-term basis. So a certain amount of expertise that does get built up by somebody doing any job that does not require specialized labor, but just general average labor to do. But at least to just get it done, once, does not require more time and labor than average. Again, looking objectively at labor power as a commodity, we're talking about the cost of its production. And there are indeed certain kinds of labor power which require more than the average cost of production. All right, continuing with the main text. But on the other hand, in every process of creating value, the reduction of skilled labor to average social labor, e.g., 1 day of skilled to 6 days of unskilled labor, is unavoidable. Quoting from Outlines of Political Economy, where reference is made to labor as a measure of value, it necessarily implies labor of one particular kind, the proportion which the other kinds bear to it being easily ascertained. Unquote. We therefore save ourselves a superfluous operation and simplify our analysis by the assumption that the labor of the worker employed by the capitalist is unskilled average labor. And that's the end of chapter 7. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the January 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 8, Constant Capital and Variable Capital, by Karl Marx from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. If you choose to contribute via Patreon, please use the website or the Android app to sign up, as the Apple iOS app will charge you extra. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So Chapter 8 is the second chapter in Part 3, the production of absolute surplus value. This topic deals with extending the workday in order to get more surplus value out of workers. But mostly in this chapter, we're not going to discuss that particular topic. Rather, just a piece that is going to combine with other pieces to add up to a fuller discussion of that topic. What we're going to do in this chapter is continue the discussion from Chapter 7 of how bits of value get transferred from the breakdown of the means of production into the product that is being produced. So we're going to talk about the twofold character of labor. Labor has both a general character, that is, we can consider it in the abstract as a portion of the total labor of society, regardless of the particular form that it takes. And then also we can consider it in the particular form that it takes, whether it is digging or forging or whatever. And it's important to make this distinction because as general abstract labor, it adds value, and as whatever specific kind of labor it is, it preserves and transfers value. So we're going to talk about that at some length. And then towards the end of the chapter, this is going to wrap up with Marx introducing the terms constant capital and variable capital. Constant capital refers to the material components which go into the production process and then become embodied in the product. And this relates to what we were talking about before, because none of this can create new value. At best, it can just be preserved and transferred over into the new product. Variable capital, on the other hand, is wages, the price of the labor power, which is the source of the new value which is added in the production process. And to give you a preview quote, Marx says about this, it both reproduces the equivalent of its own value and also produces an excess, a surplus value, which may itself vary, may be more or less according to circumstances. This part of capital is continually being transformed from a constant into a variable magnitude. I therefore call it the variable part of capital, or shortly, variable capital. Marx then underscores that from one point of view, the point of view of the labor process, which may or may not occur in capitalism, these present themselves respectively as the objective and subjective factors, or in other words, means of production and labor power. But from the point of view of the capitalist and the process of creating surplus value, which is the concern of the capitalist, they are constant and variable capital. So Marx says that there's always a ratio of these two things. They're always present, but the relative amount of one to the other may vary. Marx calls that the organic composition of capital, but we're not going to get into that term yet. What we're mainly concerned with at this point is, as Marx says, unlike the constant capital, which embodies some amount of value, but which can never impart more value than it originally embodies, the labor power can create value, therefore reproducing itself and then creating a surplus. So as the chapters in this part all deal with absolute surplus value, or the extension of the working day by the capitalist to increase the absolute surplus value, this is an important piece to understand. So let's begin. Chapter 8, Constant Capital and Variable Capital. The various factors of the labor process play different parts in forming the value of the product. The laborer adds fresh value to the subject of their labor by expending upon it a given amount of additional labor, no matter what the specific character and utility of that labor may be. On the other hand, the values of the means of production used up in the process are preserved and present themselves afresh as constituent parts of the value of the product. The values of the cotton and the spindle, for instance, reappear again in the value of the yarn. The value of the means of production is therefore preserved by being transferred to the product. This transfer takes place during the conversion of those means into a product, or in other words, during the labor process. It is brought about by labor, but how? The laborer does not perform two operations at once, one in order to add value to the cotton, the other in order to preserve the value of the means of production, or what amounts to the same thing, to transfer to the yarn, to the product, the value of the cotton on which they work, and part of the value of the spindle with which they work. But by the very act of adding new value, they preserve their former values, since, however, the addition of new value to the subject of their labor and the preservation of its former value are two entirely distinct results, produced simultaneously by the laborer during one operation, it is plain that this twofold nature of the result can be explained only by the twofold nature of their labor. At one and the same time, it must in one character create value, and in another character preserve or transfer value. Now, in what manner does every laborer add new labor and consequently new value? Evidently, only by laboring productively in a particular way. The spinner by spinning, the weaver by weaving, the smith by forging. But, while thus incorporating labor generally, that is, value, it is by the particular form alone of the labor, by the spinning, the weaving, and the forging respectively, that the means of production, the cotton and spindle, the yarn and loom, the iron and anvil become constituent elements of the product, of a new use value. Quoting an essay on the political economy of nations, labor gives a new creation for one extinguished, unquote. Each use value disappears, but only to reappear under a new form in a new use value. Now, we saw when we were considering the process of creating value that if a use value be effectively consumed in the production of a new use value, the quantity of labor expended in the production of the consumed article forms a portion of the quantity of labor necessary to produce the new use value. This portion is therefore labor transferred from the means of production to the new product. Hence, the laborer preserves the values of the consumed means of production, or transfers them as portions of its value to the product, not by virtue of their additional labor, abstractly considered, but by virtue of the particular useful character of that labor, by virtue of its special productive form. Insofar, then, as labor is such specific productive activity, insofar as it is spinning, weaving, or forging, it raises by mere contact the means of production from the dead, makes them living factors of the labor process, and combines with them to form the new products. If the special productive labor of the worker were not spinning, they could not convert the cotton into yarn, and therefore could not transfer the values of the cotton and spindle to the yarn. Suppose the same worker were to change their occupation to that of a joiner. They would still, by a day's labor, add value to the material they work upon. Consequently, we see first that the addition of new value takes place not by virtue of their labor being spinning in particular, or joinering in particular, but because it is labor in the abstract, a portion of the total labor of society. And we see next that the value added is of a given definite amount, not because their labor has a special utility, but because it is exerted for a definite time. On the one hand, then, it is by virtue of its general character, as being expenditure of human labor power in the abstract, that spinning adds new value to the values of the cotton and the spindle, and on the other hand, it is by virtue of its special character, as being a concrete, useful process, that the same labor of spinning both transfers the values of the means of production to the product and preserves them in the product. Hence, at one and the same time, there is produced a twofold result. By the simple addition of a certain quantity of labor, new value is added, and by the quality of this added labor, the original values of the means of production are preserved in the product. This twofold effect, addition of new value and preservation of existing value, resulting from the twofold character of labor, may be traced in various phenomena. Let us assume that some invention enables the spinner to spin as much cotton in 6 hours as they were able to spin before in 36 hours. Their labor is now 6 times as effective as it was for the purposes of useful production. The product of 6 hours' work has increased 6-fold, from 6 pounds to 36 pounds. But now the 36 pounds of cotton absorb only the same amount of labor as formerly did the 6 pounds. 1/6 as much new labor is absorbed by each pound of cotton, and consequently the value added by the labor to each pound is only 1/6 of what it formerly was. On the other hand, in the product, in the 36 pounds of yarn, the value transferred from the cotton is 6 times as great as before. By the 6 hours spinning, the value of the raw material preserved and transferred to the product is 6 times as great as before, although the new value added by the labor of the spinner to each pound of the very same raw material is 1/6 what it was formerly. This shows that the two properties of labor, by virtue of which it is enabled in one case to preserve value, and in the other to create value, are essentially different. On the one hand, the longer the time necessary to spin a given weight of cotton into yarn, the greater is the new value added to the material. On the other hand, the greater the weight of the cotton spun in a given time, the greater is the value preserved, by being transferred from it to the product. Let us now assume that the productiveness of the spinner's labor, instead of varying, remains constant, that they therefore require the same time as they formerly did, to convert 1 pound of cotton into yarn, but that the exchange value of the cotton varies, either by rising to 6 times its former value or falling to 1/6 of that value. In both these cases, the spinner puts the same quantity of labor into a pound of cotton, and therefore adds as much value as they did before the change in the value. They also produce a given weight of yarn in the same time as they did before. Nevertheless, the value that they transfer from the cotton to the yarn is either 1/6 of what it was before the variation, or as the case may be, 6 times as much as before. The same result occurs when the value of the instruments of labor rises or falls, while their useful efficacy in the process remains unaltered. Again, if the technical conditions of the spinning process remain unchanged, and no change of value takes place in the means of production, the spinner continues to consume in equal working times equal quantities of raw material, and equal quantities of machinery of unvarying value. The value that they preserve in the product is directly proportional to the new value that they add to the product. In 2 weeks, they incorporate twice as much labor, and therefore twice as much value, as in 1 week. And during the same time, they consume twice as much material, and wear out twice as much machinery, of double the value in each case. They therefore preserve, in the product of 2 weeks, twice as much value as in the product of 1 week. So long as the conditions of production remain the same, the more value the laborer adds by fresh labor, the more value they transfer and preserve. But they do so merely because this addition of new value takes place under conditions that have not varied and are independent of their own labor. Of course, it may be said in one sense that the laborer preserves old value always in proportion to the quantity of new value that they add. Whether the value of cotton rise from 1 shilling to 2 shillings, or fall to 6 pence, the worker invariably preserves in the product of 1 hour only 1/2 as much value as they preserve in 2 hours. In like manner, if the productiveness of their own labor varies by rising or falling, they will in 1 hour spin either more or less cotton as the case may be, than they did before, and will consequently preserve in the product of 1 hour more or less value of cotton. But all the same, they will preserve by 2 hours' labor twice as much value as they will by 1. Value exists only in articles of utility, in objects. We leave out of consideration its purely symbolical representation by tokens. Humans themselves, viewed as the impersonation of labor power, are natural objects, things, although living conscious things, and labor is the manifestation of this power residing in us. If, therefore, an article loses its utility, it also loses its value. The reason why means of production do not lose their value, at the same time that they lose their use value, is this. They lose in the labor process the original form of their use value, only to assume in the product the form of a new use value. But however important it may be to value that it should have some object of utility to embody itself in, yet it is a matter of complete indifference what particular object serves this purpose. This we saw when treating of the metamorphosis of commodities. Hence it follows that in the labor process, the means of production transfer their value to the product only so far as along with their use value they lose also their exchange value. They give up to the product that value alone which they themselves lose as means of production. But in this respect, the material factors of the labor process do not all behave alike. The coal burnt under the boiler vanishes without leaving a trace. So too the tallow with which the axles of wheels are greased. Dyestuffs and other auxiliary substances also vanish but reappear as properties of the product. Raw material forms the substance of the product, but only after it has changed its form. Hence, raw material and auxiliary substances lose the characteristic form with which they're clothed on entering the labor process. It is otherwise with the instruments of labor. Tools, machines, workshops, and vessels are of use in the labor process only so long as they retain their original shape, and are ready each morning to renew the process with their shape unchanged. And just as during their lifetime, that is to say, during the continued labor process in which they serve, they retain their shape independent of the product, so too they do after their death. The corpses of machines, tools, workshops, etc. are always separate and distinct from the product they help to turn out. If we now consider the case of any instrument of labor during the whole period of its service, from the day of its entry into the workshop till the day of its banishment into the lumber room, we find that during this period its use value has been completely consumed, and therefore its exchange value completely transferred to the product. For instance, if a spinning machine lasts for 10 years, it is plain that during that working period, its total value is gradually transferred to the product of the 10 years. The lifetime of an instrument of labor, therefore, is spent in the repetition of a greater or less number of similar operations. Its life may be compared with that of a human being. Every day brings a person 24 hours nearer to their grave, but how many days they have still to travel on that road, no one can tell accurately by merely looking at them. This difficulty, however, does not prevent life insurance offices from drawing, by means of the theory of averages, very accurate, and at the same time very profitable conclusions. So it is with the instruments of labor. It is known by experience how long on the average a machine of a particular kind will last. Suppose its use value in the labor process to last only 6 days. Then, on the average, it loses each day 1/6 of its use value, and therefore parts with 1/6 of its value to the daily product. The wear and tear of all instruments, their daily loss of use value, and the corresponding quantity of value they part with to the product are accordingly calculated upon this basis. It is thus strikingly clear that means of production never transfer more value to the product than they themselves lose during the labor process by the destruction of their own use value. If such an instrument has no value to lose, if, in other words, it is not the product of human labor, it transfers no value to the product. It helps to create use value without contributing to the formation of exchange value. In this class are included all means of production supplied by nature without human assistance, such as land, wind, water, metals in situ, and timber in virgin forests. Yet another interesting phenomenon here presents itself. Suppose a machine to be worth £1,000 and to wear out in 1,000 days. Then, 1,000th part of the value of the machine is daily transferred to the day's product. At the same time, though with diminishing vitality, the machine as a whole continues to take part in the labor process. Thus it appears that one factor of the labor process, a means of production, continually enters as a whole into that process, while it enters into the process of the formation of value by fractions only. The difference between the two processes is here reflected in their material factors, by the same instrument of production taking part as a whole in the labor process, while at the same time as an element in the formation of value, it enters only by fractions. Footnote here, the subject of repairs of the implements of labor does not concern us here. A machine that is undergoing repair no longer plays the part of an instrument, but that of a subject of labor. Work is no longer done with it, but upon it. It is quite permissible for our purpose to assume that the labor expended on the repairs of instruments is included in the labor necessary for their original production. But in the text we deal with that wear and tear which no doctor can cure, and which little by little brings about death. With, quote, that kind of wear which cannot be repaired from time to time, and which, in the case of a knife, would ultimately reduce it to a state in which the cutler would say of it, it is not worth a new blade, unquote. We have shown in the text that a machine takes part in every labor process as an integral machine, but that into the simultaneous process of creating value it enters only bit by bit. How great then is the confusion of ideas exhibited in the following extract, quoted from Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes in Political Economy, particularly relating to value. Mr. Ricardo says a portion of the labor of the engineer in making stocking machines is contained, for example, in the value of a pair of stockings, yet the total labor that produced each single pair of stockings includes the whole labor of the engineer, not a portion. For one machine makes many pairs, and none of those pairs could have been done without any part of the machine, unquote. The author, an uncommonly self-satisfied wiseacre, is right in his confusion and therefore in his contention to this extent only, that neither Ricardo nor any other economist before or since him has accurately distinguished the two aspects of labor, and still less therefore the part played by it under each of these aspects in the formation of value. Back to the main text. On the other hand, a means of production may take part as a whole in the formation of value, while into the labor process it enters only bit by bit. Suppose that in spinning cotton, the waste for every 115 pounds used amounts to 15 pounds, which is converted not into yarn, but into, quote, devil's dust. Now, although this 15 pounds of cotton never becomes a constituent element of the yarn, yet assuming this amount of waste to be normal and inevitable under average conditions of spinning, its value is just as surely transferred to the value of the yarn as is the value of the 100 pounds that form the substance of the yarn. The use value of 15 pounds of cotton must vanish into dust before 100 pounds of yarn can be made. The destruction of this cotton is therefore a necessary condition in the production of the yarn. And because it is a necessary condition and for no other reason, the value of that cotton is transferred to the product. The same holds good for every kind of refuse resulting from a labor process, so far at least as such refuse cannot be further employed as a means in the production of new and independent use values. Such an employment of refuse may be seen in the large machine works at Manchester, where mountains of iron turnings are carted away to the foundry in the evening, in order the next morning to reappear in the workshops as solid masses of iron. We have seen that the means of production transfer value to the new product so far only as during the labor process they lose value in the shape of their old use value. The maximum loss of value that they can suffer in the process is plainly limited by the amount of the original value with which they came into the process, or in other words, by the labor time necessary for their production. Therefore, the means of production can never add more value to the product than they themselves possess, independently of the process in which they assist. However useful a given kind of raw material, or a machine, or other means of production may be, though it may cost £150 or say 500 days' labor, yet it cannot, under any circumstances, add to the value of the product more than £150. Its value is determined not by the labor process into which it enters as a means of production, but by that out of which it has issued as a product. In the labor process, it only serves as a mere use value, a thing with useful properties, and could not, therefore, transfer any value to the product unless it possessed such value previously. Comment: because why? What is the only commodity which can create value? Human labor. Footnote here. From this we may judge the absurdity of J.B. Say, who pretends to account for surplus value, interest, profit, rent, by the so-called productive services which the means of production, soil, instruments, and raw material render in the labor process by means of their use values. Mr. William Rosher, who seldom loses an occasion of registering in black and white ingenious apologetic fancies, records the following specimen. Quote, J.B. Say very truly remarks, the value produced by an oil mill, after deduction of all costs, is something new, something quite different from the labor by which the oil mill itself was erected. Unquote. Very true, Mr. Professor. The oil produced by the oil mill is indeed something very different from the labor expended in constructing the mill. By value, Mr. Rosher understands such stuff as oil, because oil has value, notwithstanding that nature produces petroleum, though relatively in small quantities, a fact to which he seems to refer in his further observation, quote, nature, produces scarcely any exchange value, unquote. Mr. Rosher's nature and the exchange value it produces are rather like the foolish virgin who admitted indeed that she had had a child, but, quote, it was such a little one. This serious savant, in continuation, remarks, quote, Ricardo's school is in the habit of including capital as accumulated labor under the head of labor. This is unskillful work, because indeed the owner of capital, after all, does something more than the merely creating and preserving of the same, namely, the abstention from the enjoyment of it, for which they demand, e.g., interest, unquote. How very skillful is this anatomico-physiological method of political economy, which, indeed, converts a mere desire, after all, into a source of value. Back to the main text. While productive labor is changing the means of production into constituent elements of a new product, their value undergoes a metempsychosis. It deserts the consumed body to occupy the newly created one. But this transmigration takes place, as it were, behind the back of the laborer. They are unable to add new labor, to create new value, without at the same time preserving old values, and this because the labor they add must be of a specific useful kind, and they cannot do work of a useful kind without employing products as the means of production of a new product, and thereby transferring their value to the new product. The property, therefore, which labor power in action, living labor, possesses of preserving value, at the same time that it adds it, is a gift of nature which costs the laborer nothing, but which is very advantageous to the capitalist inasmuch as it preserves the existing value of their capital. Quoting Edmund Burke, of all the instruments of the farmer's trade, the labor of man is that on which he is most to rely for the repayment of his capital. The other two, the working stock of the cattle, and the carts, plows, spades, and so forth, without a given portion of the first, are nothing at all. Unquote. So long as trade is good, the capitalist is too much absorbed in money grubbing to take notice of this gratuitous gift of labor. A violent interruption of the labor process by a crisis makes them sensitively aware of it. Footnote here, in the Times of 26th November 1862, a manufacturer whose mill employed 800 hands and consumed on the average 150 bales of East Indian or 130 bales of American cotton, complains in doleful manner of the standing expenses of his factory when not working. He estimates them at £6,000 a year. Among them are a number of items that don't concern us here, such as rent, rates, and taxes, insurance, salaries of the manager, bookkeeper, engineer, and others. Then he reckons £150 for coal used to heat the mill occasionally and run the engine now and then. Besides this, he includes the wages of the people employed at odd times to keep the machinery in working order. Lastly, he puts down £1,200 for depreciation of machinery because, quote, the weather and the natural principle of decay do not suspend their operations because the steam engine ceases to revolve, unquote. He says emphatically he does not estimate his depreciation at more than the small sum of £1,200 because his machinery is already nearly worn out. Back to the main text. As regards the means of production, what is really consumed is their use value, and the consumption of this use value by labor results in the product. There is no consumption of their value, and it would therefore be inaccurate to say that it is reproduced. Quoting Newman, productive consumption, where the consumption of a commodity is a part of the process of production. In these instances, there is no consumption of value, unquote. It is rather preserved, not by reason of any operation it undergoes itself in the process, but because the article in which it originally exists vanishes, it's true, but vanishes into some other article. Hence, in the value of the product, there is a reappearance of the value of the means of production, but there is, strictly speaking, no reproduction of that value. That which is produced is a new use value in which the old exchange value reappears. Footnote, in an American compendium that has gone through perhaps 20 editions, this passage occurs, quote, it matters not in what form capital reappears, unquote. Then, after a lengthy enumeration of all the possible ingredients of production whose value reappears in the product, the passage concludes thus, quote, the various kinds of food, clothing, and shelter necessary for the existence and comfort of the human being are also changed. They are consumed from time to time, and their value reappears in that new vigor imparted to their body and mind, forming fresh capital to be employed again in the work of production, unquote, quoting from F. Wayland. Without noticing any other oddities, it suffices to observe that what reappears in the fresh vigor is not the bread's price, but its blood-forming substances. What, on the other hand, reappears in the value of that vigor is not the means of subsistence, but their value. The same necessaries of life at half the price would form just as much muscle and bone, just as much vigor, but not vigor of the same value. This confusion of value and vigor, coupled with our author's pharisaical indefiniteness, mark an attempt, futile for all that, to thrash out an explanation of surplus value from a mere reappearance of pre-existing values. Back to the main text. It is otherwise with the subjective factor of the labor process, with labor power in action. While the laborer, by virtue of their labor being of a specialized kind that has a special object, preserves and transfers to the product the value of the means of production, they at the same time, by the mere act of working, create each instant an additional or new value. Suppose the process of production to be stopped just when the worker has produced an equivalent for the value of their own labor power. When, for example, by 6 hours labor, they have added a value of 3 shillings. This value is the surplus of the total value of the product over the portion of its value that is due to the means of production. It is the only original bit of value formed during this process, the only portion of the value of the product created by this process. Of course, we do not forget that this new value only replaces the money advanced by the capitalist in the purchase of the labor power and spent by the laborer on the necessaries of life. With regard to the money spent, the new value is merely a reproduction, but nevertheless it is an actual, and not, as in the case of the value of the means of production, only an apparent reproduction. The substitution of one value for another is here effected by the creation of new value. We know, however, from what has gone before, that the labor process may continue beyond the time necessary to reproduce and incorporate in the product a mere equivalent for the value of the labor power. Instead of the 6 hours that are sufficient for the latter purpose, the process may continue for 12 hours. The action of labor power, therefore, not only reproduces its own value, but produces value over and above it. This surplus value is the difference between the value of the product and the value of the elements consumed in the formation of that product. In other words, of the means of production and the labor power. By our explanation of the different parts played by the various factors of the labor process in the formation of the product's value, we have in fact disclosed the characters of the different functions allotted to the different elements of capital in the process of expanding its own value. The surplus of the total value of the product over the sum of the values of its constituent factors is the surplus of the expended capital over the capital originally advanced. The means of production on the one hand, labor power on the other, are merely the different modes of existence which the value of the original capital assumed when from being money it was transformed into the various factors of the labor process. That part of capital, then, which is represented by the means of production, by the raw material, auxiliary material, and the instruments of labor does not, in the process of production, undergo any quantitative alteration of value, I therefore call it the constant part of capital, or, more shortly, constant capital. On the other hand, that part of capital represented by labor power does, in the process of production, undergo an alteration of value. It both reproduces the equivalent of its own value and also produces an excess, a surplus value, which may itself vary, may be more or less according to circumstances. This part of capital is continually being transformed from a constant into a variable magnitude. I therefore call it the variable part of capital, or shortly, variable capital. The same elements of capital which, from the point of view of the labor process, present themselves respectively as the objective and subjective factors, as means of production and labor power, present themselves, from the point of view of the process of creating surplus value, as constant and variable capital. The definition of constant capital given above by no means excludes the possibility of a change of value in its elements. Suppose the price of cotton to be one day 6 pence a pound, and the next day, in consequence of a failure of the cotton crop, a shilling a pound. Each pound of the cotton bought at 6 pence and worked up after the rise in value transfers to the product a value of 1 shilling, and the cotton already spun before the rise and perhaps circulating in the market as yarn likewise transfers to the product twice its original value. It is plain, however, that these changes of value are independent of the increment or surplus value added to the value of the cotton by the spinning itself. If the old cotton had never been spun, it could, after the rise, be resold at a shilling a pound instead of at 6 pence. Further, the fewer the processes the cotton has gone through, the more certain is this result. We therefore find that speculators make it a rule when such sudden changes in value occur to speculate in that material on which the least possible quantity of labor has been spent, to speculate therefore in yarn rather than in cloth, in cotton itself rather than in yarn. The change of value in the case we have been considering originates not in the process in which the cotton plays the part of a means of production, and in which it therefore functions as constant capital, but in the process in which the cotton itself is produced. The value of a commodity, it's true, is determined by the quantity of labor contained in it, but this quantity is itself limited by social conditions. If the time socially necessary for the production of any commodity alters, and a given weight of cotton represents, after a bad harvest, more labor than after a good one, all previously existing commodities of the same class are affected, because they are, as it were, only individuals of the species, and their value at any given time is measured by the labor socially necessary, i.e. by the labor necessary for their production under the then existing social conditions. Quoting Latrosna, properly speaking, all products of the same kind form a single mass, and their price is determined in general and without regard to particular circumstances. Unquote. As the value of the raw material may change, so too may that of the instruments of labor, of the machinery, etc. employed in the process, and consequently that portion of the value of the product transferred to it from them may also change. If in consequence of a new invention, machinery of a particular kind can be produced by a diminished expenditure of labor, the old machinery becomes depreciated more or less, and consequently transfers so much less value to the product. But here again, the change in value originates outside the process in which the machine is acting as a means of production. Once engaged in this process, the machine cannot transfer more value than it possesses apart from the process. Just as a change in the value of the means of production, even after they have commenced to take a part in the labor process, does not alter their character as constant capital, so too, a change in the proportion of constant to variable capital does not affect the respective functions of these two kinds of capital. The technical conditions of the labor process may be revolutionized to such an extent that where formerly 10 workers using 10 implements of small value worked up a relatively small quantity of raw material, one worker may now, with the aid of one expensive machine, work up 100 times as much raw material. In the latter case, we have an enormous increase in the constant capital that is represented by the total value of the means of production used, and at the same time a great reduction in the variable capital invested in labor power. Such a revolution, however, alters only the quantitative relation between the constant and the variable capital, or the proportions in which the total capital is split up into its constant and variable constituents. It has not in the least degree affected the essential difference between the two. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the January 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 9, The Rate of Surplus Value, from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. If you choose to support on Patreon, please sign up using the website or the Android app, as signing up through the Apple iOS app will charge you a lot more money, all of which goes to Apple. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So, congratulations on making it up to Chapter 9 of Kapital Volume 1. Chapter 9 is the third chapter in Part 3 of Kapital Volume 1, which deals with absolute surplus value. This is the lengthening of the working day by capitalists to increase surplus value. In this chapter specifically, we're going to build off of what has been presented up to this point to get into what Marx called the rate of surplus value, which in short is the ratio of surplus value, which is the source of profit, to wages, which is the special name given to the price of labor power. This rate of surplus value is sometimes also called the rate of exploitation. This chapter has 4 sections in it: the degree of exploitation of labor power, the representation of the components of value of the product by corresponding proportional parts of the product itself, Senior's quote, last hour, and surplus produce. Let's get into it. Section 1. The degree of exploitation of labor power. And I just want to begin with a note here. Marx is going to present some algebraic variables, which gets a little confusing when you're just listening to an audiobook. Specifically, he's going to refer to the capital advanced as uppercase C, which of course another word for uppercase is capital. So then you get capital C, which is capital, and that gets confusing. There's also a lowercase c. So we're going to say uppercase C, meaning the letter C as an algebraic variable, or lowercase c as another different algebraic variable. So when you hear uppercase C, just picture an uppercase C in your mind, and that's one variable. Same with lowercase c. I also want to mention that we're going to be dealing with uppercase C prime, which looks like an uppercase letter C with a mark similar to an apostrophe right after it. Now, in the earlier chapters, we also dealt with some formulas that had an uppercase C in it. These were the commodity circuit, C to M to C, which represented the process of selling in order to buy. And in that equation, the C stood for commodity. So that was entirely different. So when we talk about C to M to C, commodity to money to commodity, or the capital circuit, M to C to M prime, which represented money to commodity to more money, M prime, or the process of buying in order to sell. Those were different variables. The uppercase C there represented commodity, so those are totally separate. Just don't confuse them, treat them as their own thing. This is a different uppercase C. Alright, let's continue. The surplus value generated in the process of production by uppercase C, the capital advanced, or in other words, the self-expansion of the value of the capital advanced, uppercase C, presents itself for our consideration in the first place as a surplus, as the amount by which the value of the product exceeds the value of its constituent elements. The capital, uppercase C, is made up of 2 components. One, the sum of money, lowercase c, laid out upon the means of production, and the other, the sum of money, lowercase v, expended upon the labor power. Lowercase c represents the portion that has become constant capital, and v, the portion that has become variable capital. At first then, uppercase C, or the total capital advanced, equals lowercase c, constant capital, which was the money spent on the means of production, plus lowercase v, the variable capital, or money spent on wages, buying labor power. For example, if £500 is the capital advanced, its components may be such that the £500 equals £410 constant capital and £90 variable capital. When the process of production is finished, we get a commodity whose value equals lowercase c plus lowercase v plus s, where s is the surplus value. Or, taking our former figures, the value of this commodity may be £410 constant plus £90 variable plus £90 surplus. The original capital has now changed from uppercase C to uppercase C prime, from £500 to £590. The difference is lowercase s, or a surplus value of £90. Since the value of the constituent elements of the product is equal to the value of the advanced capital, it is mere tautology to say that the excess of the value over the product of its constituent elements is equal to the expansion of the capital advanced, or to the surplus value produced. Nevertheless, we must examine this tautology a little more closely. The two things compared are the value of the product and the value of its constituents consumed in the process of production. Now we have seen how that portion of the constant capital, which consists of the instruments of labor, transfers to the production only a fraction of its value, while the remainder of that value continues to reside in those instruments. Since this remainder plays no part in the formation of value, we may at present leave it on one side. To introduce it into the calculation would make no difference. For instance, taking our former example, lowercase c equals 410 pounds. Suppose this sum to consist of 312 pounds value of raw material, 44 pounds of auxiliary material, and 54 pounds value of the machinery worn away in the process. And suppose that the total value of the machinery employed is 1,054 pounds. Out of this latter sum, then, we reckon as advanced for the purpose of turning out the product, the sum of 54 pounds alone, which the machinery loses by wear and tear in the process, for this is all it parts with to the product. Now, if we also reckon the remaining 1,000 pounds, which still continues in the machinery, as transferred to the product, we ought also to reckon it as part of the value advanced, and thus make it appear on both sides of our calculation. Quoting Malthus, if we reckon the value of the fixed capital employed as part of the advances, we must reckon the remaining value of such capital at the end of the year as part of the annual returns. Unquote. We should, in this way, get 1,500 pounds on one side and 1,590 pounds on the other. The difference of these two sums, or the surplus value, would still be 90 pounds. Throughout this book, therefore, by constant capital advanced for the production of value, we always mean, unless the context is repugnant thereto, the value of the means of production actually consumed in the process, and that value alone. This being so, let us return to the formula uppercase c equals lowercase c plus lowercase v, which we saw was transformed into uppercase c prime, which equals lowercase c plus lowercase v, plus s, uppercase c becoming uppercase c prime. We know that the value of the constant capital is transferred to and merely reappears in the product. The new value actually created in the process, the value produced or value product, is therefore not the same as the value of the product. It is not, as it would at first sight appear, c plus v plus s, or 410 pounds constant, plus 90 pounds variable, plus 90 pounds surplus, but just v plus s, or 90 pounds variable plus 90 pounds surplus. Not 590 pounds, but 180 pounds. If lowercase c equals 0, or in other words, if there were branches of industry in which the capitalist could dispense with all means of production made by previous labor, whether they be raw material, auxiliary material, or instruments of labor, employing only labor power and materials supplied by nature, in that case there would be no constant capital to transfer to the product. This component of the value of the product, i.e. the 410 pounds in our example, would be eliminated, but the sum of 180 pounds, the amount of new value created, or the value produced, which contains 90 pounds of surplus value, would remain just as great, in this case with lowercase c representing 0, as if lowercase c represented the highest value imaginable. We should have uppercase c equals 0 plus v equals v, or uppercase c prime, the expanded capital, equals v plus s, and therefore uppercase c prime minus uppercase c equals s, as before. On the other hand, if s equals 0, surplus value equals 0, or in other words, if the labor power whose value is advanced in the form of variable capital were to produce only its equivalent, we should have uppercase c equals lowercase c plus lowercase v. Or uppercase c prime, the value of the product, equals lowercase c plus v plus 0, or uppercase c equals uppercase c prime. In other words, no change. The advanced capital would, in this case, not have expanded its value. In other words, that is what the surplus value does. And let me just comment here, if you're not reading along with the text as we're doing this, you might want to do that. It'll probably just help you keep the equations a little bit easier to follow along with. Continuing, from what has gone before, we know that surplus value is purely the result of a variation in the value of V, of that portion of the capital which is transformed into labor power. Consequently, V plus S equals V plus V prime, or V plus an increment of V. But the fact that it is V alone that varies, and the conditions of that variation, are obscured by the circumstance that in consequence of the increase in the variable component of the capital, there is also an increase in the sum total of the advanced capital. It was originally £500 and becomes £590. Therefore, in order that our investigation may lead to accurate results, we must make abstraction from that portion of the value of the product in which constant capital alone appears, and consequently must equate the constant capital to zero, or make lowercase c equal 0. This is merely an application of a mathematical rule employed whenever we operate with constant and variable magnitudes related to each other by the symbols of addition and subtraction only. A further difficulty is caused by the original form of the variable capital. In our example, uppercase C prime equals £410 constant plus £90 variable plus £90 surplus, but £90 is a given and therefore a constant quantity. Hence it appears absurd to treat it as variable. But in fact, the term £90 variable is here merely a symbol to show that this value undergoes a process. The portion of the capital invested in the purchase of the labor power is a definite quantity of materialized labor, a constant value like the value of the labor power purchased. But in the process of production, the place of the £90 is taken by the labor power in action. Dead labor is replaced by living labor, something stagnant by something flowing, a constant by a variable. The result is the reproduction of V plus an increment of V. From the point of view then of capitalist production, the whole process appears as the spontaneous variation of the originally constant value, which is transformed into labor power. Both the process and its result appear to be owing to this value. If, therefore, such expressions as £90 variable capital or so much self-expanding value appear contradictory, this is only because they bring to the surface a contradiction immanent in capitalist production. At first sight, it appears a strange proceeding to equate the constant capital to zero, yet it is what we do every day. If, for example, we wish to calculate the amount of England's profits from the cotton industry, we first of all deduct the sums paid for cotton to the United States, India, Egypt, and other countries. In other words, the value of the capital that merely reappears in the value of the product is put as zero. Of course, the ratio of surplus value not only to that portion of the capital from which it immediately springs, and whose change of value it represents, but also to the sum total of the capital advanced, is economically of very great importance. We shall therefore in the third book treat of this ratio exhaustively. In order to enable one portion of a capital to expand its value by being converted into labor power, it is necessary that another portion be converted into means of production. In order that variable capital may perform its function, constant capital must be advanced in proper proportion, a proportion given by the special technical conditions of each labor process. The circumstance, however, that retorts and other vessels are necessary to a chemical process does not compel the chemist to notice them in the result of their analysis. If we look at the means of production in their relation to the creation of value and to the variation in the quantity of value, apart from anything else, they appear simply as the material in which labor power, the value creator, incorporates itself. Neither the nature nor the value of this material is of any importance. The only requisite is that there be a sufficient supply to absorb the labor expended in the process of production. That supply once given, the material may rise or fall in value, or even be, as land and the sea, without any value in itself, but this will have no influence on the creation of value or on the variation in the quantity of value. What Lucretius says is self-evident. Out of nothing, nothing can be created. Creation of value is transformation of labor power into labor. Labor power itself is energy transferred to a human organism by means of nourishing matter. In the first place, then, we equate the constant capital to zero. The capital advanced is consequently reduced from lowercase c plus v to v, and instead of the value of the product, lowercase c plus v plus s, we have now the value produced, v plus s. Given the new value produced equals £180, which sum consequently represents the whole labor expended during the process, then subtracting from it £90, the value of the variable capital, we have remaining £90, the amount of the surplus value. This sum of £90, or S, expresses the absolute quantity of surplus value produced. The relative quantity produced, or the increased percent of the variable capital, is determined, it is plain, by the ratio of the surplus value to the variable capital, or S over V, as in S divided by V, surplus value divided by variable capital, or surplus value divided by wages. In our example, this ratio is 90 over 90, which gives an increase of 100%. This relative increase in the value of the variable capital, or the relative magnitude of the surplus value, I call the rate of surplus value. That is, in the same way that the English use the terms rate of profit and rate of interest. We shall see in Book 3 that the rate of profit is no mystery so soon as we know the laws of surplus value. If we reverse the process, we cannot comprehend either the one or the other. So commenting just to recap here, Marx just gave the formula for the rate of surplus value, also known as the rate of exploitation. It's how much surplus value the capitalist got in relation to the wages. So in this example, they got £90 surplus value after paying £90 wages. So they got 100% of the value paid out in wages added to the product by that labor. So the product then contains the value of £410 transferred to it as constant capital, then £90 added by labor, which was paid for by wages, then another £90 added to the product as surplus value. In other words, value that was added by labor, but which was not compensated by wages. So the capitalist then spent £500 between the £410 constant and £90 variable, but did not end up with a product only containing £500 of value. They got a product containing £590 of value because the extra £90 was surplus value. And again, where does this surplus value come from? It comes from keeping workers in your shop, working, adding value to products after they have already completed the necessary labor time by adding enough value to cover the cost of their existence or their wages. And that really is what capitalism is all about. It's about not paying workers for all the value that they produce during the workday. Now, really, in no economic system are the workers going to directly get back as wages the full value that they produce during the workday, because there's some amount of value that has to go into the upkeep of the shop and other overhead costs, the sort of collective conditions that make work and existence possible. However, the capitalist, in this case, is having the workers produce surplus value, which basically then just becomes their private property. Much of which doesn't need to be done in the first place, so workers could just have a much shorter workday, closer to the necessary labor time, and then some extra to fund collective concerns, but not so much that is just going to the capitalist to buy the capitalist personal items like yachts and other luxury items, or the purchase of additional business equipment and businesses to expand their productive exploitative operations. So if you take all the surplus value out, again, you start with, at the baseline, a much shorter workday, closer to the necessary labor time just to pay for workers' existence. Or again, if the workers were to keep working without the capitalist, that extra value could be paid back to the workers as bonuses on top of the wages again being the price of labor power of just reproducing their subsistence existence and making their existence more than just subsistence. But, then we get into discussions of cost of living, which is a whole other subject. But you get the idea here. Surplus value is how capitalists milk workers by keeping them around longer than it takes for them to generate enough value to pay their wages. And the subject of this chapter, the rate of surplus value, is comparing the amount of surplus value produced to what the workers actually got paid for in wages. So in other words, it's how much the workers were exploited. In this case, it was 100%. They produced as much for free for the capitalist as they themselves got paid. And why did they do this? Because in capitalism, if you don't work for a capitalist, you can't even get paid the wages that you need to eat. So obviously that is something that needs to be done. In capitalism, you have to go through a capitalist who puts exploitative conditions on you getting the wages that you need to eat. In other words, if you don't work for them on the condition that you produce free value for them, they won't let you into the shop. So this is where, when enough workers become conscious of this raw deal we're getting, then we can organize to take the capitalist out of the chain of production and run production ourselves without this exploitative middleman and their hired armies making us work for their personal enrichment just so that we can survive. They have set themselves up with a very nice system where they don't have to work and they get us to do all kinds of stuff for them. And as you might expect from this theoretical analysis, history has shown that they will use great amounts of force and violence to keep this system in place because they don't want to lose those privileges. However, it is in workers' interests to take industry over from them so that we, the overwhelming majority of the population, don't have to continue producing surplus value for this exploitative middleman minority, the necessity of whose historical existence has come and gone. Workers in the advanced capitalist or imperialist countries in particular are overdue, historically, for organizing to challenge the capitalists' strength and removing them from their positions of power and dismantling the systems that they had set up to maintain that power. All right, let's continue. We have seen that the laborer, during one portion of the labor process, produces only the value of their labor power, that is, the value of their means of subsistence. And again, this is the necessary labor time. Now, since their work forms part of a system based on the social division of labor, they do not directly produce the actual necessaries which they themselves consume. They produce instead a particular commodity, yarn for example, whose value is equal to the value of those necessaries or of the money with which they can be bought. The portion of their day's labor devoted to this purpose will be greater or less in proportion to the value of the necessaries that they daily require on an average, or what amounts to the same thing, in proportion to the labor time required on an average to produce them. If the value of those necessaries represent, on an average, the expenditure of 6 hours labor, the worker must, on an average, work for 6 hours to produce that value. If instead of working for the capitalist, they worked independently on their own account, they would, other things being equal, still be obliged to labor for the same number of hours in order to produce the value of their labor power, and thereby to gain the means of subsistence necessary for their conservation or continued reproduction. But as we've seen, during that portion of their day's labor in which they produce the value of their labor power, say 3 shillings, they produce only an equivalent for the value of their labor power already advanced by the capitalist. The new value created only replaces the variable capital advanced. It is owing to this fact that the production of the new value of 3 shillings takes the semblance of a mere reproduction. That portion of the working day, then, during which this reproduction takes place, I call necessary labor time, and the labor expended during that time I call necessary labor. Necessary as regards the laborer, because independent of the particular social form, i.e. capitalist or whatever, of their labor. Necessary as regards capital and the world of capitalists, because on the continued existence of the laborer depends their existence also. 2 footnotes here. There's a note added in the 3rd German edition. The author resorts here, as far as advancing, to the economic language in current use. It will be remembered that in an earlier chapter, it was shown that in reality the laborer advances to the capitalist and not the capitalist to the laborer. In other words, the laborer provides the labor power first, getting paid sometime later. It's a note from Engels. 2nd footnote. In this work, we have up to now employed the term necessary labor time, and specifically socially necessary labor time, to designate the time necessary under given social conditions for the production of any commodity. Henceforward, we use it to designate also the time necessary for the production of the particular commodity, labor power. The use of one and the same technical term in different senses is inconvenient, but in no science can it be altogether avoided. Compare, for instance, the higher with the lower branches of mathematics. So what Marx is saying here is we already have a term, socially necessary labor time, to describe the amount of time which any society under given conditions of development requires for the average worker to produce something. So this depends on a broad range of conditions, including the degree of development of roads and other systems of transportation, extractive technologies, computer technologies, and so on. So the socially necessary labor time is how long it takes under those conditions for the average laborer of that society, not any other, to produce a given commodity. But now that we're talking about the creation of surplus value, Marx is talking about necessary labor time and surplus labor time as 2 divisions of the working day to describe first the portion of the working day during which the laborer is producing the value which is necessary for the production of the value to sustain themselves, to get paid the wages that they need, and then the rest of the day, which is surplus labor time, during which they produce surplus value. So hopefully by now the concept of value from chapter 1 and exchange value, which is how it appears in the market, as the socially necessary labor time to produce a commodity is firmly enough entrenched in your minds that that is secure and is not going to be dislodged by similar terminology meaning something else. For now, we are going to add another meaning to the term necessary labor time. This, though, is not describing socially necessary labor time in the abstract, but specifically it's a name for the portion of the workday during which the laborer produces the value which is equivalent to the wages that they need to survive and continue working. Of course, the workday extends beyond necessary labor time in capitalism, otherwise the capitalist isn't going to get any surplus value, which is really what they're there for. So, what does the capitalist do? They try to keep the worker around after the necessary labor time has been completed for as much surplus labor time as possible to get as much surplus value out of that worker as possible. All right, back to the text. During the second period of the labor process, that in which their labor is no longer necessary labor, the worker, it's true, continues to labor, continues to expend labor power, but their labor, being no longer necessary labor, creates no value for themselves. They create surplus value, which for the capitalist has all the charms of a creation out of nothing. Free lunch. And all you had to do was set up a society in which most of the population are wage slaves with basically guns pointed at them, should they ever think to challenge this exploitative class contradiction. This portion of the working day I name surplus labor time, and to the labor expended during that time I give the name surplus labor. It is every bit as important for a correct understanding of surplus value to conceive it as a mere congelation or congealing of surplus labor time, as nothing but materialized surplus labor, as it is, for a proper comprehension of value, to conceive it as a mere congelation of so many hours of labor, as nothing but materialized labor. The essential difference between the various economic forms of society, between, for instance, a society based on slave labor and one based on wage labor, lies only in the mode in which the surplus labor is, in each case, extracted from the actual producer, the laborer. So commenting all of the phases of class society up to this point, all of the different modes of production of class society, are all based on the extraction of surplus labor in some way. It's only a question of how, and Marxism ultimately proposes an end to that arrangement in any form. Footnote here, Mr. William Rosher has found a mare's nest. He has made the important discovery that if on the one hand, the formation of surplus value, or surplus produce, and the consequent accumulation of capital is nowadays due to the thrift of the capitalist, on the other hand, in the lowest stages of civilization, class society, it is the strong who compel the weak to economize. To economize what? Labor, or superfluous wealth that doesn't exist? What is it that makes men such as Rosher account for the origin of surplus value by a mere warming over of the more or less plausible excuses by the capitalist for their appropriation of surplus value? It is, besides their real ignorance, their apologetic dread of a scientific analysis of value and surplus value, and of obtaining a result possibly not altogether palatable to the powers that be. Main text. Since, on the one hand, the values of the variable capital and of the labor power purchased by that capital are equal, and the value of this labor power determines the necessary portion of the working day, and since, on the other hand, the surplus value is determined by the surplus portion of the working day, it follows that surplus value bears the same ratio to variable capital that surplus labor does to necessary labor, or, in other words, the rate of surplus value, S over V, equals surplus labor over necessary labor. Both ratios, S over V, or again, surplus value over wages, and surplus labor over necessary labor, express the same thing in different ways. In the one case by reference to the materialized, incorporated labor, in the other by reference to living, fluent labor. The rate of surplus value is therefore an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital, or of the laborer by the capitalist. And a footnote, although the rate of surplus value is an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power, it is in no sense an expression for the absolute amount of exploitation, because, again, it is a ratio, so it can show you at what rate laborers are exploited, but it doesn't give you a fixed quantity, an absolute magnitude of the value generated, just what it was in relation to the wages. Or in other words, how many times surplus value the laborers produced in relation to what they produced just to sustain themselves. Was it 6 times as much? Was it 4 times as much? Was it 25% as much, etc.? For example, if the necessary labor equals 5 hours and the surplus labor equals 5 hours, the degree of exploitation is 100%, because the amount of surplus labor is 100% the amount of the necessary labor. The amount of exploitation here is measured by 5 hours. If, on the other hand, the necessary labor equals 6 hours and the surplus labor equals 6 hours, the degree of exploitation remains as before 100%, because again, we're talking about the rate, the ratio, while the actual amount or magnitude of exploitation has increased 20%, namely from 5 hours to 6. Main text. We assumed in our example that the value of the product equals 410 pounds constant plus 90 pounds variable capital plus 90 pounds surplus value, and that the capital advanced equaled 500 pounds. So that's the uppercase C equals lowercase c 410 constant and 90 V variable. Since S, the surplus value, equaled 90 pounds, and uppercase C, the advanced capital, equaled 500 pounds, we should, according to the usual way of reckoning, get as the rate of surplus value, generally confounded with rate of profits, 18%, a rate so low as possibly to cause a pleasant surprise to Mr. Carey and other harmonizers. But in truth, the rate of surplus value is not equal to S over capital C, or, to say the same thing, S over lowercase c plus V, but to S over V. Thus, it is not 90 over 500, but 90 over 90, or 100%, which is more than 5 times the apparent degree of exploitation. And commenting why? Because the 410 pounds is not counted as for the rate of exploitation in this labor process. That was part of another labor process completed beforehand, and that value is transferred into this labor process as constant capital, but that's not what we're looking at as far as this labor process and its rate of exploitation. Continuing, although in this case we have supposed we're ignorant of the actual length of the working day, and of the duration in days or weeks of the labor process, as also of the number of laborers employed, yet the rate of surplus value, S over V, accurately discloses to us, by means of its equivalent expression, surplus labor over necessary labor, the relation between the two parts of the working day. This relation is here one of equality, the rate being 100% or 1-to-1, and that's about as much equality as you're going to get in capitalism. Hence it is plain the laborer in our example works one half of the day for themselves and the other half for the capitalist. In this hypothetical example, equal parts. Half the workday covers the wages, half the workday is surplus value. The method of calculating the rate of surplus value is therefore shortly as follows. We take the total value of the product and put the constant capital which merely reappears in it equal to 0. What remains is the only value that has, in the process of producing this commodity, actually been created. If the amount of surplus value is given, we have only to deduct it from this remainder to find the variable capital. And vice versa. If the latter is given, we require to find the surplus value. If both are given, we have only to perform the concluding operation, viz. Calculating S over V, the ratio of the surplus value to the variable capital. Though the method is so simple, yet it may not be amiss, by means of a few examples, to exercise the reader in the application of the novel principles underlying it. First, we'll take the case of a spinning mill containing 10,000 mule spindles, spinning number 32 yarn from American cotton and producing 1 pound of yarn weekly per spindle. We assume the waste to be 6%. Under these circumstances, 10,600 pounds of cotton are consumed weekly, of which 600 pounds go to waste. The price of the cotton in April 1871 was 7 3/4 pence per pound. The raw material therefore costs in round numbers 342 pounds. The 10,000 spindles, including preparation machinery and motive power, cost, we'll assume, $1 per spindle, amounting to a total of 10,000 pounds. The wear and tear we put at 10%, or 1,000 pounds yearly, or 20 pounds weekly. The rent of the building we suppose to be 300 pounds a year, or 6 pounds a week. Coal consumed, for 100 horsepower indicated, at 4 pounds of coal per horsepower per hour during 60 hours, and inclusive of that consumed in heating the mill, 11 tons a week, at 8 shillings, 6 pence a ton, amounts to about 4.5 pounds a week. Gas, 1 pound a week, oil, etc., 4.5 pounds a week. Total cost of the above auxiliary materials, 10 pounds weekly. Therefore, the constant portion of the value of the week's product is 378 pounds. Wages amount to 52 pounds a week. The price of the yarn is 12 1/4 pence per pound, which gives for the value of 10,000 pounds, the sum of 510 pounds. The surplus value is therefore, in this case, 510 pounds minus 430 pounds equals 80 pounds. We put the constant part of the value of the product at 0, since it plays no part in the creation of value. There remains 132 pounds as the weekly value created, which equals 52 pounds variable plus 80 pounds surplus. The rate of surplus value is therefore 80 over 52, 153 and 11/13%. In a working day of 10 hours with average labor, the result is necessary labor equals 3 hours 56 minutes and surplus labor equals 6 hours 4 minutes. So commenting again, to find the rate of surplus value, take the amount of surplus labor time, in other words, the amount of time during the workday that the worker was just working for the enrichment of the capitalist producing surplus value, which in this case is 6 hours 4 minutes, and divide it by the necessary labor time, or the amount of time during the workday that the laborer was working to replenish the value paid out to them in wages. And again, in this case, that was 3 hours, 56 minutes. So we got 6 over 4 more or less, which is about 150%. The exact amount is 153.94%. So basically, the laborer in that example is spending 1.5 times as much time during the workday producing surplus value for the capitalist as they are doing necessary labor to produce the value that they need to live off of. So, if you take the surplus value out of that equation, the worker really, to eat and clothe themselves and everything, would just need to work 4 hours. But because the capitalist who controls access to the shop is looking for surplus value and makes the production of surplus value a condition of access to the shop, the worker has to stick around for an extra 6 hours of work just to benefit the capitalist. And when we talk about the need to abolish capitalism, that's what we're talking about at the most fundamental level. Capitalism has many other, the way that it externalizes costs onto the environment. There's many other problems with capitalism, but at the core, it's that exploitation of labor. And on that example, Marx included a note that the above data are actually pretty accurate, provided to him by a Manchester spinner. Back to the main text for one more example. Jacob gives the following calculation for the year 1815. Owing to the previous adjustment of several items, it's very imperfect. Nevertheless, for our purpose, it's sufficient. In it, he assumes the price of wheat to be 8 shillings a quarter and the average yield per acre to be 22 bushels. And then there's a chart that is labeled value produced per acre. They've got seed at 1 pound 9 shillings 0 pence, manure at 2 pounds 10 shillings 0 pence, wages at 3 pounds 10 shillings 0 pence, and the total on that column being 7 pounds 9 shillings 0 pence. Then on the next column, tithes, rates, and taxes, coming in at 1 pound 1 shilling 0 pence, rent at 1 pound 8 shillings 0 pence, and farmers' profit and interest at 1 pound 2 shillings 0 pence, for a total of 3 pounds 11 shillings 0 pence. Assuming that the price of the product is the same as its value, we here find the surplus value distributed under the various heads of profit, interest, rent, etc. We have nothing to do with these in detail, we simply add them together, and the sum is a surplus value of 3 pounds 11 shillings 0 pence. The sum of 3 pounds 19 shillings 0 pence paid for seed and manure is constant capital, we put it equal to 0. There's left the sum of 3 pounds 10 shillings 0 pence, which is the variable capital advanced, and we see that a new value of 3 pounds 10 shillings 0 pence plus 3 pounds 11 shillings 0 pence has been produced in its place. Therefore, S over V, surplus value over wages, equals 3 pounds 11 shillings 0 pence over 3 pounds 10 shillings 0 pence, giving a rate of surplus value of just over 100%. The laborer employs more than 1/2 of their working day in producing the surplus value, which different persons, under different pretexts, share amongst themselves. That's the end of the section, although Marx includes a footnote that the calculations given in the text are intended merely as illustrations. We have in fact assumed that prices are equal to values. We shall see, however, in Book 3, that even in the case of average prices, the assumption can't be made in this very simple manner. Section 2. The representation of the components of the value of the product by corresponding proportional parts of the product itself. Let us now return to the example by which we were shown how the capitalist converts money into capital. The product of a working day of 12 hours is 12 pounds of yarn, having a value of 30 shillings. No less than 8/10 of this value, or 24 shillings, is due to mere reappearance in it of the value of the means of production, 20 pounds of cotton, value 20 shillings, and spindle worn away, 4 shillings. It is therefore constant capital. The remaining 2/10, or 6 shillings, is the new value created during the spinning process. Of this, 1/2 replaces the value of the day's labor power, or the variable capital. The remaining half constitutes a surplus value of 3 shillings. The total value, then, of the 20 pounds of yarn is made up as follows. 30 shillings value of yarn equals 24 shillings constant plus 3 shillings variable plus 3 shillings surplus. Since the whole of this value is contained in the 20 pounds of yarn produced, it follows that the various component parts of this value can be represented as being contained respectively in corresponding parts of the product. If the value of 30 shillings is contained in 20 pounds of yarn, then 8/10 of this value, or the 24 shillings that form its constant part, is contained in 8/10 of the product, or in 16 pounds of yarn. Of the latter, 13 1/3 pounds represent the value of the raw material, the 20 shillings worth of cotton spun, and 2 2/3 pounds represent the 4 shillings worth of spindle, etc., worn away in the process. Hence, the whole of the cotton used up in spinning the 20 pounds of yarn is represented by 13 1/3 pounds of yarn. This latter weight of yarn contains, it's true, by weight no more than 13 1/3 pounds of cotton, worth 13 1/3 shillings, but the 6 2/3 shillings additional value contained in it are equivalent for the cotton consumed in spinning the remaining 6 2/3 pounds of yarn. The effect is the same as if these 6 2/3 pounds of yarn contain no cotton at all, and the whole 20 pounds of cotton were concentrated in the 13 1/3 pounds of yarn. The latter weight, on the other hand, does not contain an atom either of the value of the auxiliary materials and implements or of the value newly created in the process. In the same way, the 2 2/3 pounds of yarn, in which the 4 shillings, the remainder of the constant capital, is embodied, represents nothing but the value of the auxiliary materials and instruments of labor consumed in producing the 20 pounds of yarn. We have therefore arrived at this result. Although 8/10 of the product, or 16 pounds of yarn, is, in its character of an article of utility, just as much the fabric of the spinner's labor as the remainder of the same product, yet, when viewed in this connection, it does not contain, and has not absorbed any labor expended during the process of spinning. It is just as if the cotton had converted itself into yarn without help, as if the shape it had assumed was mere trickery and deceit. For so soon as our capitalist sells it for 24 shillings, and with the money replaces their means of production, it becomes evident that the 16 pounds of yarn is nothing more than so much cotton and spindle waste in disguise. On the other hand, the remaining 2/10 of the product, or 4 pounds of yarn, represent nothing but the new value of 6 shillings, created during the 12 hours spinning process. All the value transferred to those 4 pounds, from the raw material and instruments of labor consumed, was, so to say, intercepted, in order to be incorporated in the 16 pounds first spun. In this case, it is as if the spinner had spun 4 pounds of yarn out of air, or as if they had spun them with the aid of cotton and spindles, that being the spontaneous gift of nature, transferred no value to the product. Of this 4 pounds of yarn, in which the whole of the value newly created during the process is condensed, 1/2 represents the equivalent for the value of the labor consumed, or the 3 shillings variable capital, the other half representing the 3 shillings surplus value. Since 12 working hours of the spinner are embodied in 6 shillings, it follows that in yarn of the value of 30 shillings, there must be embodied 6 working hours. And this quantity of labor time does in fact exist in the 20 pounds of yarn, for in 8/10 or 16 pounds, there are materialized the 48 hours of labor expended before the commencement of the spinning process on the means of production. And in the remaining 2/10 or 4 pounds, there are materialized the 12 hours work done during the process itself. On a former page, we saw that the value of the yarn is equal to the sum of the new value created during the production of that yarn, plus the value previously existing in the means of production. It has now been shown how the various component parts of the value of the product, parts that differ functionally from each other, may be represented by corresponding proportional parts of the product itself. To split up in this manner the product into different parts, of which one represents only the labor previously spent on the means of production, or the constant capital, another only the necessary labor spent during the process of production, or the variable capital, and another and last part only the surplus labor expended during the same process, or the surplus value. To do this is, as will be seen later on, from its application to complicated and hitherto unsolved problems, no less important than it is simple. In the preceding investigation, we have treated the total product as the final result, ready for use, of a working day of 12 hours. We can, however, follow this total product through all the stages of its production, and in this way we shall arrive at the same result as before, if we represent the partial products given off at the different stages as functionally different parts of the final or total product. The spinner produces in 12 hours 20 pounds of yarn, or in 1 hour 1 2/3 pounds. Consequently, they produce in 8 hours 13 2/3 pounds, or a partial product equal in value to all the cotton that's spun in a whole day. In like manner, the partial product of the next period of 1 hour and 36 minutes is 2 2/3 pounds of yarn. This represents the value of the instruments of labor that are consumed in 12 hours. In the following hour and 12 minutes, the spinner produces 2 pounds of yarn, worth 3 shillings, a value equal to the whole value they create in their 6 hours necessary labor. Finally, in the last hour and 12 minutes, they produce another 2 pounds of yarn, whose value is equal to the surplus value created by their surplus labor during half a day. This method of calculation serves the English manufacturer for everyday use. It shows, they'll say, that in the first 8 hours or 2/3 of the working day, they get back the value of their cotton, and so on for the remaining hours. It is also a perfectly correct method, being in fact the first method given above with this difference that instead of being applied to space, in which the different parts of the completed product lie side by side, it deals with time, in which those parts are successively produced. But it can also be accompanied by very barbarian notions, more especially in the heads of those who are as much interested practically in the process of making value beget value as they are in misunderstanding that process theoretically. Such people may get the notion into their heads that our spinner, for example, produces or replaces in the first 8 hours of their working day the value of the cotton. In the following hour and 36 minutes, the value of the instruments of labor worn away, in the next hour and 12 minutes, the value of the wages, and that they devote to the production of surplus value for the manufacturer only that well-known last hour. In this way, the poor spinner is made to perform the twofold miracle not only of producing cotton, spindles, steam engine, coal, oil, etc. at the same time that they spin with them, but also of turning one working day into 5. For, in the example we're considering, the production of the raw material and instruments of labor demands 4 working days of 12 hours each, and their conversion into yarn requires another such day. That the love of lucre induces an easy belief in such miracles, and that sycophant doctrinaires are never wanting to prove them, is vouched for by the following incident of historical celebrity. Section 3. Senior's Last Hour. One fine morning, in the year 1836, Nassau W. Senior, who may be called the bel esprit of English economists, well known alike for his economic, quote, science, and for his beautiful style, was summoned from Oxford to Manchester, to learn in the latter place the political economy that he taught in the former. The manufacturers elected him as their champion, not only against the newly passed Factory Act, but against the still more menacing 10 hours workday agitation. With their usual practical acuteness, they had found out that the learned professor, quote, wanted a good deal of finishing. It was this discovery that caused them to write for him. On his side, the professor has embodied the lecture he received from the Manchester manufacturers in a pamphlet entitled Letters on the Factory Act as it Affects the Cotton Manufacture, London, 1837. Here we find, amongst others, the following edifying passage, quote, under the present law, no mill in which persons under 18 years of age are employed can be worked more than 11½ hours a day, that is, 12 hours for 5 days in the week and 9 on Saturday. Now the following analysis, so-called, will show that in a mill so worked, the whole net profit is derived from the last hour. I will suppose a manufacturer to invest £100,000, 80,000 pounds in the mill and machinery, and 20,000 pounds in raw material and wages. The annual return of that mill, supposing the capital to be turned once a year and gross profits to be 15%, ought to be goods worth 115,000 pounds. Of this 115,000 pounds, each of the 23 half hours of work produces 5 115ths or 1/23rd. Of these 23 23rds, constituting the whole 115,000 pounds, 20, that is to say 100,000 pounds out of the 115,000 pounds, simply replace the capital. 1/23rd, or 5,000 pounds out of the 115,000 pounds, makes up for the deterioration of the mill and machinery. The remaining 2 23rds, that is, the last 2 of the 23 half hours of every day, produce the net profit of 10%. If, therefore, prices remaining the same, the factory could be kept at work 13 hours instead of 11½, with an addition of about 2,600 pounds to the circulating capital, the net profit would be more than doubled. On the other hand, if the hours of working were reduced by 1 hour per day, prices remaining the same, the net profit would be destroyed. If they were reduced by 1 hour and a half, even the gross profit would be destroyed." Unquote. And the professor calls this an analysis. Marx adds in a footnote, "We let pass such extraordinary notions as are of no importance for our purpose. For instance, the assertion that manufacturers reckon as part of their profit, gross or net, the amount required to make good wear and tear of machinery, or in other words, to replace a part of the capital. So too, we pass over any question as to the accuracy of his figures. Leonard Horner has shown in A Letter to Mr. Senior, etc., London 1837, that they are worth no more than his so-called analysis. Leonard Horner was one of the Factory Inquiry Commissioners in 1833, and inspector, or rather censor, of factories till 1859. He rendered undying service to the English working class. He carried on a lifelong contest, not only with the embittered manufacturers, but also with the cabinet, to whom the number of votes given by the masters in the lower house was a matter of far greater importance than the number of hours worked by the hands in the mills. Apart from efforts in principle, Senior's statement is confused. What he really intended to say was this: the manufacturer employs the worker for 11.5 hours or for 23 half hours daily. As the working day, so too the working year may be conceived to consist of 11.5 hours or 23 half hours, but each multiplied by the number of working days in the year. On this supposition, the 23 half hours yield an annual product of £115,000. 1 half hour yields 1/23 of £115,000. 20 half hours yield 20/23 of £115,000, or £100,000, i.e. they replace no more than the capital advanced. There remain 3 half hours, which yield 3/23 of £115,000, which equals £5,000, or the gross profit. Of these 3 half hours, one yields 1/23 of £115,000, or £15,000, i.e. it makes up for the wear and tear of the machinery. The remaining 2 half hours, i.e. the last hour, yield 2/23 of £115,000, which equals £10,000, or the net profit. In the text, Senior converts the last 2/23 of the product into portions of the working day itself. Back to the main text. If, giving credence to the outcries of the manufacturers, he believed that the workers spend the best part of the day in the production, i.e. the reproduction or replacement of the value of the buildings, machinery, cotton, coal, etc., then his analysis was superfluous. His answer would simply have been, "Gentlemen, if you work your mills for 10 hours instead of 11.5, then other things being equal, the daily consumption of cotton, machinery, etc. will decrease in proportion." I was kind of wondering when that was going to come into the picture here. You gain just as much as you lose. Your work people will in the future spend 1.5 hours less time in reproducing or replacing the capital that has been advanced. If, on the other hand, he did not believe them without further inquiry, but as being an expert in such matters deemed an analysis necessary, then he ought, in a question that is concerned exclusively with the relations of net profit to the length of the working day, before all things to have asked the manufacturers to be careful not to lump together machinery, workshops, raw material, and labor, but to be good enough to place the constant capital invested in buildings, machinery, raw material, etc. on one side of the account, and the capital advanced in wages on the other side. If the professor then found that, in accordance with the calculation of the manufacturers, the worker reproduced or replaced their wages in 2 half hours, in that case he should have continued his analysis thus: according to your figures, the worker in the last hour but one produces their wages, and in the last hour your surplus value or net profit. Now, since in equal periods they produce equal values, the produce of the last hour but one must have the same value as that of the last hour. Further, it's only while they labor that they produce any value at all, and the amount of their labor is measured by their labor time. This, you say, amounts to 11.5 hours a day. They employ one portion of these 11.5 hours in producing or replacing their wages, and the remaining portion in producing your net profit. Beyond this, they do absolutely nothing. But since, on your assumption, their wages and the surplus value they yield are of equal value, it is clear that they produce their wages in 5 3/4 hours, and your net profit in the other 5 3/4 hours. Again, since the value of the yarn produced in 2 hours is equal to the sum of the values of their wages and of your net profit, the measure of the value of this yarn must be 11.5 working hours, of which 5 3/4 hours measure the value of the yarn produced in the last hour but one, and 5 3/4 the value of the yarn produced in the last hour. We now come to a ticklish point. Therefore, attention. The last working hour but one is, like the first, an ordinary working hour, neither more nor less. How then can the spinner produce in 1 hour, in the shape of yarn, a value that embodies 5 3/4 hours labor? The truth is that they perform no such miracle. The use value produced by them in 1 hour is a definite quantity of yarn. The value of this yarn is measured by 5 3/4 working hours, of which 4 3/4 were, without any assistance from them, previously embodied in the means of production, in the cotton, the machinery, and so on. The remaining 1 hour alone is added by them. Since therefore their wages are produced in 5 3/4 hours, and the yarn produced in 1 hour also contains 5 3/4 hours work, there is no witchcraft in the result that the value created by their 5 3/4 hours spinning is equal to the value of the product spun in 1 hour. You are altogether on the wrong track if you think that they lose a single moment of their working day in reproducing or replacing the values of the cotton, the machinery, and so on. On the contrary, it's because their labor converts the cotton and spindles into yarn, because they spin, that the values of the cotton and the spindles go over to the yarn of their own accord. This result is owing to the quality of their labor, not to its quantity. It's true they will in 1 hour transfer to the yarn more value in the shape of cotton than they will in half an hour, but that's only because in 1 hour they spin up more cotton than in half an hour. You see then your assertion that the worker produces in the last hour but one the value of their wages, and in the last hour your net profit, amounts to no more than this, that in the yarn produced by them in 2 working hours, whether they're the first 2 or the last 2 hours of the working day, in that yarn there are incorporated 11.5 working hours, or just a whole day's work, i.e. 2 hours of their own work and 9.5 hours of other people's. And my assertion that in the first 5 3/4 hours they produce their wages, and in the last 5 3/4 hours your net profit, amounts only to this, that you pay them for the former, but not for the latter. In speaking of payment of labor, instead of payment of labor power, I only talk your own slang. Now, gentlemen, if you compare the working time you pay for with that which you do not pay for, you will find that they are to one another as half a day is to half a day. This gives a rate of 100%, and a very pretty percentage it is. Further, there isn't the least doubt that if you make your hands toil for 13 hours instead of 11.5, and, as may be expected from you, treat the work done in that extra 1 hour and a half as pure surplus labor, then the latter will be increased from 5 3/4 hours labor to 7 1/4 hours labor, and the rate of surplus value from 100% to 126 2/23%. So that you are altogether too sanguine in expecting that by such an addition of 1.5 hours to the working day, the rate will rise from 100% to 200% and more, in other words, that it will be more than doubled. On the other hand, the human heart is a wonderful thing, especially when carried in the purse. You take too pessimist a view when you fear that with the reduction of the hours of labor from 11.5 to 10, the whole of your net profit will go to the dogs. Not at all. All other conditions remaining the same, the surplus labor will fall from 5 3/4 hours to 4 3/4 hours, a period that still gives a very profitable rate of surplus value, namely 82 14/23%. But this dreadful last hour, about which you have invented more stories than have the millenarians about the Day of Judgment, is all bosh. If it goes, it will cost neither you, your net profit, nor the boys and girls whom you employ their purity of mind. Whenever your last hour strikes in earnest, think of the Oxford professor. And now, gentlemen, farewell, and may we meet again in yonder better world, but not before. Thus ends Marx's fictional presentation. Senior invented the battle cry of the last hour in 1836. In the London Economist of the 15th April 1848, the same cry was again raised by James Wilson, an economic mandarin of high standing, this time in opposition to the 10 hours bill. And that's the end of section 3, but we have 2 quite long footnotes. First, if on the one hand Senior proved that the net profit of the manufacturer, the existence of the English cotton industry, and England's command of the markets of the world depend on the last working hour, on the other hand, Dr. Andrew Yore showed that if children and young persons under 18 years of age, instead of being kept a full 12 hours in the warm and pure moral atmosphere of the factory, are turned out an hour sooner into the heartless and frivolous outer world, they will be deprived, by idleness and vice, of all hope of salvation for their souls. Since 1848, the factory inspectors have never tired of twitting the masters with this fatal hour. Thus, Mr. Hovell, in his report of the 21st May 1855, quote, had the following ingenious calculation, he quotes Senior, been correct, every cotton factory in the United Kingdom would have been working at a loss since the year 1850, unquote. In the year 1848, after the passing of the 10 Hours Bill, the masters of some flax spinning mills, scattered, few and far between, over the country on the borders of Dorset and Somerset, foisted a petition against the bill onto the shoulders of a few of their workpeople. One of the clauses of this petition is as follows, quote, your petitioners, as parents, conceive that an additional hour of leisure will tend more to demoralize the children than otherwise, believing that idleness is the parent of vice, unquote. On this, the factory report of 31st October 1848 says, the atmosphere of the flax mills, in which the children of these virtuous and tender parents work, is so loaded with dust and fiber from the raw material, that it is exceptionally unpleasant to stand even 10 minutes in the spinning rooms, for you're unable to do so without the most painful sensation, owing to the eyes, the ears, the nostrils, and mouth, being immediately filled by the clouds of flax dust, from which there is no escape. The labor itself, owing to the feverish haste of the machinery, demands unceasing application of skill and movement, under the control of a watchfulness that never tires, and it seems somewhat hard to let parents apply the term idling to their own children, who, after allowing for meal times, are fettered for 10 whole hours to such an occupation in such an atmosphere. These children work longer than the laborers in the neighboring villages. Such cruel talk about idleness and vice ought to be branded as the purest cant and the most shameless hypocrisy. That portion of the public who, about 12 years ago, were struck by the assurance with which, under the sanction of high authority, it was publicly and most earnestly proclaimed that the whole net profit of the manufacturer flows from the labor of the last hour, and that therefore the reduction of the working day by 1 hour would destroy his net profit. That portion of the public, we say, will hardly believe its own eyes when it now finds that the original discovery of the virtues of the last hour has since been so far improved as to include morals as well as profit, so that if the duration of the labor of children is reduced to a full 10 hours, their morals, together with the net profits of their employers, will vanish, both being dependent on this fatal hour. The same report then gives some examples of the morality and virtue of these same pure-minded manufacturers, of the tricks, the artifices, the cajoling, the threats, and the falsifications they made use of in order first to compel a few defenseless workmen to sign petitions of such a kind, and then to impose them upon Parliament as the petitions of a whole branch of industry, or a whole country. It is highly characteristic of the present status of so-called economic science that neither Senior himself, who, at a later period, to his honor be it said, energetically supported the factory legislation, nor his opponents, from first to last, have ever been able to explain the false conclusions of the original discovery. They appeal to actual experience, but the why and wherefore remains a mystery. And second, nevertheless, the learned professor was not without some benefit from his journey to Manchester. In the Letters on the Factory Act, he makes the whole net gains, including profit and interests, and even something more, depend upon a single unpaid hour's work of the laborer. 1 year previously, in his Outlines of Political Economy, written for the instruction of Oxford students and cultivated Philistines, he had also, quote, discovered, in opposition to Ricardo's determination of value by labor, that profit is derived from the labor of the capitalist and interest from his asceticism. In other words, from his abstinence, unquote. The dodge was an old one, but the word abstinence was new. Herr Roscher translates it rightly by Enthaltung. Some of his countrymen, the Browns, Jones, and Robinsons of Germany, not so well versed in Latin as he, have, monk-like, rendered it by Entsagung, renunciation. Section 4. Surplus produce. The portion of the product that represents the surplus value, 1/10 of the 20 pounds, or 2 pounds of yarn, in the example given in Section 2, we call surplus produce. Just as the rate of surplus value is determined by its relation, not to the sum total of the capital, but just to its variable part, in like manner, the relative quantity of surplus produce is determined by the ratio that this produce bears, not to the remaining part of the total product, but to that part of it in which is incorporated the necessary labor. Since the production of surplus value is the chief end and aim of capitalist production, it is clear that the greatness of a person's or a nation's wealth should be measured not by the absolute quantity produced, but by the relative magnitude of the surplus produce. Quoting Ricardo, to an individual with a capital of £20,000, whose profits were £2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether their capital would employ 100 or 1,000 people, whether the commodity produced sold for £10,000 or £20,000, provided in all cases that their profit were not diminished below £2,000. Is not the real interest of the nation similar? Provided its net real income, its rent and profits be the same, it is of no importance whether the nation consists of 10 or of 12 millions of inhabitants." Unquote. Long before Ricardo, Arthur Young, a fanatic upholder of surplus produce, for the rest a rambling, uncritical writer, whose reputation is in the inverse ratio of his merit, says, quote, "Of what use in a modern kingdom would be a whole province thus divided, in the old Roman manner, by small independent peasants, however well cultivated, except for the mere purpose of breeding men, which taken singly is a most useless purpose." Unquote. Very curious is, quoting Thomas Hopkins, the strong inclination to represent net wealth as beneficial to the laboring class, though it is evidently not on account of being net. Unquote. Main text. The sum of the necessary labor and the surplus labor, i.e., of the periods of time during which the worker replaces the value of their labor power and produces the surplus value, this sum constitutes the actual time during which they work, i.e., the working day. And that is the end of Chapter 9. The next chapter, Chapter 10, is in fact titled The Working Day, so we'll be taking up that topic in more detail there. In fact, Chapter 10 is a very long chapter, so lots of detail. It has 7 sections, and my estimates put it at probably about 3.5 hours for the audiobook. So we're going to do a few other things video-wise between Chapters 9 and 10, and then we'll be back with a lengthy Chapter 10, probably posted in several sections, which will probably take at least a week to cover. Until then, thanks for listening, and thanks to the current patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters, whose names are on the screen. If you appreciate this channel and have learned something from it and would like to get your name on the screen, head to patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall and help fund the work. I would be making some kind of content even if nobody supported, but I wouldn't be able to spend nearly this much time on it. We have a lot of great lessons planned, so if you'd like to see more of that, please do consider contributing. And of course, remember to take what you've learned here into your organizing in the real world, into the class struggle where you live, by networking with your local left, and by incorporating these principles into your organized political activity. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next video. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the January 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 10, The Working Day, Section 1, The Limits of the Working Day, from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So, Chapter 10 is part of Part 3, the production of absolute surplus value, which deals with capitalists' attempts to lengthen the working day in order to increase surplus value. And this chapter really gets into the heart of that with lots of examples of working conditions from Marx's time. As we've discussed in many previous audiobooks, the logic of capitalism is more or less pretty simple, and although the technology may change from decade to decade, the basic class interests really do not. So again, while the situations described here are from the 19th century, the principles underlying them are going to be really similar to what's still going on now. And no, it's not because Marx is a time traveler, it's because we're still in the same basic historical moment. Capitalism may have passed into more late-stage or imperialist capitalism since the time when Marx was writing this book, but again, a lot of what we're discussing in Kapital is really foundational principles of capitalism, and consequently they're applicable then or now. Before we begin, I want to note that chapters 1 through 6, I would say, are kind of a piece in terms of laying down the elementary principles and vocabulary terms used in this book. So if you haven't done those, definitely go back, listen to those chapters. We have a playlist which you can find in the video description of Kapital Volume 1. Then Part 3, the production of absolute surplus value, begins at Chapter 7, and I would say that there's kind of a big thematic divide. So again, make sure you master Chapters 1 through 6, then proceed on to Chapters 7 and on. Right now, again, we are beginning Chapter 10, which is an extremely long chapter. A A lot of the chapters in this book are only about a half an hour long, but certain ones are extremely long. Chapters 1 and 3 so far were 2.5 hours each. This one is more like 3.5 hours, and a lot of that is in the footnotes. Some of these sections of Chapter 10, and there are 7 of them, actually seem to have more text in the footnotes than they do in the actual chapter text itself. In any event, let's begin Chapter 10, Section 1, The Limits of the Working Day. We started with the supposition that labor power is bought and sold at its value. Its value, like that of all other commodities, is determined by the working time necessary for its production. If the production of the daily means of subsistence of the laborer takes up 6 hours, they must work on the average 6 hours every day to produce their daily labor power, or to reproduce the value received as the result of its sale. The necessary part of their working day amounts to 6 hours and is therefore, other things being equal, a given quantity. But with this, the extent of the working day is itself not yet given. Let us assume that the line A to B represents the length of the necessary working time, say 6 hours. If the labor is prolonged 1, 3, or 6 hours beyond A to B, we have 3 other lines. Working day 1, which shows a shorter line between B and C as it does between A and B. Working day 2, where the line between B and C is a little bit longer but still shorter than the one between A and B. And working day 3, in which the lines between A and B and C are equal, representing 3 different working days of 7, 9, and 12 hours total. The extension B to C of the line A to B represents the length of the surplus labor. And commenting, remember that surplus labor stands in contrast to necessary labor being what Marx was just describing, the labor that needs to be performed to generate the value equivalent to the wages paid out. The surplus labor is everything beyond that point, which is not paid back to the worker. Continuing, as the working day is A to B plus B to C, or A to C in total, it varies with the variable quantity B to C. Since A to B is constant, the ratio of B to C to A to B can always be calculated. In working day 1, it is 1/6. 1 hour, B to C, is the surplus labor, and 6 hours, A to B, is the necessary labor. In working day number 2, the ratio is 3/6. In working day number 3, it's 6/6. Since further, the ratio surplus working time over necessary working time determines the rate of the surplus value, the latter is given by the ratio of B to C to A to B. It amounts in the 3 different working days respectively to 16 2/3%, 50%, and 100%. On the other hand, the rate of surplus value alone would not give us the extent of the working day. If this rate, e.g., were 100%, the working day might be of 8, 10, 12, or more hours. It would indicate that the 2 constituent parts of the working day, necessary labor and surplus labor time, were equal in extent, but not how long each of these 2 constituent parts was, in terms of its absolute magnitude, the actual amount. The working day is thus not a constant, but a variable quantity. One of its parts certainly is determined by the working time required for the reproduction of the labor power of the laborer themselves, but its total amount varies with the duration of the surplus labor. The working day is therefore determinable, but is per se indeterminate. Or as an essay on trade and commerce containing observations on taxes, etc. put it in 1770, a day's labor is vague. It may be long or short. Although the working day is not a fixed but a fluent quantity, it can, on the other hand, only vary within certain limits. The minimum limit is, however, not determinable. Of course, if we make the extension line B to C, or the surplus labor equals 0, we have a minimum limit, i.e. the part of the day which the laborer must necessarily work for their own maintenance. On the basis of capitalist production, however, this necessary labor can form a part only of the working day. The working day itself can never be reduced to this minimum. On the other hand, the working day has a maximum limit. It cannot be prolonged beyond a certain point. This maximum limit is conditioned by 2 things. First, by the physical bounds of labor power. Within the 24 hours of the natural day, a person can expend only a definite quantity of their vital force. A horse, in like manner, can only work from day to day 8 hours. During part of the day, this force must rest, sleep. During another part, the person has to satisfy other physical needs, to feed, wash, and clothe themselves. Besides these purely physical limitations, the extension of the working day encounters moral ones. The laborer needs time for satisfying their intellectual and social wants, the extent and number of which are conditioned by the general state of social advancement. The variation of the working day fluctuates, therefore, within physical and social bounds. But both these limiting conditions are of a very elastic nature and allow the greatest latitude. So we find working days of 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 hours, i.e. of the most different lengths. The capitalist has bought the labor power at its day rate. To them, its use value belongs during one working day. They have thus acquired the right to make the laborer work for them during one day. But what is a working day? Footnote, this question is far more important than the celebrated question of Sir Robert Peel to the Birmingham Chamber of Commerce, what is a pound? A question that could only have been proposed because Peel was as much in the dark as to the nature of money as the little shilling men of Birmingham. Back to the text, what is a working day? At all events, it's less than a natural day. By how much? The capitalist has their own views of this outermost limit, the necessary limit of the working day. As capitalists, they are only capital personified. Their soul is the soul of capital. But capital has one single life impulse, the tendency to create value and surplus value, to make its constant factor, the means of production, absorb the greatest possible amount of surplus labor. Quoting Courcelles-Sanoy, it is the aim of the capitalists to obtain with their expended capital the greatest possible quantity of labor. Capital is dead labor, that, vampire-like, only lives by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. The time during which the laborer works is the time during which the capitalist consumes the labor power they have purchased from them. Quoting an essay on trade and commerce, etc., an hour's labor lost in a day is a prodigious injury to a commercial state. There is a very great consumption of luxuries among the laboring poor of this kingdom, particularly among the manufacturing populace, by which they also consume their time, the most fatal of consumptions. End quote. If the laborer consumes their disposable time for themselves, from the capitalist's perspective, they rob the capitalist. Quoting Lange, if the free laborer allows themselves an instant of rest, the base and petty management, which follows them with wary eyes, claims they are stealing from it. End quote. The capitalist then takes their stand on the law of the exchange of commodities. They, like all other buyers, seeks to get the greatest possible benefit out of the use value of their commodity. And commenting, remember, we're talking about day wages here, so the capitalist has bought an entire, quote, day's work. But again, what is a day? The capitalist wants it as long as possible, the laborer wants it as short as possible. Continuing, suddenly the voice of the laborer, which had been stifled in the storm and stress of the process of production, rises. The commodity that I have sold to you differs from the crowd of other commodities, in that its use creates value, and a value greater than its own. That is why you bought it. That which on your side appears a spontaneous expansion of capital is on mine extra expenditure of labor power. You and I know on the market only one law, that of the exchange of commodities. And the consumption of the commodity belongs not to the seller who parts with it, but to the buyer who acquires it. To you, therefore, belongs the use of my daily labor power. But by means of the price that you pay for it each day, I must be able to reproduce it daily and to sell it again. Apart from natural exhaustion through age, etc., I must be able on the morrow to work with the same normal amount of force, health, and freshness as today. You preach to me constantly the gospel of saving and abstinence. Good. I will, like a sensible saving owner, husband my soul wealth, labor power, and abstain from all foolish waste of it. I will each day spend, set in motion, put into action only as much of it as is compatible with its normal duration and healthy development. By an unlimited extension of the working day, you may in one day use up a quantity of labor power greater than I can restore in 3. What you gain in labor, I lose in substance. The use of my labor power and the spoliation of it are quite different things. If the average time that doing a reasonable amount of work an average laborer can live is 30 years, the value of my labor power, which you pay me from day to day, is 1 over 365 times 30, or 1 over 10,950 of its total value. But if you consume it in 10 years, you pay me daily 1 10,950th instead of 1 3,650th of its total value, i.e. only 1/3 of its daily value, and you rob me, therefore, every day of 2/3 of the value of my commodity. You pay me for 1 day's labor power, while you use that of 3 days. That is against our contract and the law of exchanges. I demand, therefore, a working day of normal length, and I demand it without any appeal to your heart, for in money matters sentiment is out of place. You may be a model citizen, perhaps a member of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and in the odor of sanctity to boot, but the thing that you represent face to face with me has no heart in its breast. That which seems to throb there is my own heart beating. I demand the normal working day because I, like every other seller, demand the value of my commodity. Footnote here, during the Great Strike of the London Builders, 1860-61, for the reduction of the working day to 9 hours, their committee published a manifesto that contained, to some extent, the plea of our worker. The manifesto alludes, not without irony, to the fact that the greatest profit-monger amongst the building masters, a certain Sir M. Peto, was in the odor of sanctity. This same Peto, after 1867, came to an end a la Strasbourg. Financial ruin. Back to the text. We see then that apart from extremely elastic bounds, the nature of the exchange of commodities itself imposes no limit to the working day, no limit to surplus labor. The capitalist maintains their rights as a purchaser when they try to make the working day as long as possible, and to make, whenever possible, 2 working days out of 1. On the other hand, the peculiar nature of the commodity sold implies a limit to its consumption by the purchaser, and the laborer maintains their right as seller when they wish to reduce the working day to one of definite normal duration. There is here, therefore, an antinomy, right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchanges. Between equal rights, force decides. Hence is it that in the history of capitalist production, the determination of what is a working day presents itself as the result of a struggle between collective capital, i.e. the class of capitalists, and collective labor, i.e. the working class. Section 2. The Greed for Surplus Labor, Manufacturer and Boyard. Capital has not invented surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the laborer, free or not free in a legal sense, must add to the working time necessary for their own maintenance an extra working time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owners of the means of production. Whether this proprietor be the Athenian well-to-do man, Etruscan theocrat, Roman citizen, Norman baron, American slave owner, Wallachian boyard, modern landlord or capitalist. Quoting Edmund Burke, those who labor in reality feed both the pensioners called the rich and themselves. Unquote. And Niebuhr, in his Roman history, says very naively, quote, "It is evident that works like the Etruscan, which in their ruins astound us, presuppose in little states lords and vassals." Unquote. Sismondi says far more to the purpose that Brussels lace presupposes wage lords and wage slaves. It is, however, clear that in any given economic formation of society, where not the exchange value but the use value of the product predominates, surplus labor will be limited by a given set of wants, which may be greater or less, and that here no boundless thirst for surplus labor arises from the nature of the production itself. So just to comment, what Marx is saying here is that in addition to workers working to pay for their own maintenance, in any kind of society where another class of people who are not doing the work has a monopoly on the means of production, the workers also have to produce for them. How much is the question? They often do make workers provide for them a pretty lavish lifestyle, but Marx is making the point here that in any formation of society where not exchange value, but use value of the product predominates, there is a built-in limit to how much the masters of society would even want to hoard. Sure, they might have vacation houses dotting the entire country, but as far as having a whole warehouse of toothpaste, they would have no need for that. The only reason that capitalists do that is because they are hoarding it to sell later. It has exchange value. But again, as Marx says prior to capitalism, in any given economic formation of society where not exchange value but use value, what you can actually do with it, of the product predominates, surplus labor will be limited by a given set of wants, which may be greater or less. So there's no boundless thirst for surplus labor. It may be quite immense, but again, there is a limit. In capitalism, though, that limit is removed. Continuing, hence in antiquity, overwork becomes horrible only when the object is to obtain exchange value in its specific independent money form, in the production of gold and silver. Compulsory working to death is here the recognized form of overwork. Only read Diodorus Siculus. Quote, "One cannot see these unfortunates in the gold mines between Egypt, Ethiopia, and Arabia, who cannot even have their bodies clean, or their nakedness clothed, without pitying their miserable lot. There is no indulgence, no forbearance for the sick, the feeble, the aged, for woman's weakness. All must, forced by blows, work on until death puts an end to their sufferings and their distress." Unquote. Still, these are exceptions in antiquity, but as soon as people, whose production still moves within the lower forms of slave labor, corvée labor, etc., are drawn into the whirlpool of an international market dominated by the capitalistic mode of production, the sale of their products for export becoming their principal interest, the civilized horrors of overwork are grafted on the barbaric horrors of slavery, serfdom, etc. Hence, the Negro labor in the southern states of the American Union preserved something of a patriarchal character, so long as production was chiefly directed to immediate local consumption. But in proportion, as the export of cotton became of vital interest to these states, the overworking of the Negro, and sometimes the using up of their life in 7 years of labor, became a factor in a calculated and calculating system. It was no longer a question of obtaining from them a certain quantity of useful products. It was now a question of production of surplus labor itself. So it was with the corvée, e.g. in the Danubian principalities, now Romania. The comparison of the greed for surplus labor in the Danubian principalities with the same greed in English factories has a special interest, because surplus labor in the corvée has an independent and palpable form. Suppose the working day consists of 6 hours of necessary labor and 6 hours of surplus labor. Then the free laborer gives the capitalist every week, assuming a 6-day work week, 6 times 6 or 36 hours of surplus labor. It is the same as if they worked 3 days in the week for themselves and 3 days in the week gratis for the capitalist. But this is not evident on the surface. Surplus labor and necessary labor glide one into the other. I can therefore express the same relationship by saying, e.g., that the laborer in every minute works 30 seconds for themselves and 30 for the capitalist, etc. It is otherwise with the corvée. The necessary labor which the Wallachian peasant does for their own maintenance is distinctly marked off from their surplus labor on behalf of the Boyard. The one they do on their own field, the other on the seigneurial estate. Both parts of the labor time exist, therefore, independently, side by side, one with the other. In the corvée, the surplus labor is accurately marked off from the necessary labor. This, however, can make no difference with regard to the quantitative relation of surplus labor to necessary labor. 3 days surplus labor in the week remains 3 days that yield no equivalent to the laborer themselves, whether it be called corvée or wage labor. But in the capitalist, the greed for surplus labor appears in the straining after an unlimited extension of the working day, in the Boyard more simply in a direct hunting after days of corvée. And there's a footnote that which follows refers to the situation in the Romanian provinces before the change effected since the Crimean War, mid-1850s. In the Danubian principalities, the corvée was mixed up with rents in kind and other appurtenances of bondage, but it formed the most important tribute paid to the ruling class. Where this was the case, the corvée rarely arose from serfdom. Serfdom much more frequently, on the other hand, took origin from the corvée. This holds likewise for Germany, and especially for Prussia east of the Elbe. In the 15th century, the German peasant was nearly everywhere a man who, whilst subject to certain rents paid in produce and labor, was otherwise at least practically free. The German colonists in Brandenburg, Pomerania, Silesia, and eastern Prussia were even legally acknowledged as free men. The victory of the nobility in the Peasants' War put an end to that. Not only were the conquered South German peasants again enslaved, from the middle of the 16th century the peasants of eastern Prussia, Brandenburg, Pomerania, and Silesia, and soon after the free peasants of Schleswig-Holstein were degraded to the condition of serfs. This is what took place in the Romanian provinces. Their original mode of production was based on community of the soil, but not in the Slavonic or Indian form. Part of the land was cultivated in severalty as freehold by the members of the community. Another part, ager publicus, was cultivated by them in common. The products of this common labor served partly as a reserve fund against bad harvests and other accidents, partly as a public store for providing the costs of war, religion, and other common expenses. In course of time, military and clerical dignitaries usurped, along with the common land, the labor spent upon it. The labor of the free peasants on their common land was transformed into corvée for the thieves of the common land. This corvée soon developed into a servile relationship, existing in point of fact, not in point of law, until Russia, the liberator of the world, made it legal under presence of abolishing serfdom. The Code of the Corvée, which the Russian General Kislev proclaimed in 1831, was of course dictated by the boyards themselves. Thus Russia conquered with one blow the magnates of the Danubian provinces and the applause of liberal Cretans throughout Europe. According to the Règlement Organique, as this Code of the Corvée is called, every Wallachian peasant owes to the so-called landlord, besides a mass of detailed payments in kind, 1. 12 days of general labor, 2. 1 day of field labor, 3. 1 day of wood carrying. In all, 14 days in the year. With deep insight into political economy, however, the working day is not taken in its ordinary sense, but as the working day necessary to the production of an average daily product. and that average daily product is determined in so crafty a way that no cyclops would be done with it in 24 hours. In dry words, the Reglement itself declares with true Russian irony that by 12 working days, one must understand the product of the manual labor of 36 days, by 1 day of field labor, 3 days, and by 1 day of wood carrying in like manner 3 times as much. In all, 42 corvée days. To this had to be added the so-called yobaji. This additional corvée is estimated at 14 days for each Wallachian peasant. Thus the prescribed corvée amounts to 56 working days yearly. But the agricultural year in Wallachia numbers, in consequence of the severe climate, only 210 days, of which 40 for Sundays and holidays, 30 on an average for bad weather, together 70 days don't count. 140 working days remain. The ratio of the corvée to the necessary labor, 56/84, or 66 2/3%, gives a much smaller rate of surplus value than that which regulates the labor of the English agricultural or factory laborer. This is, however, only the legally prescribed corvée, and in a spirit yet more, quote, liberal than the English Factory Acts, the Règlement Organique has known how to facilitate its own evasion. After it is made 56 days out of 12, the nominal day's work of each of the 56 corvée days is again so arranged that a portion of it must fall on the ensuing day. In 1 day, e.g., must be weeded an extent of land, which for this work, especially in maize plantations, needs twice as much time. The legal day's work for some kinds of agricultural labor is interpretable in such a way that the day begins in May and ends in October. In Moldavia, conditions are still harder. Quoting E. Regnault, the 12 corvée days of the Règlement Organique, cried a Boyard drunk with victory, amount to 365 days in the year, unquote. If the Règlement Organique of the Danubian provinces was a positive expression of the greed for surplus labor, which every paragraph legalized, the English Factory Acts are the negative expression of the same greed. These acts curbed the passion of capital for a limitless draining of labor power by forcibly limiting the working day by state regulations, made by a state that is ruled by capitalist and landlord. Apart from the working class movement that daily grew more threatening, the limiting of factory labor was dictated by the same necessity which spread guano over the English fields. The same blind eagerness for plunder that in the one case exhausted the soil, had in the other torn up by the roots the living force of the nation. Periodical epidemics speak on this point as clearly as the diminishing military standard in Germany and France. And there's a footnote here quoting J. von Liebig. In general, and within certain limits, exceeding the medium size of their kind, is evidence of the prosperity of organic beings. As to humans, our bodily height lessens if our due growth is interfered with, either by physical or local conditions. In all European countries in which the conscription holds, since its introduction, the medium height of adult men, and generally their fitness for military service, has diminished. Before the Revolution of 1789, the minimum for the infantry in France was 165 centimeters. In 1818, by the law of March 10th, 157. By the law of March 21st, 1832, 156 centimeters. On the average in France, more than half are rejected on account of deficient height or bodily weakness. The military standard in Saxony was in 1780, 178 centimeters. It is now 155. In Prussia, it is 157. According to the statement of Dr. Meyer in the Bavarian Gazette, May 9, 1862, the result of an average of 9 years is that in Prussia, out of 1,000 conscripts, 716 were unfit for military service, 317 because of deficiency in height, and 399 because of bodily defects. Berlin in 1858 could not provide its contingent of recruits. It was 156 men short. Unquote, no pun intended, I'm sure. Back to the main text. The Factory Act of 1850, now in force in 1867, allows for the average working day 10 hours, i.e., for the first 5 days, 12 hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., including a half hour for breakfast and an hour for dinner, thus leaving 10.5 working hours, and 8 hours for Saturday from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., of which half an hour is subtracted for breakfast. 60 working hours are left, 10.5 for each of the first 5 days, 7.5 for the last. The history of the Factory Act of 1850 will be found in the course of this chapter. Certain guardians of these laws are appointed, factory inspectors, directly under the Home Secretary, whose reports are published half-yearly by order of Parliament. They give regular and official statistics of the capitalistic greed for surplus labor. Let us listen for a moment to the factory inspectors. Quote, the fraudulent mill owner begins work a quarter of an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less, before 6 a.m., and leaves off a quarter of an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less, after 6 p.m. He takes 5 minutes from the beginning and from the end of the half hour, nominally allowed for breakfast, and 10 minutes at the beginning and end of the hour, nominally allowed for dinner. He works for a quarter of an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less, after 2 p.m. on Saturday. Thus his gain is, before 6 a.m., 15 minutes. After 6 p.m., 15 minutes. At breakfast time, 10 minutes. At dinner time, 20 minutes. 5 days, 300 minutes, 60 minutes. On Saturday before 6 a.m., 15 minutes. At breakfast time, 10 minutes. After 2 p.m., 15 minutes. Saturday total, 40 minutes. Total weekly, 340 minutes. Or 5 hours and 40 minutes weekly, which multiplied by 50 working weeks in the year, allowing 2 for holidays and occasional stoppages, is equal to 27 working days. 5 minutes a day's increased work, multiplied by weeks, are equal to 2.5 days of produce in the year. An additional hour a day gained by small installments before 6 a.m., after 6 p.m., and at the beginning and end of the times nominally fixed for meals is nearly equivalent to working 13 months in the year. And this is all quoting from Suggestions, etc. by Mr. L. Horner, Inspector of Factories, in Factories Regulation Acts, ordered by the House of Commons to be printed 9th August 1859. Marx also includes a note, I only touch here and there on the period from the beginning of modern industry in England to 1845. For this period, I refer the reader to Condition of the Working Class in England by Friedrich Engels, 1845. How completely Engels understood the nature of the capitalist mode of production is shown by the factory reports, reports on mines, etc., that have appeared since 1845, and how wonderfully he painted the circumstances in detail is seen on the most superficial comparison of his work with the official reports of the Children's Employment Commission, published 18 to 20 years later. These deal especially with the branches of industry in which the Factory Acts had not, up to 1862, been introduced, in fact, are not yet introduced. Here then, little or no alteration had been enforced by authority in the conditions painted by Engels. I borrow my examples chiefly from the free trade period after 1848, that age of paradise of which the commercial travelers for the great firm of free trade, blatant as ignorant, tell such fabulous tales. For the rest, England figures here in the foreground because she is the classic representative of capitalist production, and she alone has a continuous set of official statistics of the things we're considering. So, back to the text. Crises during which production is interrupted and the factories work short time, i.e. for only a part of the week, naturally do not affect the tendency to extend the working day. The less business there is, the more profit has to be made on the business done. The less time spent in work, the more of that time has to be turned into surplus labor time. Thus the factory inspectors report on the period of the crisis from 1857 to 1858, quote, It may seem inconsistent that there should be any overworking at a time when trade is so bad, but that very badness leads to the transgression by unscrupulous men. They get the extra profit of it. In the last half year, says Leonard Horner, 122 mills in my district have been given up. 143 were found standing, yet overwork is continued beyond the legal hours. For a great part of the time, says Mr. Howell, owing to the depression of trade, many factories were altogether closed, and a still greater number were working short time. I continue, however, to receive the usual number of complaints that half or 3/4 of an hour in the day are snatched from the workers by encroaching upon the times professedly allowed for rest and refreshment." Unquote. The same phenomenon was reproduced on a smaller scale during the frightful cotton crises from 1861 to 1865. Quote, "It is sometimes advanced by way of excuse, when persons are found at work in a factory, either at a meal hour or at some illegal time, that they will not leave the mill at the appointed hour, and that compulsion is necessary to force them to cease work, cleaning their machinery, etc., especially on Saturday afternoons. But if the hands remain in a factory after the machinery has ceased to revolve, they would not have been so employed if sufficient time had been set apart specially for cleaning, etc., either before 6 a.m. or before 2 p.m. on Saturday afternoons." Marx includes a note that the violations of the acts became more numerous during the last half year, 1863. And with what fanaticism, according to the evidence of manufacturers given in courts of law, their hands set themselves against every interruption in factory labor, the following curious circumstance shows. In the beginning of June 1836, information reached the magistrates of Dewsbury, Yorkshire, that the owners of 8 large mills in the neighborhood of Batley had violated the factory acts. Some of these gentlemen were accused of having kept at work 5 boys between 12 and 15 years of age, from 6 a.m. on Friday to 4 p.m. on the following Saturday. not allowing them any respite except for meals and 1 hour for sleep at midnight. And these children had to do this ceaseless labor of 30 hours in the shoddy hole, as the hole is called, in which the woolen rags are pulled in pieces and where a dense atmosphere of dust, shreds, etc., forces even the adult workman to cover his mouth continually with handkerchiefs for the protection of his lungs. The accused gentlemen affirm in lieu of taking an oath, as Quakers were too scrupulously religious to take an oath, that they had, in their great compassion for the unhappy children, allowed them 4 hours for sleep, but the obstinate children absolutely would not go to bed. The Quaker gentlemen were mulcted in 20 pounds. Dryder anticipated these gentry. Fox full fraught in seeming sanctity, that feared an oath but like the devil would lie, that looked like Lent, and had the holy leer, and durst not sin before he said his prayer. Back to the text, continuing the quotes from the reports, the profit to be gained by it, meaning overworking in violation of the act, appears to be, to many, a greater temptation than they can resist. They calculate upon the chance of not being found out, and when they see the small amount of penalty and costs, which those who have been convicted have had to pay, they find that if they should be detected, there will still be a considerable balance of gain. Comment, in other words, just the cost of doing business, and a fairly small one. Continuing, in cases where the additional time is gained by a multiplication of small thefts in the course of the day, there are insuperable difficulties to the inspectors making out a case." Unquote. These small thefts of capital from the laborer's meal and recreation time the factory inspectors also designate as petty pilferings of minutes, snatching a few minutes or, as the laborers technically called them, nibbling and cribbling at meal times. It is evident that in this atmosphere the formation of surplus value by surplus labor is no secret. Quote, "If you allow me," said a highly respectable master to me, "to work only 10 minutes in the day overtime, you will put 1,000 a year in my pocket. Moments are the elements of profit." Unquote. Nothing is from this point of view more characteristic than the designation of the workers who work full-time as full-timers, and the children under 13 who are only allowed to work 6 hours as half-timers. The worker is here nothing more than personified labor time. All individual distinctions are merged in those of full-timers and half-timers. And Marx includes a note, this is the official expression, full-timers and half-timers, both in the factories and in the reports. Section 3. Branches of English industry without legal limits to exploitation. We have hitherto considered the tendency to the extension of the working day, the werewolf's hunger for surplus labor, in a department where the monstrous exactions, not surpassed, says an English bourgeois economist, by the cruelties of the Spaniards to the American redskins, caused capital at last to be bound by the chains of legal regulations. And there's a footnote quoting John Wade's History of the Middle and Working Classes, the cupidity of mill owners whose cruelties in the pursuit of gain have hardly been exceeded by those perpetrated by the Spaniards on the conquest of America in pursuit of gold. Unquote. The theoretical part of this book, a kind of handbook of political economy, is, considering the time of its publication, 1835, original in some parts, e.g. on commercial crises. The historical part is to a great extent a shameless plagiarism of Sir F.M. Eden's The State of the Poor, London, 1797. Back to the main text. Now, let us cast a glance at certain branches of production in which the exploitation of labor is either free from fetters to this day, or was so yesterday. Quote, Mr. Broughton Charlton, county magistrate, declared, as chairman of a meeting held at the Assembly Rooms, Nottingham, on the 14th January 1860, quote, that there was an amount of privation and suffering among that portion of the population connected with the lace trade, unknown in other parts of the kingdom, indeed in the civilized world. Children of 9 or 10 years are dragged from their squalid beds at 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning, and compelled to work for a bare subsistence until 10, 11, or 12 at night, their limbs wearing away, their frames dwindling, their faces whitening, and their humanity absolutely sinking into a stone-like torpor, utterly horrible to contemplate. We are not surprised that Mr. Mallet, or any other manufacturer, should stand forward and protest against discussion. The system, as the Reverend Montague Valpy describes it, is one of unmitigated slavery, socially, physically, morally, and spiritually. What can be thought of a town which holds a public meeting to petition that the period of labor for men shall be diminished to 18 hours a day? We declaim against the Virginian and Carolinian cotton planters. Is their black market, their lash, and their barter of human flesh more detestable than this slow sacrifice of humanity, which takes place in order that veils and collars may be fabricated for the benefit of capitalists?" Unquote. That's from the Daily Telegraph, 17th January 1860. The potteries of Staffordshire have, during the last 22 years, been the subject of 3 parliamentary inquiries. The result is embodied in Mr. Scriven's report of 1841 to the Children's Employment Commissioners, in the report of Dr. Greenhow of 1860 published by order of the medical officer of the Privy Council. Lastly, in the report of Mr. Long of 1862, in the first report of the Children's Employment Commission of the 13th June 1863. For my purpose, it is enough to take, from the reports of 1860 and 1863, some depositions of the exploited children themselves. From the children we may form an opinion as to the adults, especially the girls and women, and that in a branch of industry by the side of which cotton spinning appears an agreeable and healthful occupation. William Wood, 9 years old, was 7 years and 10 months when he began to work. He ran molds, that is, he carried ready-molded articles into the drying room, afterwards bringing back the empty mold, from the beginning. He came to work every day in the week at 6 a.m. and left off about 9 p.m. Quote, "I work till 9 o'clock at night 6 days in the week. I've done so 7 or 8 weeks. Quoting from the Children's Employment Commission first report, 15 hours of labor for a child 7 years old. J. Murray, 12 years of age, says, "I turn jigger and run molds. I come at 6. Sometimes I come at 4. I worked all night last night till 6 o'clock this morning. I have not been in bed since the night before last. There were 8 or 9 other boys working last night. All but one have come this morning. I get 3 shillings and 6 pence. I do not get any more for working at night. I worked 2 nights last week." Unquote. Fernie Huff, a boy of 10. "I have not always an hour for dinner. I have only half an hour sometimes, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday." Unquote. Dr. Greenhow states that the average duration of life in the pottery districts of Stoke-on-Trent and Wolstenton is extraordinarily short, although in the district of Stoke, only 36.6%, and in Wolstenton, only 30.4% of the adult male population above 20 are employed in the potteries. Among the men of that age in the first district, more than half. In the second, nearly 2/5 of the whole deaths are the result of pulmonary diseases among the potters. Dr. Boothroyd, a medical practitioner at Hanley, says, quote, "Each successive generation of potters is more dwarfed and less robust than the preceding one." Unquote. In like manner, another doctor, Mr. Mabine, quote, "Since he began to practice among the potters 25 years ago, he had observed a marked degeneration especially shown in diminution of stature and breadth." Unquote. These statements are taken from the report of Dr. Greenhow in 1860. From the report of the commissioners in 1863, the following. Dr. J.T. Arledge, senior physician of the North Staffordshire Infirmary, says, quote, "The potters as a class, both men and women, represent a degenerated population, both physically and morally. They are, as a rule, stunted in growth, ill-shaped and frequently ill-formed in the chest. They become prematurely old and are certainly short-lived. They are phlegmatic and bloodless, and exhibit their debility of constitution by obstinate attacks of dyspepsia, stomach issues, and disorders of the liver and kidneys, and by rheumatism. But of all diseases, they are especially prone to chest disease, to pneumonia, phthisis, or tuberculosis, bronchitis, and asthma. One form would appear peculiar to them, and is known as potter's asthma, or potter's consumption. Scrofula attacking the glands or bones or other parts of the body is a disease of 2/3 or more of the potters. That the degenerescence of the population in this district is not even greater than it is due to the constant recruiting from the adjacent country, and intermarriages with more healthy populations." Unquote. Mr. Charles Parsons, late house surgeon of the same institution, writes in a letter to Commissioner Long, amongst other things, quote, "I can only speak from personal observation and not from statistical data, but I do not hesitate to assert that my indignation has been aroused again and again at the sight of poor children whose health has been sacrificed to gratify the avarice of either parents or employers." Unquote. He enumerates the causes of the diseases of the potters and sums them up in the phrase, "long hours." The report of the Commission trusts that, quote, "a manufacture which has assumed so prominent a place in the whole world will not long be subject to the remark that its great success is accompanied with the physical deterioration, widespread bodily suffering, and early death of the workpeople, by whose labor and skill such great results have been achieved." Unquote. And all that holds of the potteries in England is true of those in Scotland. Unquote. The manufacture of lucifer matches, or friction matches, dates from 1833. From the discovery of the method of applying phosphorus to the match itself. Since 1845, this manufacture has rapidly developed in England, and has extended especially amongst the thickly populated parts of London, as well as in Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, Bristol, Norwich, Newcastle, and Glasgow. With it has spread the form of lockjaw, which a Vienna physician in 1845 discovered to be a disease peculiar to Lucifer matchmakers. Half the workers are children under 13 and young persons under 18. The manufacture is on account of its unhealthiness and unpleasantness in such bad odor that only the most miserable part of the laboring class, half-starved widows and so forth, deliver up their children to it, quote, the ragged, half-starved, untaught children, unquote. Of the witnesses that Commissioner White examined in 1863, 270 were under 18, 50 under 10, 10 only 8, and 5 only 6 years old. A range of the working day from 12 to 14 or 15 hours, night labor, irregular meal times, meals for the most part taken in the very workrooms that are pestilent with phosphorus. Dante would have found the worst horrors of his Inferno surpassed in this manufacture. In the manufacture of paper hangings, the coarser sorts are printed by machine, the finer by hand. Block printing. The most active business months are from the beginning of October to the end of April. During this time, the work goes on fast and furious without intermission from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. or further into the night. J. Leach deposes, quote, last winter, 6 out of 19 girls were away from ill health at one time from overwork. I have to bawl at them to keep them awake, unquote. W. Duffy, quote, I have seen when the children could none of them keep their eyes open for the work. Indeed, none of us could, unquote. J. Lightbourne, quote, am 13. We worked last summer till 9 in the evening, and the winter before till 10. I used to cry with sore feet every night last winter. G. Abston, that boy of mine, when he was 7 years old, I used to carry him on my back to and fro through the snow, and he used to have 16 hours a day. I have often knelt down to feed him as he stood by the machine, for he could not leave it or stop. Smith, the managing partner of a Manchester factory, quote, we, he means his hands who work for us, work on with no stoppage for meals, so that day's work of 10.5 hours is finished by 4:30 p.m., and all after that is overtime, unquote. Footnote, this is not to be taken in the same sense as our surplus labor time. These gentlemen consider 10.5 hours of labor as the normal working day, which includes, of course, the normal surplus labor. After this begins overtime, which is paid a little better. It will be seen that the labor expended during the so-called normal day is paid below its value, so that the overtime is simply a capitalist trick in order to extort more surplus labor, which it would still be, even if the labor power expended during the normal working day were properly paid. Back to the main text. Does this Mr. Smith take no meals himself during 10.5 hours? Quote, we, this same Smith, seldom leave off working before 6 p.m. He means leave off the consumption of our labor power machines, so that we, i.e. the workers, are really working overtime the whole year round. For all these, children and adults alike, 152 children and young persons and 140 adults, the average work for the last 18 months has been at the very least 7 days, 5 hours, or 78.5 hours a week. For the 6 weeks ending May 2nd this year, 1862, the average was higher, 8 days or 84 hours a week, unquote. That was the average. Still, this same Mr. Smith, who is so extremely devoted to the royal we, i.e. speaking on behalf of his subjects, adds with a smile, machine work is not so great. Oh, really? So the employers in the block printing say hand labor is more healthy than machine work. On the whole, manufacturers declare with indignation against the proposal, quote, to stop the machines at least during meal times. Quote, a clause, says Mr. Otley, manager of a wallpaper factory in the borough, which allowed work between, say, 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. in would suit us very well, but the factory hours, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., are not suitable. Our machine is always stopped for dinner. What generosity, Marx adds. There is no waste of paper and color to speak of, but, he adds sympathetically, I can understand the loss of time not being liked, unquote. The report of the commission opines with naivete that the fear of some leading firms of losing time, i.e. the time for appropriating the labor of others, and thence losing profit, is not a sufficient reason for allowing children under 13 and young persons under 18 working 12 to 16 hours per day to lose their dinner, nor for giving it to them as coal and water are supplied to the steam engine, soap to wool, oil to the wheel, as merely auxiliary material to the instruments of labor during the process of production itself. No branch of industry in England, and we do not take into account the making of bread by machinery recently introduced, has preserved up to the present day a method of production so archaic, so, as we see from the poets of the Roman Empire, pre-Christian, as baking. But capital, as was said earlier, is at first indifferent to the technical character of the labor process. It begins by taking it just as it finds it. The incredible adulteration of bread, especially in London, was first revealed by the House of Commons Committee on the Adulteration of Articles of Food, 1855-56, and Dr. Hassell's work, Adulterations Detected. Footnote, alum finely powdered or mixed with salt is a normal article of commerce bearing the significant name of baker's stuff. The consequence of these revelations was the Act of August 6, 1860 for preventing the adulteration of articles of food and drink, an inoperative law, as it naturally shows the tenderest consideration for every free trader who determines, by the buying or selling of adulterated commodities, to turn an honest penny. Footnote, soot is a well-known and very energetic form of carbon and forms a manure that capitalistic chimney sweeps sell to English farmers. Now, in 1862, the British jurymen had in a lawsuit to decide whether soot, with which, unknown to the buyer, 90% of dust and sand are mixed, is genuine soot in the commercial sense or adulterated soot in the legal sense. The Friends of Commerce decided it to be genuine commercial soot, and non-suited the plaintiff farmer, who had in addition to pay the costs of the suit. Not just the costs of the soot, knee slapper. The committee itself formulated more or less naively its conviction that free trade meant essentially trade with adulterated, or as the English ingeniously put it, sophisticated goods. In fact, this kind of sophistry knows better than Protagoras how to make white black and black white, and better than the Eleatics how to demonstrate ad oculos, before your own eyes, that everything is only appearance. Footnote, the French chemist Chevalier, in his treatise on the sophistications of commodities, enumerates for many of the 600 or more articles which he passes in review, 10, 20, or 30 different methods of adulteration. He adds that he does not know all the methods and does not mention all that he knows. He gives 6 kinds of adulteration of sugar, 9 of olive oil, 10 of butter, 12 of salt, 19 of milk, 20 of bread, 23 of brandy, 24 of meal, 28 of chocolate, 30 of wine, 32 of coffee, etc. Even God Almighty does not escape this fate. See Rouard Descartes on the falsifications of the materials of the sacrament. Paris, 1856. Comment, this is true to this day. For people who are interested in herbs and spices, these are regularly adulterated, unfortunately. And there is an industry publication called Herbalgram, which covers known common adulterations. Frequently, like leafy herbs will be substituted with 10% or more of cheaper herbs, which are similar in appearance and taste or are bland, so they just sort of add to the bulk. So what Marx is describing goes on to this day. Back to the main text. At all events, the committee had directed the attention of the public to its daily bread, and therefore to the baking trade. At the same time, in public meetings and in petitions to Parliament rose the cry of the London journeyman bakers against their overwork, etc. The cry was so urgent that Mr. H.S. Tremenhere, also a member of the Commission of 1863 several times mentioned, was appointed Royal Commissioner of Inquiry. His report, together with the evidence given, roused not the heart of the public but its stomach. Englishmen, always well up in the Bible, knew well enough that man, unless by elective grace a capitalist, or landlord, or sinecurist, is commanded to eat his bread in the sweat of his brow, but they did not know that he had to eat daily in his bread a certain quantity of human perspiration, mixed with the discharge of abscesses, this is disgusting, cobwebs, dead black beetles, and putrid German yeast, without counting alum, sand, and other agreeable mineral ingredients. Without any regard to his holiness, free trade, the free baking trade was therefore placed under the supervision of the state inspectors, close of the parliamentary session of 1863, and by the same act of parliament, work from 9 in the evening to 5 in the morning was forbidden for journeyman bakers under 18. The last clause speaks volumes as to the overwork in this old-fashioned, homely line of business. Quote, and this is a long one. The work of a London journeyman baker begins, as a rule, at about 11 at night. At that hour he makes the dough, a laborious process which lasts from half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, according to the size of the batch or the labor bestowed upon it. He then lies down upon the kneading board, which is also the covering of the trough in which the dough is made, and with a sack under him, and another rolled up as a pillow, he sleeps for about a couple of hours. He is then engaged in a rapid and continuous labor for about 5 hours, throwing out the dough, scaling it off, molding it, putting it into the oven, preparing and baking rolls and fancy bread, taking the batch bread out of the oven and up into the shop, etc., etc. The temperature of a bakehouse ranges from about 75 to upwards of 90 degrees, and in the smaller bakehouses approximates usually to the higher rather than to the lower degree of heat. When the business of making the bread, rolls, etc. is over, that of its distribution begins, and a considerable proportion of the journeymen in the trade, after working hard in the manner described during the night, are upon their legs for many hours during the day, carrying baskets or wheeling handcarts, and sometimes again in the bakehouse, leaving off work at various hours between 1 and 6 p.m. according to the season of the year, or the amount and nature of their master's business, while others are again engaged in the bakehouse in bringing out more batches until late in the afternoon. During what's called the London season, the operatives belonging to the full-priced bakers at the west end of the town generally begin work at 11 p.m. and are engaged in making the bread with 1 or 2 short, sometimes very short, intervals of rest, up to 8 o'clock the next morning. They are then engaged all day long, up to 4, 5, 6, and as late as 7 o'clock in the evening carrying out bread, or sometimes in the afternoon in the bakehouse again, assisting in the biscuit making. They may have, after they have done their work, sometimes 5 or 6, sometimes only 4 or 5 hours sleep before they begin again. On Fridays they always begin sooner, some about 10 o'clock, and continue in some cases at work, either in making or delivering the bread up to 8 p.m. on Saturday night, but more generally up to 4 or 5 o'clock Sunday morning. On Sundays, the men must attend twice or 3 times during the day for an hour or 2 to make preparations for the next day's bread. The men employed by the underselling masters, who sell their bread under the full price and who, as already pointed out, comprise 3/4 of the London bakers, have not only to work on the average longer hours, but their work is almost entirely confined to the bakehouse. The underselling masters generally sell their bread in the shop. If they send it out, which is not common, except as supplying chandler shops, they usually employ other hands for that purpose. It is not their practice to deliver bread from house to house. Toward the end of the week, the men begin on Thursday night at 10 o'clock and continue on with only slight intermission until late on Saturday evening." Unquote. Even the bourgeois intellect understands the position of the underselling masters. Quote, "The unpaid labor of the men was made the source whereby the competition was carried on." Unquote. And the full-priced baker denounces his underselling competitors to the Commission of Inquiry as thieves of foreign labor and adulterators. Quote, "They only exist now by first defrauding the public, and next getting 18 hours work out of their men for 12 hours wages." Unquote. The adulteration of bread and the formation of a class of bakers that sells the bread below the full price date from the beginning of the 18th century, from the time when the corporate character of the trade was lost, and the capitalist in the form of the miller or flour factor rises behind the nominal master baker. Footnote, at the end of the 17th and the beginning of the 18th centuries, the factors or agents that crowded into every possible trade were still denounced as public nuisances. Thus, the grand jury at the quarter session of the Justices of the Peace for the county of Somerset addressed a presentment to the lower house which, among other things, states, quote, "that these factors of Blackwell Hall are a public nuisance and prejudice to the clothing trade, and ought to be put down as a nuisance." Back to the main text. Thus was laid the foundation of capitalistic production in this trade, of the unlimited extension of the working day and of night labor, although the latter only since 1824 gained a serious footing, even in London. After what has just been said, it will be understood that the report of the Commission classes journeymen bakers among the short-lived laborers, who, having by good luck escaped the nominal decimation of the children of the working class, rarely reach the age of 42. Nevertheless, the baking trade is always overwhelmed with applicants. The sources of the supply of these labor powers to London are Scotland, the western agricultural districts of England, and Germany. In the years 1858 to 60, the journeyman bakers in Ireland organized at their own expense great meetings to agitate against night and Sunday work. The public, e.g. at the Dublin meeting in May 1860, took their part with Irish warmth. As a result of this movement, day labor alone was successfully established in Wexford, Kilkenny, Clonmel, Waterford, etc. Quote, "In Limerick, where the grievances of the journeymen are demonstrated to be excessive, the movement has been defeated by the opposition of the master bakers, the miller bakers being the greatest opponents. The example of Limerick led to a retrogression in Ennis and Tipperary. In Cork, where the strongest possible demonstration of feeling took place, the masters, by exercising their power of turning the men out of employment, have defeated the movement. In Dublin, the master bakers have offered the most determined opposition to the movement, and by discountenancing as much as possible the journeymen promoting it, have succeeded in leading the men into acquiescence in Sunday work and night work, contrary to the convictions of the men." Unquote. That's quoting the report of Committee on the Baking Trade in Ireland for 1861. The Committee of the English government, which government in Ireland is armed to the teeth and generally knows how to show it, remonstrates in mild, though funereal tones with the implacable master bakers of Dublin, Limerick, Cork, etc. Quote, "The committee believe that the hours of labor are limited by natural laws, which cannot be violated with impunity. That for master bakers to induce their workmen, by the fear of losing employment, to violate their religious convictions and their better feelings, to disobey the laws of the land, and to disregard public opinion, this all refers to Sunday labor, is calculated to provoke ill feeling between workmen and masters, and affords a dangerous example to religion, morality, and social order. The committee believe that any constant work beyond 12 hours a day encroaches on the domestic and private life of the working man, and so leads to disastrous moral results, interfering with each man's home, and the discharge of his family duties as a son, a brother, a husband, a father. That work beyond 12 hours has a tendency to undermine the health of the workingman, and so leads to premature old age and death, to the great injury of families of workingmen, thus deprived of the care and support of the head of the family when most required." Unquote. So far, we have dealt with Ireland. On the other side of the channel, in Scotland, the agricultural laborer, the ploughman, protests against his 13 to 14 hours work in the most inclement climate, with 4 hours additional work on Sunday, in this land of Sabbatarians, whilst at the same time 3 railwaymen are standing before a London coroner's jury, a guard, an engine driver, a signalman. A tremendous railway accident has hurried hundreds of passengers into another world. The negligence of the employee is the cause of the misfortune. They declare with one voice before the jury that 10 or 12 years before, their labor only lasted 8 hours a day. During the last 5 or 6 years, it had been screwed up to 14, 18, and 20 hours, and under especially severe pressure of holidaymakers, at times of excursion trains it often lasted for 40 or 50 hours without a break. They were ordinary men, not cyclops. At a certain point their labor power failed. Torpor seized them. Their brains ceased to think, their eyes to see. The thoroughly, quote, respectable British jurymen answered by a verdict that sent them to the next assizes on a charge of manslaughter. Assizes are judicial inquests, and, in a gentle rider to their verdict, expressed the pious hope that the capitalistic magnates of the railways would, in the future, be more extravagant in the purchase of a sufficient quantity of labor power, and more abstemious, more self-denying, more thrifty in the draining of paid labor power. 2 footnotes here, first on Scotland. The formation since the close of 1865 of a trades union among the agricultural labourers at first in Scotland is a historic event. In one of the most oppressed agricultural districts of England, Buckinghamshire, the labourers in March 1867 made a great strike for the raising of their weekly wage from 9 or 10 shillings to 12 shillings. It will be seen from the preceding passage that the movement of the English agricultural proletariat, entirely crushed since the suppression of its violent manifestations after 1830, and especially since the introduction of the new Poor Laws, begins again in the 60s, until it becomes finally epoch-making in 1872. I return to this in the 2nd volume, as well as to the blue books that have appeared since 1867 on the position of the English land labourers. And on the railway situation, this was quoting from Reynolds' newspaper, January 1866. Marx says every week the same paper has, under the sensational headings, fearful and fatal accidents, appalling tragedies, etc., a whole list of fresh railway catastrophes. On these, an employee on the North Staffordshire line comments, quote, "Everyone knows the consequences that may occur if the driver and fireman of a locomotive engine are not continually on the lookout. How can that be expected from a man who has been at such work for 29 or 30 hours, exposed to the weather and without rest?" The following is an example which is of very frequent occurrence. One fireman commenced work on the Monday morning at a very early hour. When he had finished what's called a day's work, he had been on duty 14 hours 50 minutes. Before he had time to get his tea, he was again called on for duty. The next time he finished, he had been on duty 14 hours 25 minutes, making a total of 29 hours 15 minutes without intermission. The rest of the week's work was made up as follows: Wednesday, 15 hours. Thursday, 15 hours 35 minutes. Friday, 14.5 hours. Saturday, 14 hours 10 minutes, making a total for the week of 88 hours 30 minutes. Now, sir, fancy his astonishment on being paid 6¼ days for the whole. Thinking it was a mistake, he applied to the timekeeper, and inquired what they considered a day's work, and was told 13 hours for a goodsman, i.e. 78 hours. He then asked for what he had made over and above the 78 hours per week, but was refused. However, he was at last told they would give him another quarter, i.e. 10 pence, unquote. Back to the main text. From the motley crowd of laborers of all callings, ages, sexes, that press on us more busily than the souls of the slain on Ulysses, on whom, without referring to the blue books under their arms, we see at a glance the mark of overwork, let us take 2 more figures whose striking contrast proves that before Kapital all men are alike, a milliner and a blacksmith. In the last week of June 1863, all the London daily papers published a paragraph with the sensational heading, "Death from Simple Overwork." It dealt with the death of the milliner, a maker of women's hats, Mary Ann Walkley, 20 years of age, employed in a highly respectable dressmaking establishment, exploited by a lady with the pleasant name of Elise. The old, often-told story was once more recounted. This girl worked, on an average, 16½ hours, during the season often 30 hours without a break, whilst her failing labor power was revived by occasional supplies of sherry, port, or coffee. It was just now the height of the season. It was necessary to conjure up in the twinkling of an eye the gorgeous dresses for the noble ladies bidden to the ball in honor of the newly imported Princess of Wales. Mary Ann Walkley had worked without intermission for 26½ hours, with 60 other girls, 30 in one room, that only afforded 1/3 of the cubic feet of air required for them. At night, they slept in pairs in one of the stifling holes into which the bedroom was divided by partitions of board. Footnote here, Dr. Lethby, the consulting physician of the Board of Health, declared, quote, "The minimum of air for each adult ought to be in a sleeping room 300 and in a dwelling room 500 cubic feet," unquote. Dr. Richardson, senior physician to one of the London hospitals, quote, "With needlewomen of all kinds, including milliners, dressmakers, and ordinary seamstresses, there are 3 miseries: overwork, deficient air, and either deficient food or deficient digestion. Needlework, in the main, is infinitely better adapted to women than to men, but the mischiefs of the trade, in the metropolis especially, are that it is monopolized by some 26 capitalists who, under the advantages that spring from capital, can bring in capital to force economy out of labor. This power tells throughout the whole class. If a dressmaker can get a little circle of customers, such is the competition that, in her home, she must work to the death to hold together, and this same overwork she must of necessity inflict on any who may assist her. If she fail, or do not try independently, she must join an establishment, where her labor is not less, but where her money is safe. Placed thus, she becomes a mere slave, tossed about with the variations of society. Now at home, in one room, starving or near to it, then engaged 15, 16, aye, even 18 hours out of the 24, in an air that is scarcely tolerable, and on food which, even if it be good, cannot be digested in the absence of pure air. On these victims, consumption, which is purely a disease of bad air, feeds," unquote. That's from Dr. Richardson's Work and Overwork in Social Science Review, July 1863. Back to the main text. And this was one of the best millinery establishments in London. Mary Ann Walkley fell ill on the Friday, died on Sunday, without, to the astonishment of Madame Elise, having previously completed the work in hand. The doctor, Mr. Keyes, called too late to the deathbed, duly bore witness before the coroner's jury that, quote, "Mary Ann Walkley had died from long hours of work in an overcrowded workroom, and a too small and badly ventilated bedroom," unquote. In order to give the doctor a lesson in good manners, the coroner's jury thereupon brought in a verdict that, quote, "The deceased had died of apoplexy, but there was reason to fear that her death had been accelerated by overwork in an overcrowded workroom, etc., unquote. Quote, "Our white slaves," cried the Morning Star, the organ of the Free Traders, Cobden and Bright, "our white slaves, who are toiled into the grave, for the most part silently pine and die." Footnote, that's quoting from the Morning Star, 23rd June, 1863. Marx adds, "The Times made use of the circumstance to defend the American slave owners against Bright, etc. Quote, very many of us think," says a leader of July 2nd, 1863, "that while we work our own young women to death, using the scourge of starvation instead of the crack of the whip as the instrument of compulsion, we have scarcely a right to hound on, fire, and slaughter against families who were born slave owners." Oh, they're just born that way. They can't help it. "And who at least feed their slaves well and work them lightly," unquote. In the same manner, the Standard, a Tory organ, fell foul of the Reverend Newman Hall. Quote, he excommunicated the slave owners, but praised with the fine folk who, without remorse, make the omnibus drivers and conductors of London, etc., work 16 hours a day for the wages of a dog. Unquote. Finally spake the oracle Thomas Carlyle, of whom I wrote in 1850, in The Cult of Genius, the cult remains, paraphrasing Schiller. In a short parable, he reduces the one great event of contemporary history, the American Civil War, to this level, that the Peter of the North wants to break the head of the Paul of the South with all his might, because the Peter of the North hires his labor by the day, and the Paul of the South hires his by the life. Thus, the bubble of Tory sympathy for the urban workers, by no means for the rural, has burst at last. The sum of all is slavery. And back to the main text, quoting Dr. Richardson again, it is not in dressmakers' rooms that working to death is the order of the day, but in 1,000 other places. In every place I had almost said, where a thriving business has to be done. We'll take the blacksmith as a type. If the poets were true, there's no man so hearty, so merry as the blacksmith. He rises early and strikes his sparks before the sun. He eats and drinks and sleeps as no other man. Working in moderation, he is in fact in one of the best of human positions, physically speaking. But we follow him into the city or town, and we see the stress of work on that strong man. And what then is his position in the death rate of his country? In Marylebone, blacksmiths die at the rate of 31 per 1,000 per year, or 11 above the mean of the male adults of the country in its entirety. The occupation, instinctive almost as a portion of human art, unobjectionable as a branch of human industry, is made by mere excess of work the destroyer of the man. He can strike so many blows per day, walk so many steps, breathe so many breaths, produce so much work, and live an average, say, of 50 years. He's made to strike so many more blows, to walk so many more steps, to breathe so many more breaths per day, and to increase altogether 1/4 of his life. He meets the effort. The result is that producing for a limited time 1/4 more work, he dies at 37 for 50. Section 4. Day and Night Work. The Relay System. Constant capital, the means of production, considered from the standpoint of the creation of surplus value, only exists to absorb labor, and with every drop of labor a proportional quantity of surplus labor. While they fail to do this, their mere existence causes a relative loss to the capitalist, for they represent during the time they lie fallow a useless advance of capital, and this loss becomes positive and absolute as soon as the intermission of their employment necessitates additional outlay at the recommencement of work. The prolongation of the workday beyond the limits of the natural day into the night only acts as a palliative. It quenches only in a slight degree the vampire thirst for the living blood of labor. To appropriate labor during all the 24 hours of the day is, therefore, the inherent tendency of capitalist production. But as it is physically impossible to exploit the same individual labor power constantly during the night as well as the day, to overcome this physical hindrance, an alternation becomes necessary between the workpeople whose powers are exhausted by day and those who are used up by night. This alternation may be effected in various ways, e.g. it may be so arranged that part of the workers are one week employed on day work, the next week on night work. It is well known that this relay system, this alternation of two sets of workers, held full sway in the full-blooded youth time of the English cotton manufacture, and that at the present time it still flourishes among others in the cotton spinning of the Moscow district. This 24 hours process of production exists today as a system in many of the branches of industry of Great Britain that are still quote-unquote free, in the blast furnaces, forges, plate rolling mills, and other metallurgical establishments in England, Wales, and Scotland. The working time here includes, besides the 24 hours of the 6 working days, a great part also of the 24 hours of Sunday. The workers consist of men and women, adults and children of both sexes. The ages of the children and young persons run through all intermediate grades, from 8, in some cases from 6, to 18. And that's according to the Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, London, 1864. In some branches of industry, the girls and women work through the night together with the males. Quoting the 4th Report, both in Staffordshire and in South Wales, young girls and women are employed on the pit banks and on the coke heaps not only by day but also by night. This practice has often been noticed in reports presented to Parliament as being attended with great and notorious evils. These females employed with the men, hardly distinguished from them in their dress and begrimed with dirt and smoke, are exposed to the deterioration of character arising from the loss of self-respect, which can hardly fail to follow from their unfeminine occupation." Unquote. It is the same in glassworks. Placing on one side the generally injurious influence of night labor, the duration of the process of production, unbroken during the 24 hours, offers very welcome opportunities of exceeding the limits of the normal working day, e.g., in the branches of industry already mentioned, which are of an exceedingly fatiguing nature. The official working day means for each worker usually 12 hours by day or night. But the overwork beyond this amount is in many cases, to use the words of the English official report, truly fearful. And there's a footnote there on the harms of working at night. A steel manufacturer who employs children in night labor remarked, quote, "It seems but natural that boys who work at night cannot sleep and get proper rest by day, but will be running about." Unquote. On the importance of sunlight for the maintenance and growth of the body, a physician writes, quote, "Light also acts upon the tissues of the body directly in hardening them and supporting their elasticity. The muscles of animals, when they're deprived of a proper amount of light, become soft and inelastic. The nervous power loses its tone from defective stimulation, and the elaboration of all growth seems to be perverted. In the case of children, constant access to plenty of light during the day, and to the direct rays of the sun for a part of it, is most essential to health. Light assists in the elaboration of good plastic blood, and hardens the fiber after it has been laid down. It also acts as a stimulus upon the organs of sight, and by this means brings about more activity in the various cerebral functions." That's quoting Dr. W. Strange, senior physician of the Worcester General Hospital, from whose work on health, from 1864, this passage is taken, also wrote in a letter to Mr. White, one of the commissioners, the following, quote, "I have had opportunities formerly, when in Lancashire, of observing the effects of night work upon children, and I have no hesitation in saying, contrary to what some employers were fond of asserting, those children who were subjected to it soon suffered in their health." Unquote. That such a question should furnish the material of serious controversy shows plainly how capitalist production acts on the brain functions of capitalists and their retainers. And I'll just comment here, this is from the 1860s, so obviously a lot less was known scientifically about the effects of sunlight and circadian rhythms on health. So there's no mention of vitamin D, but they are talking about good plastic blood. So, it was known that generally humans are diurnal or day-loving creatures, and that exposure to a certain amount of sunlight and generally activity during the daylight hours tend to correspond to better health in humans than not. While some people may be more morning people and some people are more night owls, a phenomenon known as chronotypes, there have been studies on second and third shift workers who do more night work, linking persistent night work to disruptions of the circadian rhythms, which is how your body regulates its sense of day and night, sleeping and waking, and also seasonality, with these disruptions being linked by the National Toxicology Program in 2021, and also other organizations such as the International Agency for Research on Cancer in earlier reports going back to 2007 to serious health risks including cancer. There are some possible preventative protective measures that can be taken, such as supplementation with melatonin, but of course none of that was known in the 1860s. In any event, they were correct that night work does seem to place excess strain on the body. Anyway, going back to the main text and quoting now from the fourth report of the Children's Employment Commission, 1865, "It is impossible," the report continues, "for any mind to realize the amount of work described in the following passages as being performed by boys of from 9 to 12 years of age, without coming irresistibly to the conclusion that such abuses of the power of parents and of employers can no longer be allowed to exist. The practice of boys working at all by day and night turns, either in the usual course of things or at pressing times, seems inevitably to open the door to their not unfrequently working unduly long hours. These hours are indeed in some cases not only cruelly, but even incredibly long for children. Amongst a number of boys it will of course not unfrequently happen that one or more are from some cause absent. When this happens, their place is made up by one or more boys who work in the other turn. That this is a well-understood system is plain from the answer of the manager of some large rolling mills, who, when I asked him how the place of the boys absent from their turn was made up, "I dare say, sir, you know that as well as I do," and admitted the fact. At a rolling mill where the proper hours were from 6 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., a boy worked about 4 nights every week till 8:30 p.m. at least, and this for 6 months. Another at 9 years old sometimes made 3 12-hour shifts running, and when 10, has made 2 days and 2 nights running. A third, now 10, worked from 6 a.m. till 12 p.m. 3 nights and till 9 p.m. the other nights. Another, now 13, worked from 6 p.m. till 12 noon the next day for a week together, and sometimes for 3 shifts together, e.g. from Monday morning till Tuesday night. Another, now 12, has worked in an iron foundry at Staveley from 6 a.m. till 12 p.m. for a fortnight, 2 weeks on end. Could not do it any more. George Allensworth, age 9, came here as cellar boy last Friday. Next morning we had to begin at 3, so I stopped here all night. Live 5 miles off. Slept on the floor of the furnace, overhead, with an apron under me and a bit of a jacket over me. The 2 other days I've been here at 6 a.m. Aye, it is hot in here. Before I came here I was nearly a year at the same work at some works in the country. Began there too at 3 on Saturday morning. Always did, but was very gain, or near home, and could sleep at home. Other days I began at 6 in the morning, and gin over at 6 or 7 in the evening, etc. Footnote: the degree of culture of these labor powers must naturally be such as appears in the following dialogues with one of the commissioners. Jeremiah Haynes, age 12, quote, 4 times 4 is 8. 4 fours are 16. A king is him that has all the money and gold. We have a king, told it is a queen. They call her the Princess Alexandra, told that she married the queen's son. The queen's son is the Princess Alexandra. A princess is a man, unquote. William Turner, age 12, quote, don't live in England. Think it is a country, but didn't know before, unquote. John Morris, age 14, quote, have heard say that God made the world, and that all the people was drowned but one. Heard say that one was a little bird, unquote. William Smith, age 15, quote, God made man, man made woman, unquote. Edward Taylor, age 15, quote, do not know of London, unquote. Henry Matthewman, age 17, quote, had been to chapel, but missed a good many times lately. One name they preached about was Jesus Christ, but I cannot say any others, and I cannot tell anything about him. He was not killed, but died like other people. He was not the same as other people in some ways, because he was religious in some ways, and others isn't, unquote. Quote, the devil is a good person. I don't know where he lives, unquote. Quote, Christ was a wicked man, unquote. Quote, this girl spelled God as dog and did not know the name of the queen, unquote. The same system obtains in the glass and paper works as in the metallurgical already cited. In the paper factories, where the paper is made by machinery, night work is the rule for all processes except rag sorting. In some cases, night work by relays is carried on incessantly through the whole week, usually from Sunday night until midnight of the following Saturday. Those who are on day work 5 days of 12 and 1 day of 18 hours. Those on night work, 5 nights of 12 and 1 of 6 hours in each week. In other cases, each set works 24 hours consecutively on alternate days, one set working 6 hours on Monday and 18 on Saturday to make up the 24 hours. In other cases, an intermediate system prevails, by which all employed on the paper-making machinery work 15 or 16 hours every day in the week. This system, says Commissioner Lord, quote, seems to combine all the evils of both the 12 hours and the 24 hours relays, unquote. Children under 13, young persons under 18, and women work under this night system. Sometimes under the 12-hour system they are obliged, on account of the non-appearance of those that ought to relieve them, to work a double turn of 24 hours. See, I would have just started blowing things up at this point, but that's me. Anyway, the evidence proves that boys and girls very often work overtime, which not unfrequently extends to 24 or even 36 hours of uninterrupted toil. In the continuous and unvarying process of glazing are found girls of 12 who work the whole month 14 hours a day, quote, without any regular relief or cessation beyond 2, or at most 3 breaks of half an hour each for meals, unquote. In some mills, where regular night work has been entirely given up, overwork goes on to a terrible extent, quote, and that often in the dirtiest, and in the hottest, and in the most monotonous of the various processes, unquote. Back to the main text. Let us now hear how Kapital itself regards this 24-hour system. The extreme forms of the system, its abuse and the cruel and incredible extension of the working day, are naturally passed over in silence. Kapital only speaks of the system in its, quote, normal form. Messrs. Naylor and Vickers, steel manufacturers who employ between 600 and 700 persons, among whom only 10% are under 18, and of those, only 20 boys under 18 work in night sets, thus express themselves, quote, "The boys do not suffer from the heat. The temperature is probably from 86 to 90 degrees. At the forges and in the rolling mills, the hands work night and day in relays, but all the other parts of the work are day work, i.e. from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. In the forge, the hours are from 12 to 12. Some of the hands always work in the night, without any alteration of day and night work. We do not find any difference in the health of those who work regularly by night and those who work by day. How hard are you looking? And probably people can sleep better if they have the same period of rest than if it is changed. About 20 of the boys under the age of 18 work in the night sets. We could not well do without lads under 18 working by night. The objection would be the increase in the cost of production. Skilled hands and the heads in every department are difficult to get, but of lads we could get any number. But from the small proportion of boys that we employ, the subject, i.e. of restrictions on night work, is of little importance or interest to us." Unquote. Mr. J. Ellis, one of the firm of Messrs. John Brown and Company, Steel and Iron Works, employing about 3,000 men and boys, part of whose operations, namely iron and heavier steel work, goes on night and day by relays, states, quote, that in the heavier steel work, 1 or 2 boys are employed to a score or 2 men, unquote. Their concern employs upwards of 500 boys under 18, of whom about 1/3, or 170, are under the age of 13. With reference to the proposed alteration of the law, Mr. Ellis says, quote, "I do not think it would be very objectionable to require that no person under the age of 18 should work more than 12 hours in the 24. But we do not think that any line could be drawn over the age of 12, at which boys could be dispensed with for night work. But we would sooner be prevented from employing boys under the age of 13, or even so high as 14, at all, than not be allowed to employ boys that we do have at night. Those boys who work in the day sets must take their turn in the night sets also, because the men could not work in the night sets only. It would ruin their health." Interesting. We think, however, that night work in alternate weeks is no harm. Have you tried it? Anyway, that's the end of the quote. Messrs. Naylor and Vickers, on the other hand, in conformity with the interest of their business, considered that periodically changed night labor might possibly do more harm than continual night labor. Quote, "We find the men who do it, as well as the others who do work only by day, our objections to not allowing boys under 18 to work at night would be on account of the increase of expense, but this is the only reason." Unquote. Marx adds, "What cynical naivete." Quote, "We think that the increase would be more than the trade, with due regard to its being successfully carried out, could fairly bear." Marx adds, "What mealy-mouthed phraseology." Continuing, "Labor is scarce here and might fall short if there were such a regulation." Unquote. i.e. Ellis Brown and Company might fall into the fatal perplexity of being obliged to pay labor power its full value. The Cyclops Steel and Iron Works of Messrs. Kamel and Company are concocted on the same large scale as those of the above-mentioned John Brown and Company. The managing director had handed in his evidence to the government commissioner, Mr. White, in writing. Later, he found it convenient to suppress the manuscript when it had been returned to him for revision. Mr. White, however, has a good memory. He remembered quite clearly that for the Messrs. Cyclops, the forbidding of the night labor of children and young persons, quote, "would be impossible. It would be tantamount to stopping their works," unquote. And yet their business employs little more than 6% of boys under 18 and less than 1% under 13. On the same subject, Mr. E.F. Sanderson of the firm of Sanderson Brothers and Company, Steel Rolling Mills and Forges, Attercliffe, says, quote, "Great difficulty would be caused by preventing boys under 18 from working at night. The chief would be the increase of cost from employing men instead of boys." I think that pretty much says it all. I cannot say what this would be, but probably it would not be enough to enable the manufacturers to raise the price of steel, and consequently it would fall on them, as of course the men, Marx adds, "what queer-headed folk," would refuse to pay it. Unquote. Mr. Sanderson does not know how much he pays the children, but, quote, "perhaps the younger boys get from 4 shillings to 5 shillings a week. The boys' work is of a kind for which the strength of the boys is generally, and generally, of course, not always, quite sufficient. and consequently there would be no gain in the greater strength of the men to counterbalance the loss, or it would be only in the few cases in which the metal is heavy. The men would not like so well not to have boys under them, as men would be less obedient. This is so crazy. Besides, boys must begin young to learn the trade. Leaving day work alone open to boys would not answer this purpose." Unquote. Okay, so I read that, and then my head was just spinning for a minute. I realized in the next line that Marx asked the same question that I was thinking. Why not? Why could boys not learn their handicraft in the daytime? What's the reason? Quote, "Owing to the men working days and nights in alternate weeks, the men would be separated half the time from their boys, and would lose half the profit which they make from them. The training which they give to an apprentice is considered as part of the return for the boy's labor, and thus enables the man to get it at a cheaper rate. Each man would want half of this profit." Unquote. In other words, Messrs. Sanderson would have to pay part of the wages of the adult men out of their own pockets instead of by the night work of the boys. Messrs. Sanderson's profit would thus fall to some extent, and this is the good Sandersonian reason why boys cannot learn their handicraft in the day. Quoting Hegel, "In our reflecting and reasoning age, a man is not worth much who cannot give a good reason for everything, no matter how bad or how crazy." Although I feel like the how bad sort of contradicts the good reason part, but you get what he's saying. Everything in the world that has been done wrong has been done wrong for the very best of reasons. Unquote. In addition to this, it would throw night labor on those who worked instead of the boys, which they would not be able to stand. The difficulties, in fact, would be so great that they would very likely lead to the giving up of night work altogether. And, quote, "As far as the work itself is concerned," says E.F. Sanderson, quote, "this would suit as well, but," unquote. But Monsieur Sanderson have something else to make besides steel. Steel making is simply a pretext for surplus value making. The smelting furnaces, rolling mills, etc., the buildings, machinery, iron, coal, etc., have something more to do than transform themselves into steel. They are there to absorb surplus labor, and naturally they absorb more in 24 hours than in 12. In fact, they give, by grace of God and law, the Sandersons a check on the working time of a certain number of hands for all the 24 hours of the day, and they lose their character as capital, are therefore a pure loss for the Sandersons as soon as their function of absorbing labor is interrupted. Quote, "But then there would be the loss from so much expensive machinery lying idle half the time, and to get through the amount of work which we're able to do on the present system, we should have to double our premises and plant, which would double the outlay." Unquote. But why should these Sandersons pretend to a privilege not enjoyed by the other capitalists who only work during the day, and whose buildings, machinery, raw material therefore lie idle during the night? E.F. Sanderson answers in the name of all the Sandersons, quote, "It is true that there is this loss from machinery lying idle in those manufactories in which work only goes on by day. But the use of furnaces would involve a further loss in our case. If they were kept up, there would be a waste of fuel," Marx adds, "instead of, as now, a waste of the living substance of the workers." Continuing, "And if they were not, there would be loss of time in laying the fires and getting the heat up," Marx adds, "whilst the loss of sleeping time, even to children of 8, is a gain of working time for the Sanderson tribe." Continuing, "And the furnaces themselves would suffer from the changes of temperature," unquote, whilst those same furnaces suffer nothing from the day and night change of labor. And there's a footnote. To similar tender scruples of the glass manufacturers that regular meal times for the children are impossible, because as a consequence a certain quantity of heat radiated by the furnaces would be a, quote, "pure loss" or, quote, "wasted," Commissioner White makes answer. His answer is unlike that of Yore, Senior, etc., and their puny German plagiarists, a la Rascher, who are touched by the, quote, "abstinence, self-denial, saving of the capitalists in the expenditure of their gold, and by their Timmerlanish prodigality of human life. Quote, "A certain amount of heat beyond what is usual at present might also be going to waste, if meal times were secured in these cases, but it seems likely not equal in money value to the waste of animal power now going on in glass houses throughout the kingdom from growing boys not having enough quiet time to eat their meals at ease, with a little rest afterwards for digestion, as a treat." Unquote. And in this year of progress, 1865, without considering the expenditure of strength in lifting and carrying, such a child in the sheds where bottle and flint glass are made walks during the performance of his work 15 to 20 miles in every 6 hours, and the work often lasts 14 or 15 hours. In many of these glassworks, as in the Moscow spinning mills, the system of 6 hours relays is in force. Quote, during the working part of the week, 6 hours is the utmost unbroken period ever attained at any one time for rest, and out of this has to come the time spent in coming and going to and from work, washing, dressing, and meals, leaving a very short period indeed for rest, and none for fresh air and play, unless at the expense of the sleep necessary for young boys, especially at such hot and fatiguing work. Even the short sleep is obviously liable to be broken by a boy having to wake himself if it is night, or by the noise if it is day." Unquote. Mr. White gives cases where a boy worked 36 consecutive hours, others where boys of 12 drudged on until 2 in the morning and then slept in the works till 5 a.m., 3 hours, only to resume their work. Quote, "The amount of work," say Tremenhere and Tufnell, who drafted the general report, "done by boys, youths, girls, and women in the course of their daily or nightly spell of labor is certainly extraordinary." Unquote. Meanwhile, late by night, self-denying Mr. Glass Kapital, primed with port wine, reels out of his club homeward, droning out idiotically, "Britons never, never shall be slaves." Section 5. The Struggle for a Normal Working Day. Compulsory laws for the extension of the working day from the middle of the 14th to the end of the 17th century. What is a working day? What is the length of time during which capital may consume the labor power whose daily value it buys? How far may the working day be extended beyond the working time necessary for the reproduction of labor power itself? It has been seen that to these questions capital replies. The working day contains the full 24 hours, with the deduction of the few hours of repose without which labor power absolutely refuses its services again. Hence it is self-evident that the laborer is nothing else, their whole life through, than labor power, that therefore all their disposable time is by nature and law labor time, to be devoted to the self-expansion of capital, time for education, for intellectual development, for the fulfilling of social functions and for social intercourse, for the free play of their bodily and mental activity, even the rest time of Sunday, and that, in a country of Sabbatarians, moonshine. Footnote, in England even now occasionally in rural districts, a laborer is condemned to imprisonment for desecrating the Sabbath by working in their front garden. The same laborer is punished for breach of contract if they remain away from their metal, paper, or glass works on the Sunday, even if it be from a religious whim. The Orthodox Parliament will hear nothing of Sabbath breaking if it occurs in the process of expanding capital. A memorial, August 1863, in which the London day laborers and fish and poultry shops asked for the abolition of Sunday labor, states that their work lasts for the first 6 days of the week on an average 15 hours a day, and on Sunday 8 to 10 hours. From the same memorial we learn also that the delicate gourmands among the aristocratic hypocrites of Exeter Hall especially encourage this Sunday labor. These, quote, holy ones, so zealous in attending to their bodily pleasures, show their Christianity by the humility with which they bear the overwork, the privations, and the hunger of others. Gluttony is more ruinous to their stomachs. Back to the main text. But in its blind, unrestrainable passion, its werewolf hunger for surplus labor, capital oversteps not only the moral, but even the merely physical maximum bounds of the working day. It usurps the time for growth, development, and healthy maintenance of the body. It steals the time required for the consumption of fresh air and sunlight. It higgles over a mealtime, incorporating it where possible with the process of production itself, so that food is given to the laborer as a mere means of production, as coal is supplied to the boiler, grease and oil to the machinery. It reduces the sound sleep needed for the restoration, reparation, refreshment of the bodily powers to just so many hours of torpor as the revival of an organism, absolutely exhausted, renders essential. It is not the normal maintenance of the labor power which is to determine the limits of the working day. It is the greatest possible daily expenditure of labor power, no matter how diseased, compulsory, and painful it may be, which is to determine the limits of the laborer's period of repose. Capital cares nothing for the length of life of labor power. All that concerns it is simply and solely the maximum of labor power that can be rendered fluent in a working day. It attains this end by shortening the extent of the laborer's life, as a greedy farmer snatches increased produce from the soil by robbing it of its fertility. The capitalistic mode of production, essentially the production of surplus value, the absorption of surplus labor, produces thus, with the extension of the working day, not only the deterioration of human labor power by robbing it of its normal, moral and physical conditions of development and function, it produces also the premature exhaustion and death of this labor power itself. Quoting the fourth report of the Children's Employment Commission, we have given in our previous reports the statements of several experienced manufacturers to the effect that overhours certainly tend prematurely to exhaust the working power of the men, unquote. It extends the laborer's time of production during a given period by shortening their actual lifetime. But the value of the labor power includes the value of the commodities necessary for the reproduction of the worker, or for the keeping up of the working class. If then the unnatural extension of the working day that capital necessarily strives after in its unmeasured passion for self-expansion shortens the length of life of the individual laborer, and therefore the duration of their labor power, the forces used up have to be replaced at a more rapid rate, and the sum of the expenses for the reproduction of labor power will be greater. Just as in a machine, the part of its value to be reproduced every day is greater the more rapidly the machine is worn out. It would seem, therefore, that the interest of capital itself points in the direction of a normal working day. The slave owner buys their laborer as they buy their horse. If they lose their slave, they lose capital that can only be restored by new outlay in the slave mart. But, quote, the rice grounds of Georgia or the swamps of the Mississippi may be fatally injurious to the human constitution, but the waste of human life which the cultivation of these districts necessitates is not so great that it cannot be repaired from the teeming preserves of Virginia and Kentucky. Considerations of economy, moreover, which, under a natural system, afford some security for humane treatment by identifying the master's interest with the slave's preservation, when once trading in slaves is practiced, become reasons for racking to the uttermost the toil of the slave, for when their place can at once be supplied from foreign preserves, the duration of their life becomes a matter of less moment than its productiveness while it lasts. It is accordingly a maxim of slave management in slave-importing countries that the most effective economy is that which takes out of the human chattel in the shortest space of time the utmost amount of exertion it is capable of putting forth. It is in tropical culture, where annual profits often equal the whole capital of plantations, that Negro life is most recklessly sacrificed. It is the agriculture of the West Indies, which has been for centuries prolific of fabulous wealth, that has engulfed millions of the African race. It is in Cuba at this day, whose revenues are reckoned by millions, and whose planters are princes, that we see in the servile class the coarsest fare, the most exhausting and unremitting toil, and even the absolute destruction of a portion of its numbers every year. That's quoting from Cairnes's The Slave Power. Horace said, "It is of you that the story is told. For slave trade, read Labor Market. For Kentucky and Virginia, Ireland, and the agricultural districts of England, Scotland, and Wales. For Africa, Germany." We heard how overwork thinned the ranks of the bakers in London. Nevertheless, the London labor market is always overstocked with German and other candidates for death in the bakeries. Pottery, as we saw, is one of the shortest-lived industries. Is there any want, therefore, of potters? Josiah Wedgwood, the inventor of modern pottery, himself originally a common workman, said in 1875 before the House of Commons that the whole trade employed from 15,000 to 20,000 people. In the year 1861, the population alone of the town centers of this industry in Great Britain numbered 101,302. Quoting Farron's speech in the House of Commons, April 1863, the cotton trade has existed for 90 years. It has existed for 3 generations of the English race, and I believe I may safely say that during that period it has destroyed 9 generations of factory operatives. Unquote. No doubt, in certain epochs of feverish activity, the labor market shows significant gaps. In 1834, for example. But then the manufacturers proposed to the Poor Law Commissioners that they should send the surplus population of the agricultural districts to the north, with the explanation, quote, that the manufacturers would absorb and use it up. Quoting Farron's speech again, those were the very words used by the cotton manufacturers. Agents were appointed with the consent of the Poor Law Commissioners. An office was set up in Manchester, to which lists were sent of those workpeople in the agricultural districts wanting employment, and their names were registered in books. The manufacturers attended at these offices, and selected such persons as they chose. When they had selected such persons as their wants required, they gave instructions to have them forwarded to Manchester, and they were sent, ticketed like bales of goods, by canals or with carriers, others tramping on the road, and many of them were found on the way lost and half-starved. This system had grown up into a regular trade. This house will hardly believe it, but I tell them that this traffic in human flesh was as well kept up They were in effect as regularly sold to these Manchester manufacturers as slaves are sold to the cotton grower in the United States. In 1860, the cotton trade was at its zenith. The manufacturers again found that they were short of hands. They applied to the flesh agents, as they are called. Those agents sent to the southern downs of England, to the pastures of Dorsetshire, to the glades of Devonshire, to the people tending kine in Wiltshire, but they sought in vain. The surplus population was absorbed." Unquote. The Bury Guardian said, on the completion of the French treaty, that, quote, 10,000 additional hands could be absorbed by Lancashire, and that 30 or 40,000 will be needed. Unquote. After the flesh agents and sub-agents had in vain sought through the agricultural districts, quote, a deputation came up to London and waited on the right honourable gentleman, Mr. Villiers, president of the Poor Law Board, with a view of obtaining poor children from certain union houses for the mills of Lancashire. Marx adds in a footnote that Mr. Villiers, despite the best of intentions on his part, was, quote, legally obliged to refuse the requests of the manufacturers. These gentlemen, however, attained their end through the obliging nature of the local poor law boards. Mr. A. Redgrave, inspector of factories, asserts that this time the system under which orphans and pauper children were treated legally as apprentices, quote, was not accompanied with the old abuses. On these abuses, see Engels, Condition of the Working Class in England. Although in one case there certainly was, quote, abuse of this system in respect to a number of girls and young women brought from the agricultural districts of Scotland into Lancashire and Cheshire, unquote. Under this system, the manufacturer entered into a contract with the workhouse authorities for a certain period. He fed, clothed, and lodged the children and gave them a small allowance of money. A remark of Mr. Redgrave to be quoted directly seems strange, especially if we consider that even among the years of prosperity of the English cotton trade, the year 1860 stands unparalleled, and that, besides, wages were exceptionally high. For this extraordinary demand for work had to contend with the depopulation of Ireland, with unexampled emigration from the English and Scotch agricultural districts to Australia and America, with an actual diminution of the population in some of the English agricultural districts, in consequence partly of an actual breakdown of the vital force of the laborers, partly of the already effected dispersion of the disposable population through the dealers in human flesh. Despite all this, Mr. Redgrave says, quote, this kind of labor, however, would only be sought after when none other could be procured, for it is a high-priced labor. The ordinary wages of a boy of 13 would be about 4 shillings per week, but to lodge, to clothe, to feed, and to provide medical attendance and proper superintendence for 50 or 100 of these boys, and to set aside some remuneration for them, could not be accomplished for 4 shillings a head per week, unquote. That's from the report of the Inspector of Factories for 30th April, 1860. Mr. Redgrave forgets to tell us how the laborer himself can do all this for his children out of their 4 shillings a week wages, when the manufacturer cannot do it for the 50 or 100 children lodged, boarded, superintended altogether. To guard against false conclusions from the text, I ought here to remark that the English cotton industry, since it was placed under the Factory Act of 1850, with its regulations of labor time, etc., must be regarded as the model industry of England. The English cotton operative is in every respect better off than his continental companion in misery. Quote, the Prussian factory operative labors at least 10 hours per week more than his English competitor, and if employed at his own loom in his own house, his labor is not restricted to even those additional hours. That's quoting from the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1855. Redgrave, the factory inspector mentioned above, after the Industrial Exhibition in 1851, traveled on the continent, especially in France and Germany, for the purpose of inquiring into the conditions of the factories. Of the Prussian operative, he says, quote, he receives a remuneration sufficient to procure the simple fare, and to supply the slender comforts to which he has been accustomed. He lives upon his coarse fare, and works hard, wherein his position is subordinate to that of the English operative. Unquote. Back to the main text. What experience shows to the capitalist generally is a constant excess of population, i.e., an excess in relation to the momentary requirements of surplus labor-absorbing capital, although this excess is made up of generations of human beings stunted, short-lived, swiftly replacing each other, plucked, so to say, before maturity. Quoting Wakefield's England and America, 1833, the overworked die off with strange rapidity, but the places of those who perish are instantly filled, and a frequent change of persons makes no alteration in the scene, unquote. And indeed, experience shows to the intelligent observer with what swiftness and grip the capitalist mode of production, dating historically speaking only from yesterday, has seized the vital power of the people by the very root, shows how the degeneration of the industrial population is only held back by the constant absorption of primitive and physically uncorrupted elements from the country, shows how even the country laborers, in spite of fresh air and the principle of natural selection that works so powerfully amongst them and only permits the survival of the strongest, are already beginning to die off. Footnote, see Public Health, 6th Report of the Medical Officer of the Privy Council, 1863. Published in London, 1864. This report deals especially with the agricultural laborers. Quote, Sutherland is commonly represented as a highly improved county, but recent inquiry has discovered that even there, in districts once famous for fine men and gallant soldiers, the inhabitants have degenerated into a meager and stunted race. In the healthiest situations, on hillsides fronting the sea, the faces of their famished children are as pale as they could be in the foul atmosphere of a London alley. That's quoting from William Thomas Thornton, Overpopulation and Its Remedy. Marx adds, they resemble in fact the 30,000 gallant Highlanders whom Glasgow pigs together in its wines and closes with prostitutes and thieves. Back to the main text. Capital that has such good reasons for denying the sufferings of the legions of workers that surround it is in practice moved as much and as little by the sight of the coming degradation and final depopulation of the human race as by the probable fall of the earth into the sun. In every stock-jobbing swindle, everyone knows that some time or other the crash must come, but everyone hopes that it may fall on the head of their neighbor, after they themselves have caught the shower of gold and placed it in safety. After me, the flood, is the watchword of every capitalist and of every capitalist nation. Hence capital is reckless of the health or length of life of the laborer, unless under compulsion from society. Comment, anybody who thinks that Marxism doesn't have anything to do with public health or with environmental concerns, which are also part of public health, please take note. Footnote, quoting the Times, November 5th, 1861, but though the health of a population is so important a fact of the national capital, we are afraid that it must be said the class of employers of labor have not been the most forward to guard and cherish this treasure. The consideration of the health of the operatives was forced upon the mill owners. Unquote. And quoting from the report of the Registrar General for October 1861, the men of the West Riding became the clothiers of mankind. The health of the workpeople was sacrificed, and the lace in a few generations must have degenerated. But a reaction set in. Lord Shaftesbury's bill limited the hours of children's labor, etc. Back to the main text. To the outcry as to the physical and mental degradation, the premature death, the torture of overwork, it answers, ought these to trouble us, since they increase our profits? But looking at things as a whole, all this does not indeed depend on the good or ill will of the individual capitalist. Free competition brings out the inherent laws of capitalist production, in the shape of external coercive laws having power over every individual capitalist. So commenting, Marx is saying that even if some individual capitalists care about this, it doesn't really depend on the good or ill will or the intentions of the individual capitalist. Because why? The overall rules, the basic logic, which is unavoidable, of capitalist competition forms a set of influences which the capitalist really can't deviate from much. In other words, it winds up overriding the intentions of individual capitalists. That's done by the system that they're participating in, the logic of capitalist production itself. Footnote, we therefore find, e.g., that in the beginning of 1863, 26 firms owning extensive potteries in Staffordshire, amongst others Josiah Wedgwood and Sons, petition in a memorial for, quote, some legislative enactment, unquote. Competition with other capitalists permits them no voluntary limitation of working time for children, etc. Quote, much as we deplore the evils before mentioned, it would not be possible to prevent them by any scheme of agreement between the manufacturers. Taking all these points into consideration, we have come to the conviction that some legislative enactment is wanted, unquote. Most recently, a much more striking example offers. The rise in the price of cotton during a period of feverish activity had induced the manufacturers in Blackburn to shorten, by mutual consent, the working time in their mills during a certain fixed period. This period terminated about the end of November 1871. Meanwhile, the wealthier manufacturers, who combined spinning with weaving, used the diminution of production resulting from this agreement to extend their own business, and thus to make great profits at the expense of the small employers. The latter thereupon turned in their extremity to the operatives, urged them earnestly to agitate for the 9 hours system, and promised contributions in money to this end. Back to the main text. The establishment of a normal working day is the result of centuries of struggle between capitalist and laborer. The history of this struggle shows two opposed tendencies. Compare, for example, the English factory legislation of our time with the English labor statutes from the 14th century to well into the middle of the 18th. Footnote, the labor statutes, the like of which were enacted at the same time in France, the Netherlands, and elsewhere, were first formally repealed in England in 1813, long after the changes in methods of production had rendered them obsolete. Back to the main text. Whilst the modern factory acts compulsorily shortened the working day, the earlier statutes tried to lengthen it by compulsion. Of course, the pretensions of capital in embryo, when beginning to grow, it secures the right of absorbing a sufficient quantity of surplus labor, not merely by the force of economic relations, but by the help of the state, appear very modest when put face to face with the concessions that, growling and struggling, it has to make in its adult condition. It takes centuries ere the free laborer, thanks to the development of capitalistic production, agrees, i.e., is compelled by social conditions, to sell the whole of their active life, their very capacity for work, for the price of the necessaries of life, their birthright for a mess of pottage. Hence, it is natural that the lengthening of the working day, which capital, from the middle of the 14th to the end of the 17th century, tries to impose by state measures on adult laborers, approximately coincides with the shortening of the working day, which, in the second half of the 19th century, has here and there been effected by the state to prevent the coining of children's blood into capital. That which today, e.g. in the state of Massachusetts, until recently the freest state of the North American Republic, has been proclaimed as the statutory limit of the labor of children under 12, was in England, even in the middle of the 17th century, the normal working day of able-bodied artisans, robust laborers, athletic blacksmiths. Footnote, quoting the General Statutes of Massachusetts, no child under 12 years of age shall be employed in any manufacturing establishment more than 10 hours in one day. Unquote. The various statutes were passed between 1836 and 1858. Quoting the state of New Jersey's law of 18th March 1851, labor performed during a period of 10 hours on any day in all cotton, woolen, silk, paper, glass, and flax factories, or in manufactories of iron and brass, shall be considered a legal day's labor. And be it enacted that hereafter no miner engaged in any factory shall be holden or required to work more than 10 hours in any day, or 60 hours in any week, and that hereafter no miner shall be admitted as a worker under the age of 10 years in any factory within the state. Finally, quoting the revised statutes of the state of Rhode Island, 1857, no miner who has attained the age of 12 years and is under the age of 15 years shall be employed in any manufacturing establishment more than 11 hours in any one day, nor before 5 o'clock in the morning, nor after 7:30 in the evening. Unquote, back to the main text. The first Statute of Laborers under Edward III, 1349, found its immediate pretext, not its cause, for legislation of this kind lasts centuries after the pretext for it has disappeared, in the great plague that decimated the people, so that, as a Tory writer says, quote, the difficulty of getting men to work on reasonable terms, i.e. at a price that left their employers a reasonable quantity of surplus labor, grew to such a height as to be quite intolerable. That's quoting from Sophisms of Free Trade, 1850. This same Tory, moreover, admits that, quote, acts of Parliament regulating wages, but against the laborer and in favor of the master, lasted for the long period of 464 years. Population grew, these laws were then found, and really became, unnecessary and burdensome. Unquote. Reasonable wages were, therefore, fixed by law as well as the limits of the working day. The latter point, the only one that here interests us, is repeated in the Statute of 1496, Henry VII. The working day for all artificers and field laborers from March to September ought, according to this statute, which however could not be enforced, to last from 5 in the morning to between 7 and 8 in the evening. But the mealtimes consist of 1 hour for breakfast, 1.5 hours for dinner, and 1/2 an hour for noon meat, with an E on the end, which is what I think I'm going to start calling lunch, even though I'm vegetarian, i.e. exactly twice as much as under the Factory Acts now in force. Footnote, in reference to this statute, J. Wade with truth remarks, quote, from the statement above, i.e. with regard to the statute, it appears that in 1496, the diet was considered equivalent to 1/3 of the income of an artificer and 1/2 the income of a laborer, which indicates a greater degree of independence among the working classes than prevails at present. For the board, both of laborers and artificers, would now be reckoned at a much higher proportion of their wages, unquote. The opinion that this difference is due to the difference in the price relations between food and clothing then and now is refuted by the most cursory glance at Chronicon Precocium, etc. by Bishop Fleetwood, 1st edition, London, 1707, and 2nd edition, London, 1745. Back to the main text. In winter, work was to last from 5 in the morning until dark, with the same intervals. A statute of Elizabeth of 1562 leaves the length of the working day for all laborers, quote, hired for daily or weekly wage untouched, but aims at limiting the intervals to 2.5 hours in the summer, or to 2 in the winter. Dinner is only to last 1 hour, and the, quote, afternoon sleep of half an hour is only allowed between the middle of May and the middle of August. For every hour of absence, 1 penny is to be subtracted from the wage. In practice, however, the conditions were much more favorable to the laborers than in the statute book. William Petty, the father of political economy, and to some extent the founder of statistics, says in a work that he published in the last third of the 17th century, quote, laboring men, then meaning field laborers, work 10 hours per day and make 20 meals per week, viz., 3 a day for working days and 2 on Sundays, whereby it is plain that if they could fast on Friday nights and dine in 1 hour and a half, whereas they take 2 from 11 to 1, thereby thus working 1/20th more and spending 1/20th less, the above-mentioned tax might be raised. That's quoting from the Political Anatomy of Ireland, Verbum Sapienti, 1672. Was not Dr. Andrew Yore right in crying down the 12 Hours Bill of 1833 as a retrogression to the times of the Dark Ages? It is true these regulations contained in the statute mentioned by Petty apply also to apprentices, but the condition of child labor, even at the end of the 17th century, is seen from the following complaint, quote, "'Tis not their practice in Germany, as with us in this kingdom, to bind an apprentice for 7 years, 3 or 4 is their common standard. And the reason is, because they are educated from their cradle to something of employment, which renders them the more apt and docile, and consequently the more capable of attaining to a ripeness and quicker proficiency in business, whereas our youth, here in England, being bred to nothing before they come to be apprentices, make a very slow progress and require much longer time wherein to reach the perfection of accomplished artists," unquote. That's quoting from a discourse on the necessity of encouraging mechanic industry, London, 1960. Macaulay, who has falsified English history in the interests of the Whigs and the bourgeoisie, declares as follows, quote, "The practice of setting children prematurely to work prevailed in the 17th century to an extent which, when compared with the extent of the manufacturing system, seems almost incredible. At Norwich, the chief seat of the clothing trade, a little creature of 6 years old was thought fit for labor. Several writers of that time, and among them some who were considered as eminently benevolent, mention with exultation the fact that in that single city, boys and girls of very tender age create wealth exceeding what was necessary for their own subsistence by £12,000 a year. The more carefully we examine the history of the past, the more reason shall we find to dissent from those who imagine that our age has been fruitful of new social evils. That which is new is the intelligence and the humanity which remedies them," unquote. Macaulay might have reported further that extremely well-disposed friends of commerce in the 17th century narrate with exultation how in a poor house in Holland a child of 4 was employed, and that this example of applied virtue passes muster in all the humanitarian works, a la Macaulay, to the time of Adam Smith. It is true that with the substitution of manufacture for handicrafts, traces of the exploitation of children begin to appear. This exploitation existed always to a certain extent among peasants, and was the more developed, the heavier the yoke pressing on the husbandman. The tendency of capital is there unmistakably, but the facts themselves are still as isolated as the phenomena of two-headed children. Hence they were noted with exultation as especially worthy of remark and as wonders by the far-seeing friends of commerce, and recommended as models for their own time and for posterity. The same Scotch sycophant and fine talker, Macaulay, says, quote, "We hear today only of retrogression and see only progress," unquote. What eyes, and especially what ears. Still, during the greater part of the 18th century, up to the epoch of modern industry and machinism, capital in England had not succeeded in seizing for itself, by the payment of the weekly value of labor power, the whole week of the laborer, with the exception, however, of the agricultural laborers. The fact that they could live for a whole week on the wage of 4 days did not appear to the laborers a sufficient reason that they should work the other 2 days for the capitalist. One party of English economists, in the interest of capital, denounces this obstinacy in the most violent manner. Another party defends the laborers. Let us listen, e.g., to the contest between Postlethwaite, whose Dictionary of Trade then had the same reputation as the kindred works of McCulloch and McGregor today, and the author already quoted of the Essay on Trade and Commerce. Footnote, among the accusers of the work people, the most angry is the anonymous author quoted in the text of An Essay on Trade and Commerce, containing observations on taxes, etc., London 1770. He had already dealt with the subject in his earlier work, Consideration on Taxes, 1765. On the same side follows Polonius Arthur Young, the unutterable statistical prattler. Among the defenders of the working classes, the foremost are Jacob Vanderlint in Money Answers All Things, London 1734, the Reverend Nathaniel Forster, D.D., in An Enquiry into the Causes of the Present High Price of Provisions, 1767, Dr. Price, and especially Postlethwaite, as well in the supplement to his Universal Dictionary of Trade and Commerce, as in his Great Britain's Commercial Interest Explained and Improved, 2nd edition, 1755. The facts themselves are confirmed by many other writers of the time, among others by Josiah Tucker. Back to the main text. Postlethwaite says, among other things, quote, "We cannot put an end to those few observations without noticing that trite remark in the mouth of too many, that if the industrious poor can obtain enough to maintain themselves in 5 days, they will not work the whole 6, whence they infer the necessity of even the necessaries of life being made dear by taxes or any other means, to compel the working artisan and manufacturer to labor the whole 6 days in the week without ceasing. I must beg leave to differ in sentiment from those great politicians who contend for the perpetual slavery of the working people of this kingdom. They forget the vulgar adage, all work and no play. Have not the English boasted of the ingenuity and dexterity of her working artists and manufacturers, which have heretofore given credit and reputation to British wares in general? What has this been owing to? To nothing more, probably, than the relaxation of the working people in their own way. Were they obliged to toil the year round, the whole 6 days in the week, in a repetition of the same work, might it not blunt their ingenuity, and render them stupid instead of alert and dexterous? And might not our workmen lose their reputation instead of maintaining it by such eternal slavery? And what sort of workmanship could we expect from such hard-driven animals? Many of them will execute as much work in 4 days as a Frenchman will in 5 or 6. But if Englishmen are to be eternal drudges, 'tis to be feared that they will degenerate below the Frenchmen. As our people are famed for bravery in war, do we not say that it's owing to good English roast beef and pudding in their bellies, as well as their constitutional spirit of liberty? And why may not the superior ingenuity and dexterity of our artists and manufacturers be owing to that freedom and liberty to direct themselves in their own way? And I hope we shall never have them deprived of such privileges, and that good living from whence their ingenuity no less than their courage may proceed." That's quoting from Postlethwaite's First Preliminary Discourse. Thereupon, the author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce replies, quote, "If the making of every 7th day a holiday is supposed to be of divine institution, as it implies the appropriating the other 6 days to labor," Marx adds he means capital, as we shall soon see, "surely it will not be thought cruel to enforce it, that mankind in general are naturally inclined to ease and indolence, we fatally experience to be true from the conduct of our manufacturing populace, who do not labor upon an average above 4 days in a week unless provisions happen to be very dear. Put all the necessaries of the poor under one denomination, for instance, call them all wheat, or suppose that the bushel of wheat shall cost 5 shillings, and that he, a manufacturer, earns a shilling by his labor. He then would be obliged to work 5 days only in a week. If the bushel of wheat should cost but 4 shillings, he would be obliged to work but 4 days. But as wages in this kingdom are much higher in proportion to the price of necessaries, the manufacturer, who labors 4 days, has a surplus of money to live idle with the rest of the week. I hope I have said enough to make it appear that the moderate labor of 6 days in a week is no slavery." Comment, do you do it? Oh, you don't. Interesting. Continuing, "Our laboring people do this, and to all appearance are the happiest of all our laboring poor. But the Dutch do this in manufactures and appear to be a very happy people. The French do so when holidays do not intervene. But our populace have adopted a notion that as Englishmen they enjoy a birthright privilege of being more free and independent than any country in Europe. Now this idea, as far as it may affect the bravery of our troops, may be of some use." So cynical. "But the less the manufacturing poor have of it, certainly the better for themselves and for the state. The laboring people should never think themselves independent of their superiors. It is extremely dangerous to encourage mobs in a commercial state like ours, where perhaps 7 parts out of 8 of the whole are people with little or no property." This guy's really class conscious, just on the wrong side. "The cure will not be perfect till our manufacturing poor are contented to labor 6 days for the same sum which they now earn in 4 days. Wow. So that's quoting from an essay, etc. He himself relates on page 96 wherein the, quote, happiness of the English agricultural laborer already in 1770 consisted, quote, their powers are always upon the stretch. They cannot live cheaper than they do, nor work harder. Marx adds, Protestantism, by changing almost all the traditional holidays into work days, plays an important part in the genesis of capital. And Jacob Vanderlyn, as early as 1734, declared that the secret of the outcry of the capitalists as to the laziness of the working people was simply that they claimed for the same wages 6 days' labor instead of 4. And there you have it. To this end, and for extirpating idleness, debauchery, and excess, promoting a spirit of industry, quote, lowering the price of labor in our manufactories, and easing the lands of the heavy burden of poor's rates, our faithful Eckhart of Kapital proposes this approved device to shut up such laborers as become dependent on public support, in a word, paupers, in a, quote, ideal workhouse. Such ideal workhouse must be made a, quote, house of terror, and not an asylum for the poor, quote, where they are to be plentifully fed, warmly and decently clothed, and where they do but little work. This is all quoting the same source. In this house of terror, this, quote, ideal workhouse, the poor shall work 14 hours in a day, allowing proper time for meals, in such manner that there shall remain 12 hours of neat labor, unquote. Quote, the French, he says, laugh at our enthusiastic ideas of liberty, unquote. 12 working hours daily in the ideal workhouse, in the House of Terror of 1770. 63 years later, in 1833, when the English Parliament reduced the working day for children of 13 to 18 in 4 branches of industry to 12 full hours, the judgment day of English industry had dawned. In 1852, when Louis Bonaparte sought to secure his position with the bourgeoisie by tampering with the legal working day, the French working people cried out with one voice, the law that limits the working day to 12 hours is the one good that has remained to us of the legislation of the Republic. That was found in the report of the Inspector of Factories, 1856. The French 12 Hours Bill of September 5, 1850, a bourgeois edition of the Decree of the Provisional Government of March 2, 1848, holds in all workshops without exceptions. Before this law, the working day in France was without definite limit. It lasted in the factories 14, 15, or more hours. See Of the Working Classes in France during the year 1848 by Monsieur Blanqui. And this is Monsieur Blanqui, the economist, not the revolutionist, who had been entrusted by the government with an inquiry into the condition of the working class. At Zurich, the work of children over 10 is limited to 12 hours. In Aargau in 1862, the work of children between 13 and 16 was reduced from 12.5 to 12 hours. In Austria in 1860, for children between 14 and 16, the same reduction was made. What a progress since 1770! Macaulay would shout with exultation. Footnote, Belgium is the model bourgeois state in regard to the regulation of the working day. Lord Howard of Weldon, English plenipotentiary at Brussels, reports to the Foreign Office May 12, 1862, quote, Monsieur Rogier, the minister, informed me that children's labor is limited neither by a general law nor by any local regulations, that the government during the last 3 years intended in every session to propose a bill on the subject, but always found an insuperable obstacle in the jealous opposition to any legislation in contradiction with the principle of perfect freedom of labor, unquote. And finishing the main text, the House of Terror for paupers of which the capitalistic soul of 1770 only dreamed was realized a few years later in the shape of a gigantic workhouse for the industrial worker themselves. It is called the factory, and the ideal this time fades before the reality. Section 6. The struggle for the normal working day. Compulsory limitation by law of the working time. The English Factory Acts, 1833 to 1864. After capital had taken centuries in extending the working day to its normal maximum limit, and then beyond this to the limit of the natural day of 12 hours, there followed on the birth of machinism and modern industry in the last third of the 18th century a violent encroachment like that of an avalanche in its intensity and extent. All bounds of morals and nature, age and sex, day and night were broken down. Even the ideas of day and night, of rustic simplicity in the old statutes, became so confused that an English judge, as late as 1860, needed a quite Talmudic sagacity to explain judicially what was day and what was night. Capital celebrated its orgies. On this last point, see the judgment of Mr. J. H. Otway, Belfast, Hilary Sessions, County Antrim, 1860. Marx also adds on an earlier point, quote, "It is certainly much to be regretted that any class of persons should toil 12 hours a day, which, including the time for their meals and for going to and returning from their work, amounts in fact to 14 of the 24 hours. Without entering into the question of health, no one will hesitate, I think, to admit that, in a moral point of view, so entire an absorption of the time of the working classes, without intermission, from the early age of 13, and in trades not subject to restriction much younger, must be extremely prejudicial, and is an evil greatly to be deplored. For the sake, therefore, of public morals, of bringing up an orderly population, and of giving the great body of the people a reasonable enjoyment of life, it is much to be desired that in all trades some portion of every working day should be reserved for rest and leisure." That's quoting from Leonard Horner in Reports of Inspector of Factories, 31st December, 1841. As soon as the working class, stunned at first by the noise and turmoil of the new system of production, recovered in some measure its senses, its resistance began, and first in the native land of machinism, in England. For 30 years, however, the concessions conquered by the workpeople were purely nominal. Parliament passed 5 labor laws between 1802 and 1833, but was shrewd enough not to vote a penny for their carrying out, for the requisite officials, etc. Footnote, it is very characteristic of the regime of Louis Philippe, the bourgeois king, that the one factory act passed during his reign, that of March 22, 1841, was never put in force. And this law only dealt with child labor. It fixed 8 hours a day for children between 8 and 12, 12 hours for children between 12 and 16, etc., with many exceptions which allow night work even for children 8 years old. The supervision and enforcement of this law are, in a country where every mouse is under police administration, left to the goodwill of the Friends of Commerce. Only since 1853, in one single department, the Department of the North, has a paid government inspector been appointed. Not less characteristic of the development of French society generally is the fact that Louis Philippe's law stood solitary among the all-embracing mass of French laws till the Revolution of 1848. Back to the main text, and quoting the report of the Inspector of Factories, the 5 labor laws passed between 1802 and 1833 remained a dead letter. The fact is that prior to the Act of 1833, young persons and children worked all night, all day, or both ad libitum, at the discretion of the performer." Unquote. A normal working day for modern industry only dates from the Factory Act of 1833, which included cotton, wool, flax, and silk factories. Nothing is more characteristic of the spirit of capital than the history of the English Factory Acts from 1833 to 1864. The Act of 1833 declares the ordinary factory working day to be from 5:30 in the morning to 8:30 in the evening, and within these limits, a period of 15 hours, it is lawful to employ young persons, i.e. persons between 13 and 18 years of age, at any time of the day, provided no one individual young person should work more than 12 hours in any one day, except in certain cases especially provided for. The 6th section of the Act provided, quote, that there shall be allowed in the course of every day not less than 1½ hours for meals, to every such person restricted as hereinbefore provided, unquote. The employment of children under 9, with exceptions mentioned later, was forbidden. The work of children between 9 and 13 was limited to 8 hours a day, and night work, i.e. according to this act, work between 8:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m., was forbidden for all persons between 9 and 18. The lawmakers were so far from wishing to trench on the freedom of capital to exploit adult labor power, or as they called it, the quote, freedom of labor, that they created a special system in order to prevent the factory acts from having a consequence so outrageous. Quote, the great evil of the factory system as at present conducted, says the first report of the Central Board of the Commission of June 28, 1833, has appeared to us to be that it entails the necessity of continuing the labor of children to the utmost length of that of the adults. The only remedy for this evil, short of the limitation of the labor of adults, which would, in our opinion, create an evil greater than that which is sought to be remedied, appears to be the plan of working double sets of children, unquote. Under the name of system of relays, this plan was therefore carried out, so that, e.g., from 5:30 a.m. until 1:30 in the afternoon, one set of children between 9 and 13, and from 1:30 p.m. to 8:30 in the evening, another set were put to, etc. In order to reward the manufacturers for having, in the most barefaced way, ignored all the acts as to children's labor passed during the last 22 years, the pill was yet further gilded for them. Parliament decreed that after March 1st, 1834, no child under 11, after March 1st, 1835, no child under 12, and after March 1st, 1836, no child under 13 was to work more than 8 hours in a factory. Comment kind of reminds me of how they implement minimum wage laws, like, oh, it's going up to $17 an hour in 5 years. Continuing, this liberalism, so full of consideration for capital, was the more noteworthy as Dr. Farr, Sir A. Carlyle, Sir B. Brodie, Sir C. Bell, Mr. Guthrie, etc., in a word, the most distinguished physicians and surgeons in London, had declared in their evidence before the House of Commons that there was danger in delay. Dr. Farr expressed himself still more coarsely, quote, "Legislation is necessary for the prevention of death in any form in which it can be prematurely inflicted, and certainly this, i.e. the factory method, must be viewed as a most cruel mode of inflicting it," unquote. That same reformed Parliament, which in its delicate consideration for the manufacturers, condemned children under 13 for years to come to 72 hours of work per week in the factory hell, on the other hand, in the Emancipation Act, which also administered freedom drop by drop, forbade the planters from the outset to work any Negro slave more than 45 hours a week. But in no wise conciliated, Kapital now began a noisy agitation that went on for several years. It turned chiefly on the age of those who, under the name of children, were limited to 8 hours' work and were subject to a certain amount of compulsory education. According to capitalistic anthropology, the age of childhood ended at 10, or at the outside at 11. The more nearly the time approached for the coming into full force of the Factory Act, the fatal year 1836, the more wildly raged the mob of manufacturers. They managed, in fact, to intimidate the government to such an extent that in 1835 it proposed to lower the limit of the age of childhood from 13 to 12. In the meantime, the pressure from without grew more threatening. Courage failed the House of Commons. It refused to throw children of 13 under the juggernaut car of capital for more than 8 hours a day, and the Act of 1833 came into full operation. It remained unaltered until June 1844. In the 10 years during which it regulated factory work, first in part and then entirely, the official reports of the factory inspectors teem with complaints as to the impossibility of putting the act into force, as the law of 1833 left it optional with the Lords of Capital during the 15 hours, from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., to make every, quote, young person and, quote, every child begin, break off, resume, or end their 12 or 8 hours at any moment they liked, and also permitted them to assign to different persons different times for meals. These gentlemen soon discovered a new system of relays, by which the labor horses were not changed at fixed stations, but were constantly reharnessed at changing stations. We do not pause longer on the beauty of this system, as we shall have to return to it later. But this much is clear at the first glance, that the system annulled the whole Factory Act, not only in the spirit, but in the letter. How could factory inspectors, with this complex bookkeeping in respect to each individual child or young person, enforce the legally determined work time and the granting of the legal meal times? In a great many of the factories, the old brutalities soon blossomed out again unpunished. In an interview with the Home Secretary in 1844, the factory inspectors demonstrated the impossibility of any control under the newly invented relay system. In the meantime, however, circumstances had greatly changed. The factory hands, especially since 1838, had made the 10 hours bill their economic, as they had made the charter their political, election cry. Some of the manufacturers even, who had managed their factories in conformity with the Act of 1833, overwhelmed Parliament with memorials on the immoral competition of their false brethren, whom greater impudence, or more fortunate local circumstances, enabled to break the law. Moreover, however much the individual manufacturer might give the rein to their old lust for gain, the spokesmen and political leaders of the manufacturing class ordered a change of front and of speech toward the workpeople. They had entered upon the contest for the repeal of the Corn Laws, and needed the workers to help them to victory. They promised, therefore, not only a double-sized loaf of bread, but the enactment of the 10 hours bill in the free trade millennium. Thus they still less dared to oppose a measure intended only to make the law of 1833 a reality. Threatened in their holiest interest, the rent of land, the Tories thundered with philanthropic indignation against the, quote, nefarious practices of their foes. This was the origin of the Additional Factory Act of June 7, 1844. It came into effect on September 10, 1844. It places under protection a new category of workers, viz., the women over 18. They were placed in every respect on the same footing as the young persons, their work time limited to 12 hours, their night labor forbidden, etc. For the first time, legislation saw itself compelled to control directly and officially the labor of adults. In the Factory Report of 1844-45, it is said with irony, quote, "No instances have come to my knowledge of adult women having expressed any regret at their rights, the right to labor, being thus far interfered with," unquote. The working time of children under 13 was reduced to 6.5, and in certain circumstances to 7 hours a day. Footnote, the Act allows children to be employed for 10 hours if they do not work day after day, but only on alternate days. In the main, this clause remained inoperative. Back to the main text. To get rid of the abuses of the spurious relay system, the law established, besides others, the following important regulations. Quote, that the hours of work of children and young persons shall be reckoned from the time when any child or young person shall begin to work in the morning. Unquote. So that if A, for example, begins work at 8 in the morning and B at 10, B's workday must nevertheless end at the same hour as A's. Quote, the time shall be regulated by a public clock. Unquote. For example, the nearest railway clock, by which the factory clock is to be set. The occupier is to hang up a legible, printed notice stating the hours for the beginning and ending of work and the times allowed for the several meals. Children beginning work before 12 noon may not be again employed after 1 p.m. The afternoon shift must therefore consist of other children than those employed in the morning. Of the hour and a half for meal times, quote, 1 hour thereof at the least shall be given before 3 of the clock in the afternoon. Comment, I think that's the first time ever I have heard the full phrasing, not just 3 o'clock, but 3 of the clock. Anyway, continuing. And at the same period of the day. No child or young person shall be employed more than 5 hours before 1 p.m. without an interval for mealtime of at least 30 minutes. No child or young person or female shall be employed or allowed to remain in any room in which any manufacturing process is then, i.e. at mealtimes, carried on, unquote, etc. It has been seen that these minutiae, which with military uniformity regulate by stroke of the clock the times, limits, pauses of the work, were not at all the products of parliamentary fancy. They developed gradually out of circumstances as natural laws of the modern mode of production. Their formulation, official recognition, and proclamation by the state were the result of a long struggle of classes. One of their first consequences was that, in practice, the working day of the adult males in factories became subject to the same limitations, since in most processes of production the cooperation of the children, young persons, and women is indispensable. On the whole, therefore, during the period from 1844 to 1847, the 12 hours working day became general and uniform in all branches of industry under the Factory Act. The manufacturers, however, did not allow this progress without a compensating retrogression. At their instigation, the House of Commons reduced the minimum age for exploitable children from 9 to 8, in order to assure that additional supply of factory children which is due to capitalists, according to divine and human law. Of course, he's being sarcastic. Quoting the report of the Inspector of Factories, September 1844, as a reduction in their hours of work would cause a larger number of children to be employed, it was thought that the additional supply of children from 8 to 9 years of age would meet the increased demand. Unquote. The years 1846 to 47 are epoch-making in the economic history of England. The repeal of the Corn Laws and of the duties on cotton and other raw material, free trade proclaimed as the guiding star of legislation, in a word, the arrival of the millennium. On the other hand, in the same years, the Chartist movement and the 10 Hours agitation reached their highest point. They found allies in the Tories, panting for revenge. Despite the fanatical opposition of the army of perjured free traders, with Bright and Cobden at their head, the 10 Hours Bill, struggled for so long, went through Parliament. The new Factory Act of June 8, 1847, enacted on that July 1, 1847, there should be a preliminary shortening of the working day for, quote, young persons, 13 to 18, and all females, to 11 hours, but that on May 1, 1848, there should be a definite limitation of the working day to 10 hours. In other respects, the Act only amended and completed the Acts of 1833 and 1844. Kapital now entered upon a preliminary campaign in order to hinder the act from coming into full force on May 1, 1848, and the workers themselves, under the presence that they had been taught by experience, were to help in the destruction of their own work. The moment was cleverly chosen. Quote, It must be remembered, too, that there has been more than 2 years of great suffering, in consequence of the terrible crisis of 1846 to 47, among the factory operatives, from many mills having worked short time and many being altogether closed. A considerable number of the operatives must therefore be in very narrow circumstances, many, it's to be feared, in debt, so that it might fairly have been presumed that at the present time they would prefer working the longer time in order to make up for past losses, perhaps to pay off debts, or get their furniture out of pawn, or replace that which was sold, or to get a new supply of clothes for themselves and their families." Unquote. The manufacturers tried to aggravate the natural effect of these circumstances by a general reduction of wages by 10%. This was done, so to say, to celebrate the inauguration of the new free trade era. Then followed a further reduction of 8 1/3% as soon as the working day was shortened to 11, and a reduction of double that amount as soon as it was finally shortened to 10 hours. Sick bastards. Wherever, therefore, circumstances allowed it, a reduction of wages of at least 25% took place. Quoting the report of the Inspector of Factories, October 1848, I found that men who had been getting 10 shillings a week had had 1 shilling taken off for a reduction in the rate of 10%, and 1 shilling 6 pence off the remaining 9 shillings for the reduction in time, together 2 shillings 6 pence, and notwithstanding this, many of them said they would rather work 10 hours. Unquote. Under such favorably prepared conditions, the agitation among the factory workers for the repeal of the Act of 1847 was begun. Neither lies, bribery, nor threats were spared in this attempt, but all was in vain. Concerning the half-dozen petitions in which workpeople were made to complain of, quote, their oppression by the Act, the petitioners themselves declared under oral examination that their signatures had been extorted from them. Quote, they felt themselves oppressed, but not exactly by the Factory Act. Unquote. But if the manufacturers didn't succeed in making the workpeople speak as they wished, they themselves shrieked all the louder in press and parliament in the name of the workpeople. They denounced the factory inspectors as a kind of revolutionary commissioners like those of the French National Convention ruthlessly sacrificing the unhappy factory workers to their humanitarian crochet. This maneuver also failed. Factory Inspector Leonard Horner conducted in his own person, and through his sub-inspectors, many examinations of witnesses in the factories of Lancashire. About 70% of the workpeople examined declared in favor of 10 hours, a much smaller percentage in favor of 11, and an altogether insignificant minority for the old 12 hours. This was from a sample size of 10,270 adult male laborers, from 181 factories. Their evidence is to be found in the appendix to the factory reports for the half-year ending October 1848. These examinations furnish valuable material in other connections also. Another friendly dodge was to make the adult males work 12 to 15 hours and then to blazon abroad this fact as the best proof of what the proletariat desired in its heart of hearts. But the ruthless factory inspector, Leonard Horner, was again to the fore. The majority of the overtimes declared, quote, they would much prefer working 10 hours for less wages, but that they had no choice, that so many were out of employment, so many spinners getting very low wages by having to work as piecers, being unable to do better, that if they refused to work the longer time, others would immediately get their places, so that it was a question with them of agreeing to work the longer time, or of being thrown out of employment altogether. Unquote. See the evidence collected by Leonard Horner himself in reports number 69, 70, 71, 72, 92, 93, and that collected by Sub-Inspector A, numbers 51, 52, 58, 59, 62, 70 of the appendix. One manufacturer, too, tells the plain truth. See number 14 and number 265. Back to the main text. The preliminary campaign of Kapital thus came to grief, and the 10 Hours Act came into force May 1st, 1848. But meanwhile, the fiasco of the Chartist Party, whose leaders were imprisoned and whose organization was dismembered, had shaken the confidence of the English working class in its own strength. Soon after this, the June insurrection in Paris and its bloody suppression united, in England as on the continent, all fractions of the ruling classes, landlords and capitalists, stock exchange wolves and shopkeepers, protectionists and free traders, government and opposition, priests and freethinkers, young whores and old nuns, under the common cry for the salvation of property, religion, the family, and society. The working class was everywhere proclaimed, placed under a ban, under a virtual law of suspects. The manufacturers had no need any longer to restrain themselves. They broke out in open revolt not only against the 10 Hours Act, but against the whole of the legislation that since 1833 had aimed at restricting in some measure the free exploitation of labor power. It was a pro-slavery rebellion in miniature, carried on for over 2 years with a cynical recklessness. A terrorist energy all the cheaper because the rebel capitalist risked nothing except the skin of his, quote, hands. To understand that which follows, we must remember that the Factory Acts of 1833, 1844, and 1847 were all three in force so far as the one did not amend the other. That not one of these limited the working day of the male worker over 18, and that since 1833 the 15 hours from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. had remained the legal day, within the limits of which at first the 12 and later the 10 hours labor of young persons and women had to be performed under the prescribed conditions. The manufacturers began by here and there discharging a part of, in many cases half of the young persons and women employed by them, and then, for the adult males, restoring the almost obsolete night work. The 10 Hours Act, they cried, leaves no other alternative. Their second step dealt with the legal pauses for meals. Let us hear the factory inspectors. Quote, since the restriction of the work hours to 10, the factory occupiers maintain, although they have not yet practically gone the whole length, that supposing the hours of work to be from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., they fulfilled the provisions of the statutes by allowing an hour before 9 a.m. and half an hour after 7 p.m. for meals. In some cases, they now allow an hour or half an hour for dinner, insisting at the same time that they are not bound to allow any part of the hour and a half in the course of the factory working day. The manufacturers maintained, therefore, that the scrupulously strict provisions of the Act of 1844 with regard to meal times only gave the operatives permission to eat and drink before coming into and after leaving the factory, i.e. at home. And why should not the workpeople eat their dinner before 9 in the morning? The Crown lawyers, however, decided that the prescribed meal times, quote, must be in the interval during the working hours, and that it will not be lawful to work for 10 hours continuously from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. without any interval, unquote. That's the end of the quoted passage. After these pleasant demonstrations, Kapital preluded its revolt by a step which agreed with the letter of the law of 1844, and was therefore legal. The Act of 1844 certainly prohibited the employment after 1 p.m. of such children from 8 to 13 as had been employed before noon. But it did not regulate in any way the 6.5 hours work of the children whose work time began at 12 midday or later. Children of 8 might, if they began work at noon, be employed from 12 to 1 hour, from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, 2 hours, from 5 to 8:30 in the evening, 3.5 hours, in all, the legal 6.5 hours, or better still. In order to make their work coincide with that of the adult male laborers up to 8:30 p.m., the manufacturers only had to give them no work till 2 in the afternoon. They then could keep them in the factory, without intermission, till 8:30 in the evening. Quote, and it is now expressly admitted that the practice exists in England from the desire of mill owners to have their machinery at work for more than 10 hours a day, to keep the children at work with male adults after all the young persons and women have left, and until 8:30 p.m. if the factory owners choose, unquote. Workmen and factory inspectors protested on hygienic and moral grounds, but Kapital answered, my deeds upon my head, I crave the law, the penalty and forfeit of my bond. In fact, according to statistics laid before the House of Commons on July 26, 1850, in spite of all protests on July 15, 1850, 3,742 children were subjected to this practice in 257 factories. Still, this was not enough. The lynx eye of Kapital discovered that the Act of 1844 did not allow 5 hours work before midday without a pause of at least 30 minutes for refreshment, but prescribed nothing of the kind for work after midday. Therefore, it claimed and obtained the enjoyment not only of making children of 8 drudge without intermission from 2 to 8:30 p.m., but also of making them hunger during that time. Aye, his heart, so says the bond. This Shylock clinging to the letter of the law of 1844, so far as it regulated children's labor, was but to lead up to an open revolt against the same law, so far as it regulated the labor of young persons and women. Footnote, the nature of capital remains the same in its developed as in its undeveloped form. In the code which the influence of the slave owners, shortly before the outbreak of the American Civil War, imposed on the territory of New Mexico, it is said that the laborer, inasmuch as the capitalist has bought their labor power, is his, the capitalist's money. The same view was current among the Roman patricians. The money they had advanced to the plebeian debtor had been transformed, via the means of subsistence, into the flesh and blood of the debtor. This flesh and blood were, therefore, their money. Hence the Shylock law of the 10 tables. Langay's hypothesis that the patrician creditors from time to time prepared, beyond the Tiber, banquets of debtors' flesh, may remain as undecided as that of Dahmer on the Christian Eucharist. Back to the main text. It will be remembered that the abolition of the false relay system was the chief aim and object of that law. The masters began their revolt with the simple declaration that the sections of the Act of 1844, which prohibited the ad libitum use of young persons and women in such short fractions of the day of 15 hours as the employer chose, were, quote, comparatively harmless so long as the work time was fixed at 12 hours. But under the 10 Hours Act, they were a, quote, grievous hardship. They informed the inspectors in the coolest manner that they should place themselves above the letter of the law, and reintroduce the old system on their own account. Thus, among others, philanthropist Ashworth to Leonard Horner in a disgusting Quaker letter. They were acting in the interests of the ill-advised operatives themselves, quote, in order to be able to pay them higher wages. Quote, this was the only possible plan by which to maintain, under the 10 Hours Act, the industrial supremacy of Great Britain. Quote, perhaps it may be a little difficult to detect irregularities under the relay system, but what of that? Is the great manufacturing interest of this country to be treated as a secondary matter in order to save some little trouble to inspectors and sub-inspectors of factories? Unquote. And that's the kind of thing that they call national security today. All these shifts naturally were of no avail. The factory inspectors appealed to the law courts, but soon such a cloud of dust, in the way of petitions from the masters, overwhelmed the Home Secretary, Sir George Grey, that in a circular of August 5, 1848, he recommends the inspectors not, quote, to lay informations against mill owners for a breach of the letter of the Act, or for employment of young persons by relays in cases in which there is no reason to believe that such young persons have been actually employed for a longer period than that sanctioned by law, unquote. Hereupon, Factory Inspector J. Stewart allowed the so-called relay system during the 15 hours of the factory day throughout Scotland, where it soon flourished again as of old. The English factory inspectors, on the other hand, declared that the Home Secretary had no power dictatorially to suspend the law and continued their legal proceedings against the pro-slavery rebellion. But what was the good of summoning the capitalists when the courts, in this case the county magistrates, Cobbett's great unpaid, acquitted them? In these tribunals, the masters sat in judgment on themselves. An example. One Eskrigg, cotton spinner of the firm of Kershaw, Lease & Company, had laid before the factory inspector of his district the scheme of a relay system intended for his mill. Receiving a refusal, he had first kept quiet. A few months later, an individual named Robinson, also a cotton spinner, and if not his man Friday, at all events related to Eskrigg, appeared before the borough magistrates of Stockport on a charge introducing the identical plan of relays invented by Eskrigg. 4 justices sat, among them 3 cotton spinners, at their head this same inevitable Eskrigg. Eskrigg acquitted Robinson, and now was of opinion that what was right for Robinson was fair for Eskrigg. Supported by his own legal decision, he introduced the system at once into his own factory. Of course, the composition of this tribunal was in itself a violation of the law. Footnote, by Sir John Hobhouse's Factory Act, it was forbidden to any owner of a cotton spinning or weaving mill, or the father, son, or brother of such owner, to act as justice of the peace in any inquiries that concerned the Factory Act. Back to the main text. Quote, these judicial farces, exclaims Inspector Howell, urgently call for a remedy, either that the law should be so altered as to be made to conform to these decisions, or that it should be administered by a less fallible tribunal, whose decisions would conform to the law, when these cases are brought forward. I long for a stipendiary magistrate. Unquote. The Crown lawyers declared the master's interpretation of the Act of 1848 absurd, but the saviors of society would not allow themselves to be turned from their purpose. Leonard Horner reports, quote, having endeavored to enforce the act by 10 prosecutions and 7 magisterial divisions, and having been supported by the magistrates in 1 case only, I considered it useless to prosecute more for this evasion of the law. That part of the Act of 1848, which was framed for securing uniformity in the hours of work, is thus no longer in force in my district, Lancashire. Neither have the sub-inspectors or myself any means of satisfying ourselves when we inspect a mill working by shifts, that the young persons and women are not working more than 10 hours a day. In a return of the 30th April, of mill owners working by shifts, the number amounts to 114, and has been for some time rapidly increasing. In general, the time of working the mill is extended to 13.5 hours, from 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. In some instances, it amounts to 15 hours, from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Unquote. Already in December 1848, Leonard Horner had a list of 65 manufacturers and 29 overlookers who unanimously declared that no system of supervision could, under this relay system, prevent enormous overwork. Now, the same children and young persons were shifted from the spinning room to the weaving room, now during 15 hours from one factory to another. How is it possible to control a system which, quote, under the guise of relays, is some one of the many plans for shuffling the hands about in endless variety, and shifting the hours of work and of rest for different individuals throughout the day, so that you never have one complete set of hands working together in the same room at the same time, unquote. But altogether independently of actual overwork, the so-called relay system was an offspring of capitalistic fantasy, such as Fourier, in his humorous sketches of court séance, has never surpassed, except that the attraction of labor was changed into the attraction of capital. Look, for example, at those schemes of the masters, which the, quote, respectable press praised as models of, quote, what a reasonable degree of care and method can accomplish, unquote. The personnel of the workpeople was sometimes divided into from 12 to 14 categories, which themselves constantly changed and recharged their constituent parts. During the 15 hours of the factory day, capital dragged in the laborer now for 30 minutes, now for an hour, and then pushed him out again, to drag him into the factory, and to thrust him out afresh, hounding him hither and thither in scattered shreds of time, without ever losing hold of him until the full 10 hours' work was done. As on the stage, the same persons had to appear in turns in the different scenes of the different acts. But as an actor during the whole course of the play belongs to the stage, so the operatives, during 15 hours, belong to the factory, without reckoning the time for coming and going. Comment reminds me of split shifts. Gives you some time to run errands, does not actually let you relax because you know you have to go back. Continuing, thus the hours of rest were turned into hours of enforced idleness, which drove the youths to the pothouse and the girls to the brothel. At every new trick that the capitalist, from day to day, hit upon for keeping their machinery going 12 or 15 hours without increasing the number of their hands, the worker had to swallow their meals now in this fragment of time, now in that. At the time of the 10 hours agitation, the masters cried out that the working mob petitioned in the hope of obtaining 12 hours wages for 10 hours work. Now they reversed the medal. They paid 10 hours wages for 12 or 15 hours lordship over labor power. This was the gist of the matter, this the master's interpretation of the 10 hours law. These were the same unctuous free traders, perspiring with the love of humanity, who for a full 10 years during the anti-corn law agitation had preached to the operatives by reckoning of pounds, shillings, and pence that with free importation of corn, and with the means possessed by English industry, 10 hours labor would be quite enough to enrich the capitalists. See, for example, The Factory Question and the 10 Hours Bill by R.H. Gregg, 1837. This revolt of capital, after 2 years, was at last crowned with victory by a decision of one of the 4 highest courts of justice in England, the Court of Exchequer, which, in a case brought before it on February 8, 1850, decided that the manufacturers were certainly acting against the sense of the Act of 1844, but that this act itself contained certain words that rendered it meaningless. Quote, by this decision, the 10 Hours Act was abolished, unquote. Footnote, the same High Court of Justice discovered, during the American Civil War, a verbal ambiguity which exactly reversed the meaning of the law against the arming of pirate ships. Back to the main text. A crowd of masters who until then had been afraid of using the relay system for young persons and women, now took it up heart and soul. But on this apparently decisive victory of capital followed at once a revulsion. The workpeople had hitherto offered a passive although inflexible and unremitting resistance. They now protested in Lancashire and Yorkshire in threatening meetings. The pretended 10 Hours Act was thus simple humbug. Parliamentary cheating had never existed. The factory inspectors urgently warned the government that the antagonism of classes had arrived at an incredible tension. Some of the masters themselves murmured, quote, on account of the contradictory decisions of the magistrates, a condition of things altogether abnormal and anarchical obtains. One law holds in Yorkshire, another in Lancashire, one law in one parish of Lancashire, another in its immediate neighborhood. The manufacturer in large towns could evade the law. The manufacturer in country districts could not find the people necessary for the relay system, still less for the shifting of hands from one factory to another, unquote, etc. And the first birthright of capital is equal exploitation of labor power by all capitalists. Under these circumstances, a compromise between masters and men was effected that received the seal of Parliament in the Additional Factory Act of August 5, 1850. The working day for young persons and women was raised from 10 to 10.5 hours for the first 5 days of the week and shortened to 7.5 on the Saturday. The work was to go on between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., or in winter, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., could be substituted, with pauses of not less than 1.5 hours for mealtimes, these mealtimes to be allowed at one and the same time for all, and conformably to the conditions of 1844. By this an end was put to the relay system once and for all. Footnote, quoting the reports, the present law of 1850 was a compromise whereby the employed surrendered the benefit of the 10 Hours Act for the advantage of one uniform period for the commencement and termination of the labor of those whose labor is restricted. Unquote. For children's labor, the Act of 1844 remained in force. One set of masters, this time as before, secured to itself special seigneurial rights over the children of the proletariat. These were the silk manufacturers. In 1833 they had howled out in threatening fashion, quote, if the liberty of working children of any age for 10 hours a day were taken away, it would stop their works, unquote. It would be impossible for them to buy a sufficient number of children over 13. They extorted the privilege they desired. The pretext was shown on subsequent investigation to be a deliberate lie. It did not, however, prevent them during 10 years from spinning silk 10 hours a day out of the blood of little children who had to be placed upon stools for the performance of their work. The Act of 1844 certainly robbed them of the liberty of employing children under 11 longer than 6.5 hours a day. But it secured to them, on the other hand, the privilege of working children between 11 and 13 10 hours a day, and of annulling, in their case, the education made compulsory for all other factory children. This time the pretext was, quote, the delicate texture of the fabric in which they were employed, requiring a lightness of touch, only to be acquired by their early introduction to these factories, unquote. The children were slaughtered out and out for the sake of their delicate fingers, as in southern Russia, the horned cattle for the sake of their hide and tallow. At length, in 1850, the privilege granted in 1844 was limited to the departments of silk twisting and silk winding. But here, to make amends to capital bereft of its, quote, freedom, the work time for children from 11 to 13 years was raised from 10 to 10.5 hours. Pretext, quote, labor in silk mills was lighter than in mills for other fabrics, and less likely in other respects also to be prejudicial to health, unquote. Official medical inquiries proved afterwards that, on the contrary, quote, the average death rate is exceedingly high in the silk districts, and amongst the female part of the population, it's higher even than it is in the cotton districts of Lancashire, unquote. Footnote, on the whole, the working population, subject to the Factory Act, has greatly improved physically. All medical testimony agrees on this point, and personal observation at different times has convinced me of it. Nevertheless, and exclusive of the terrible death rate of children in the first years of their life, the official reports of Dr. Greenough show the unfavorable health condition of the manufacturing districts as compared with agricultural districts of normal health. As evidence, take the following table from his 1861 report. Then there's kind of a complex table here, which I'm not going to be able to relate orally. Back to the main text. Despite the protests of the factory inspector, renewed every 6 months, the mischief continues to this hour. Footnote, it is well known with what reluctance the English free traders gave up the protective duty on the silk manufacture. Instead of the protection against French importation, the absence of protection to English factory children now serves their turn. Back to the main text. The Act of 1850 changed the 15 hours time from 6 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. into the 12 hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for young persons and women only. It did not, therefore, affect children who could always be employed for half an hour before and 2.5 hours after this period, provided the whole of their labor did not exceed 6.5 hours. Whilst the bill was under discussion, the factory inspectors laid before Parliament statistics of the infamous abuses due to this anomaly, to no purpose. In the background lurked the intention of screwing up, during prosperous years, the working day of adult males to 15 hours by the aid of the children. The experience of the 3 following years showed that such an attempt must come to grief against the resistance of the adult male operatives. The Act of 1850 was therefore finally completed in 1853 by forbidding the employment of children in the morning before and in the evening after young persons and women, unquote. Henceforth, with a few exceptions, the Factory Act of 1850 regulated the working day of all workers in the branches of industry that came under it. Footnote, during 1859 and 1860, the zenith years of the English cotton industry, Some manufacturers tried, by the decoy bait of higher wages for overtime, to reconcile the adult male operatives to an extension of the working day. The hand mule spinners and self-actor mincers put an end to the experiment by a petition to their employers in which they say, quote, "Plainly speaking, our lives are to us a burden, and while we are confined to the mills nearly 2 days a week more than the other operatives of the country, we feel like helots, slaves in the land, and that we are perpetuating a system injurious to ourselves and future generations. This, therefore, is to give you most respectful notice that when we commence work again after the Christmas and New Year's holidays, we shall work 60 hours per week and no more, or from 6 to 6 with 1 hour and a half out," unquote. Back to the main text. Since the passing of the first Factory Act, half a century had elapsed. Footnote, on the means that the wording of this act afforded for its violation of the Parliamentary Return Factories Regulation Act, 6th August 1859, and in it Leonard Horner's suggestions for amending the Factory Acts to enable the inspectors to prevent illegal working, now becoming very prevalent. Main text. Factory legislation for the first time went beyond its original sphere in the Print Works Act of 1845. The displeasure with which capital received this new extravagance, quote-unquote, speaks through every line of the act. It limits the working day for children from 8 to 13, and for women to 16 hours, between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., without any legal pause for mealtimes. It allows males over 13 to be worked at will, day and night. It is a parliamentary abortion. Quoting from the reports, children of the age of 8 years and upwards have indeed been employed from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. during the last half year in my district, and, quote, the Printworks Act is admitted to be a failure, both with reference to its educational and protective provisions, unquote. However, the principle had triumphed with its victory in those great branches of industry which form the most characteristic creation of the modern mode of production. Their wonderful development from 1853 to 1860, hand in hand with the physical and moral regeneration of the factory workers, struck the most purblind. The masters from whom the legal limitation and regulation had been wrung, step by step after a civil war of half a century, themselves referred ostentatiously to the contrast with the branches of exploitation still, quote, free. Thus, for example, E. Potter, in a letter to the Times of March 24, 1863, the Times reminded him of the manufacturers' revolt against the 10 hours bill. The Pharisees of political economy now proclaimed the discernment of the necessity of a legally fixed working day as a characteristic new discovery of their, quote, science. Thus, among others, Mr. W. Newmarch, collaborator and editor of Tooke's History of Prices. Is it a scientific advance to make cowardly concessions to public opinion? It will be easily understood that after the factory magnates had resigned themselves and become reconciled to the inevitable, the power of resistance of capital gradually weakened, whilst at the same time the power of attack of the working class grew, with the number of its allies in the classes of society not immediately interested in the question, hence the comparatively rapid advance since 1860. The dye works and bleach works all came under the Factory Act of 1850 in 1860. Better late than never. Lace and stocking manufacturers in 1861. Footnote. The act passed in 1860 determined that, in regard to dye and bleach works, the working day should be fixed on August 1st, 1861, provisionally at 12 hours, and definitely on August 1st, 1862, at 10 hours, i.e. at 10.5 hours for ordinary days and 7.5 for Saturday. Now, when the fatal year 1862 came, the old farce was repeated. Besides, the manufacturers petitioned Parliament to allow the employment of young persons and women for 12 hours during 1 year longer. Quote, in the existing condition of the trade, the time of the cotton famine, it was greatly to the advantage of the operatives to work 12 hours per day and make wages when they could. Unquote. A bill to this effect had been brought in, and, quote, it was mainly due to the action of the operative bleachers in Scotland that the bill was abandoned. Unquote. Thus defeated by the very work people in whose name it pretended to speak, Kapital discovered, with the help of lawyer spectacles, that the Act of 1860, drawn up like all the acts of Parliament for the, quote, protection of labor, in equivocal phrases, gave them a pretext to exclude from its working the calenderers and finishers. English jurisprudence, ever the faithful servant of capital, sanctioned in the Court of Common Pleas this piece of pettifogging. Quote, the operatives have been greatly disappointed. They have complained of overwork, and it is greatly to be regretted that the clear intention of the legislature should have failed by reason of a faulty definition. Unquote. Back to the main text. In consequence of the first report of the Commission on the Employment of Children, 1863, the same fate was shared by the manufacturers of all earthenwares, not merely pottery, lucifer matches, percussion caps, cartridges, carpets, fustian cutting, and many processes included under the name of finishing. In the year 1863, bleaching in the open air and baking were placed under special acts, by which in the former, the labor of young persons and women during the nighttime, from 8 in the evening to 6 in the morning, and in the latter, the employment of journeyman bakers under 18, between 9 in the evening and 5 in the morning, were forbidden. We shall return to the later proposals of the same commission, which threatened to deprive of their, quote, freedom all the important branches of English industry, with the exception of agriculture, mines, and the means of transport. That's the end of the main text of Section 6, but there are 2 footnotes, the first of which is quite lengthy. The, quote, open-air bleachers had evaded the law of 1860 by means of the lie that no women worked at it in the night. The lie was exposed by the factory inspectors, and at the same time Parliament was, by petitions from the operatives, bereft of its notions as to the cool meadow fragrance in which bleaching in the open air was reported to take place. In this aerial bleaching, drying rooms were used at temperatures of from 90 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, in which the work was done for the most part by girls. Cooling is the technical expression for their occasional escape from the drying rooms into the fresh air. Quote, 15 girls in stoves. Heat from 80 to 90 degrees for linens, and 100 and upward for cambrics. 12 girls ironing and doing up in a small room about 10 feet square, in the center of which is a closed stove. The girls stand round the stove, which throws out a terrific heat, and dries the cambrics rapidly for the ironers. The hours of work for these hands are unlimited. If busy, they work till 9 or 12 at night for successive nights, unquote. A medical man states, quote, no special hours are allowed for cooling, but if the temperature gets too high, or the workers' hands get soiled from perspiration, they're allowed to go out for a few minutes. My experience, which is considerable, in treating the diseases of stove workers, compels me to express the opinion that their sanitary condition is by no means so high as that of the operatives in a spinning factory, and Kapital, in its memorials to Parliament, had painted them as floridly healthy after the manner of Rubens. The diseases most observable amongst them are phthisis or tuberculosis, bronchitis, irregularity of uterine functions, hysteria in its most aggravated forms, and rheumatism. All of these, I believe, are either directly or indirectly induced by the impure, overheated air of the apartments in which the hands are employed, and the want of sufficient comfortable clothing to protect them from the cold, damp atmosphere in winter when going to their homes, unquote. The factory inspectors remarked on the supplementary law of 1860, torn from these open-air bleachers, quote, the act has not only failed to afford that protection to the workers which it appears to offer, but contains a clause, apparently so worded that, unless persons are detected working after 8 o'clock at night, they appear to come under no protective provisions at all, and if they do so work, the mode of proof is so doubtful that a conviction can scarcely follow. Quote, to all intents and purposes, therefore, as an act for any benevolent or educational purpose, it is a failure, since it can scarcely be called benevolent to permit, which is tantamount to compelling, women and children to work 14 hours a day, with or without meals as the case may be, and perhaps for longer hours than these, without limit as to age, without reference to sex, and without regard to the social habits of the families of the neighborhood in which such works, bleaching and dyeing, are situated, unquote. And Marx also added in the second edition that since 1866, when he wrote the above passages, a reaction has again set in. Section 7. The Struggle for the Normal Working Day. Reaction of the English Factory Acts on Other Countries. The reader will bear in mind that the production of surplus value, or the extraction of surplus labor, is the specific end and aim, the sum and substance of capitalist production, quite apart from any changes in the mode of production which may arise from the subordination of labor to capital. You will remember that as far as we have at present gone, only the independent laborer, and therefore only the laborer legally qualified to act for themselves, enters as a vendor of a commodity, their own labor power, with the capitalist. If, therefore, in our historical sketch, on the one hand modern industry, on the other the labor of those who are physically and legally minors, play important parts, The former was to us only a special department, and the latter only a specially striking example of labor exploitation, without, however, anticipating the subsequent development of our inquiry. From the mere connection of the historic facts before us, it follows, first, the passion of capital for an unlimited and reckless extension of the working day is first gratified in the industries earliest revolutionized by water power, steam, and machinery in those first creations of the modern mode of production: cotton, wool, flax, and silk spinning and weaving. The changes in the material mode of production and the corresponding changes in the social relations of the producers gave rise first to an extravagance beyond all bounds, and then in opposition to this called forth a control on the part of society which legally limits, regulates, and makes uniform the working day and its pauses. Quoting the reports for the 31st October 1848, the conduct of each of these classes, capitalists and workpeople, has been the result of the relative situation in which they have been placed. Unquote. This control appears, therefore, during the first half of the 19th century simply as exceptional legislation. Quoting the reports again, this time for 1864, the employments placed under restriction were connected with the manufacture of textile fabrics by the aid of steam or water power. There were two conditions to which an employment must be subject to cause it to be inspected, viz., the use of steam or water power and the manufacture of certain specified fiber. Unquote. As soon as this primitive dominion of the new mode of production was conquered, it was found that in the meantime not only had many other branches of production been made to adopt the same factory system, but that manufactures with more or less obsolete methods, such as potteries, glassmaking, etc., that old-fashioned handicrafts like baking, and finally even that the so-called domestic industries, such as nail-making, had long since fallen as completely under capitalist exploitation as the factories themselves. Legislation was therefore compelled to gradually get rid of its exceptional character, or where, as in England, it proceeds after the manner of the Roman casuists, to declare any house in which work was done to be a factory. Quoting the reports for 1864, the Acts of Last Session, 1864, embrace a diversity of occupations, the customs in which differ greatly, and the use of mechanical power to give motion to machinery is no longer one of the elements necessary, as formerly, to constitute, in legal phrase, a, quote, factory, unquote. Second, the history of the regulation of the working day in certain branches of production, and the struggle still going on in others in regard to this regulation, prove conclusively that the isolated laborer, the laborer as free vendor of their labor power, when capitalist production has once attained a certain stage, succumbs without any power of resistance. The creation of a normal working day is, therefore, the product of a protracted civil war, more or less dissembled, between the capitalist class and the working class. As the contest takes place in the arena of modern industry, it first breaks out in the home of that industry, England. Footnote, Belgium, the paradise of continental liberalism, shows no trace of this movement. Even in the coal and metal mines, laborers of both sexes and all ages are consumed in perfect, quote, freedom at any period and through any length of time. Of every 1,000 persons employed there, 733 are men, 88 women, 135 boys, and 44 girls under 16. In the blast furnaces, etc., of every 1,000, 668 are men, 149 women, 98 boys, and 85 girls under 16. Add to this the low wages for the enormous exploitation of mature and immature labor power. The average daily pay for a man is 2 shillings 8 pence, for a woman 1 shillings 8 pence, for a boy 1 shilling 2.5 pence. As a result, Belgium had in 1863, as compared with 1850, nearly doubled both the amount and the value of its exports of coal, iron, etc. Back to the main text. The English factory workers were the champions not only of the English, but of the modern working class generally, as their theorists were the first to throw down the gauntlet to the theory of capital. Footnote, Robert Owen, soon after 1810, not only maintained the necessity of a limitation of the working day in theory, but actually introduced the 10 hours day into his factory at New Lanark. This was laughed at as a communistic utopia. So were his combination of children's education with productive labor, and the cooperative societies of workingmen first called into being by him. Today, the first utopia is a factory act. The second figures as an official phrase in all factory acts. The third is already being used as a cloak for reactionary humbug. Back to the main text. Hence, the philosopher of the factory, Boyard, denounces as an ineffable disgrace to the English working class that they inscribed the slavery of the factory acts on the banner which they bore against capital, manfully striving for, quote, perfect freedom of labor. France limped slowly behind England. The February Revolution was necessary to bring into the world the 12 Hours Law, which is much more deficient than its English original. Footnote, in the Compte Rendu of the International Statistical Congress at Paris, 1855, it is stated, quote, the French law, which limits the length of daily labor in factories and workshops to 12 hours, does not confine this work to definite fixed hours. For children's labor, only the work time is prescribed as between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. Therefore, some of the masters use the right, which this fatal silence gives them, to keep their works going, without intermission, day in, day out, possibly with the exception of Sunday. For this purpose, they use two different sets of workers, of whom neither is in the workshop more than 12 hours at a time, but the work of the establishment lasts day and night. The law is satisfied, but is humanity? Unquote. Besides, quote, the destructive influence of night labor on the human organism, stress is also laid upon, quote, the fatal influence of the association of the two sexes by night in the same badly lighted workshops, unquote. Back to the main text. For all that, the French revolutionary method has its special advantages. It once and for all commands the same limit to the working day in all shops and factories without distinction, whilst English legislation reluctantly yields to the pressure of circumstances, now on this point, now on that, and is getting lost in a hopelessly bewildering tangle of contradictory enactments. Footnote, quoting from the report of Mr. Baker in Reports for October 1st, 1861, for instance, there is within my district one occupier who, within the same curtilage, is at the same time a bleacher and dyer under the Bleaching and Dyeing Works Act, a printer under the Print Works Act, and a finisher under the Factory Act, unquote. After enumerating the different provisions of these acts and the complications arising from them, Mr. Baker says, quote, it will hence appear that it must be very difficult to secure the execution of these three acts of Parliament where the occupier chooses to evade the law, unquote. But what is assured to the lawyers by this is lawsuits. Back to the main text. On the other hand, the French law proclaims as a principle that which in England was only one in the name of children, minors, and women, and has been only recently, for the first time, claimed as a general right. Footnote, thus the factory inspectors at last venture to say, quote, these objections of capital to the legal limitation of the working day must succumb before the broad principle of the rights of labor. There is a time when the master's right in his workman's labor ceases, and his time becomes his own, even if there were no exhaustion in the question, unquote. Back to the main text. In the United States of North America, every independent movement of the workers was paralyzed so long as slavery disfigured a part of the republic. Labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin where in the black it is branded. But out of the death of slavery, a new life at once arose. The first fruit of the Civil War was the 8 Hours agitation, that ran with the 7-leagued boots of the locomotive from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from New England to California. The General Congress of Labor at Baltimore, on August 16, 1866, declared, quote, the first and great necessity of the present, to free the labor of this country from capitalistic slavery, is the passing of a law by which 8 hours shall be the normal working day in all states of the American Union. We are resolved to put forth all our strength until this glorious result is attained, unquote. And quoting the resolution of the working men of Dunkirk, New York State, 1866, we, the workers of Dunkirk, declare that the length of time of labor required under the present system is too great, and that, far from leaving the worker time for rest and education, it plunges them into a condition of servitude but little better than slavery. That is why we decide that 8 hours are enough for a working day, and ought to be legally recognized as enough. Why we call to our help that powerful lever, the press, and why we shall consider all those that refuse us this help as enemies of the reform of labor and of the rights of the laborer, unquote. At the same time, the Congress of the International Workingmen's Association at Geneva, on the proposition of the London General Council, resolved that, quote, the limitation of the working day is a preliminary condition without which all further attempts at improvement and emancipation must prove abortive. The Congress proposes 8 hours as the legal limit of the working day, unquote. Thus, the movement of the working class on both sides of the Atlantic that had grown instinctively out of the conditions of production themselves endorsed the words of the English factory inspector R.J. Saunders, quote, "Further steps toward a reformation of society can never be carried out with any hope of success unless the hours of labor be limited and the prescribed limit strictly enforced," unquote. It must be acknowledged that our laborer comes out of the process of production other than they entered. In the market, they stood as owner of the commodity labor power, face to face with other owners of commodities, dealer against dealer. The contract by which they sold to the capitalist their labor power proved, so to say, in black and white, that they disposed of themselves freely. The bargain concluded, it's discovered that they were no free agent, that the time for which they are free to sell their labor power is the time for which they are forced to sell it. That, in fact, the vampire will not lose its hold on them so long as there is a muscle, a nerve, a drop of blood to be exploited. That's quoting Engels. And quoting the reports for April 30, 1850, the proceedings, the maneuvers of capital, e.g. from 1848 to 1850, have afforded, moreover, incontrovertible proof of the fallacy of the assertion so often advanced that operatives need no protection but may be considered as free agents in the disposal of the only property which they possess, the labor of their hands and the sweat of their brows, unquote. Quoting the reports for 1864, free labor, if so it may be termed, even in a free country, requires the strong arm of the law to protect it, unquote. And quoting from the April 1863 reports, to permit, which is tantamount to compelling, to work 14 hours a day, with or without meals, etc. So commenting, Marx is making the point here that if the capitalists are legally allowed to do something, they have the power to arrange it so that basically that will be compulsory or mandatory for anybody working within their system. Continuing, for protection against the serpent of their agonies, the laborers must put their heads together, and as a class, compel the passing of a law, an all-powerful social barrier that shall prevent the very workers from selling, by voluntary contract with capital, themselves and their families into slavery and death. Footnote, the 10 Hours Act has, in the branches of industry that come under it, quote, put an end to the premature decrepitude of the former long-hour workers, unquote. Quote, capital in factories can never be employed in keeping the machinery in motion beyond a limited time without certain injury to the health and morals of the laborers employed, and they are not in a position to protect themselves, unquote. That's from the reports for October 1859. Back to the main text. In place of the pompous catalogue of the inalienable rights of man comes the modest Magna Carta of a legally limited working day, which shall make clear, quote, when the time which the worker sells is ended and when their own begins, unquote. What a great change from that time. And that's the end of the main text of section 7 and of chapter 10 as a whole. There is one last footnote, quote, a still greater boon is the distinction at last made clear between the worker's own time and their masters. The worker knows now when that which they sell is ended and when their own begins, and by possessing a sure foreknowledge of this, is enabled to prearrange their own minutes for their own purposes, unquote. These are from the reports for 1859. Quote, by making them masters of their own time, the factory acts have given them a moral energy which is directing them to the eventual possession of political power, unquote. With suppressed irony and in very well-weighed words, the factory inspectors hint that the actual law also frees the capitalist from some of the brutality natural to a person who is a mere embodiment of capital, and that it has given them time for a little culture. Quote, formerly, the master had no time for anything but money. The servant had no time for anything but labor, unquote. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the February 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Kapital, Volume 1, Chapter 11, Rate and Mass of Surplus Value, from 1867. If you like this video and want to contribute to the channel's growth, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. Alright, so Chapter 11 marks the end of Part 3 of Kapital Volume 1, which deals with absolute surplus value or the extension of the working day. and we just covered the working day in great detail in the very long chapter 10, in which Marx discussed extensively the struggle over the working day up to that point in labor history. In this chapter, we're going to turn away a bit more from that historical recounting and back toward theory, so there will be some equations again. Be on the lookout for those. Let's begin. In this chapter, as hitherto, the value of labor power, and therefore the part of the working day necessary for the reproduction or maintenance of that labor power, are supposed to be given constant magnitudes. This premised, with the rate, the mass is at the same time given of the surplus value that the individual laborer furnishes to the capitalist in a definite period of time. If, for example, the necessary labor amounts to 6 hours daily, expressed in a quantity of gold, 3 shillings, then 3 shillings is the daily value of 1 labor power, or the value of the capital advanced in the buying of 1 labor power. If further the rate of surplus value is 100%, this variable capital of 3 shillings produces a mass of surplus value of 3 shillings, or the laborer supplies daily a mass of surplus labor equal to 6 hours. So commenting, Marx is just recapping some of the concepts already introduced, necessary labor being the amount of labor necessary to be performed for a worker to generate enough value to pay for the wages, which is also known as variable capital. That's another name for wages, as distinct from constant capital, which is everything in the production process other than wages, such as the means of production. Surplus value is what is produced then in addition to the necessary value. So if the laborer needs 6 hours to produce enough value, equivalent to 3 shillings in this example, and then they go on in the course of the workday to produce an additional 3 shillings of surplus value, then the variable capital or wages of 3 shillings, which are produced by the worker but go to the capitalist and then go from the capitalist back to the worker, in total produces a mass of 3 shillings of surplus value. So basically the capitalist is paying the worker with the first 3 shillings that the worker produced, and then keeps an additional 3 shillings, which were also produced by the laborer. So in this example, you have 3 shillings of necessary value and 3 shillings of surplus value. So the rate of surplus value is 100%. Continuing, but the variable capital of a capitalist is the expression in money of the total value of all the labor powers that they employ simultaneously. Its value is, therefore, equal to the average wage of 1 labor power multiplied by the number of labor powers employed. With a given value of labor power, therefore, the magnitude of the variable capital varies directly as the number of laborers employed simultaneously. If the daily value of 1 labor power equals 3 shillings, then a capital of 300 shillings must be advanced in order to exploit daily 100 labor powers of n times 3 shillings in order to exploit daily n labor powers. In the same way, if a variable capital of 3 shillings, being the daily value of 1 labor power, produce a daily surplus value of 3 shillings, a variable capital of 300 shillings will produce a daily surplus value of 300 shillings, and 1 of n times 3 shillings a daily surplus value of n times 3 shillings. The mass of the surplus value produced is therefore equal to the surplus value which the working day of 1 laborer supplies, multiplied by the number of laborers employed. But as further the mass of surplus value which a single laborer produces, the value of labor power being given, is determined by the rate of the surplus value, this law follows. The mass of the surplus value produced is equal to the amount of the variable capital advanced, multiplied by the rate of surplus value. In other words, it is determined by the compound ratio between the number of labor powers exploited simultaneously by the same capitalist and the degree of exploitation of each individual labor power. Let the mass of the surplus value be capital S, the surplus value supplied by the individual laborer in the average day, lowercase s, the variable capital daily advanced in the purchase of 1 individual labor power, lowercase v, the sum total of the variable capital, capital V, the value of an average labor power, capital P, its degree of exploitation, A prime over A times surplus labor over necessary labor, and the number of laborers employed, N, we have capital S equals one of 2 equations, either S over V, the surplus value supplied by the individual laborer in the average day, over the variable capital daily advanced in the purchase of 1 individual labor power, times the sum total of the variable capital, capital V, or the value of an average labor power, capital P, times its degree of exploitation, which is surplus labor over necessary labor, or lowercase a prime over lowercase a, times the number of laborers employed, lowercase n. It is always supposed not only that the value of an average labor power is constant, but that the laborers employed by a capitalist are reduced to average laborers. There are exceptional cases in which the surplus value produced does not increase in proportion to the number of laborers exploited, but then the value of the labor power does not remain constant. In the production of a definite mass of surplus value, therefore, the decrease of one factor may be compensated by the increase of the other. If the variable capital diminishes, and at the same time the rate of surplus value increases in the same ratio, the mass of surplus value produced remains unaltered. If on our earlier assumption the capitalist must advance 300 shillings in order to exploit 100 laborers a day, and if the rate of surplus value amounts to 50%, this variable capital of 300 shillings yields a surplus value of 150 shillings, or of 100 times 3 working hours. If the rate of surplus value doubles, or the working day, instead of being extended from 6 to 9, is extended from 6 to 12 hours, and at the same time variable capital is lessened by half, and reduced to 150 shillings, it yields also a surplus value of 150 shillings, or 50 times 6 working hours. Diminution of the variable capital may therefore be compensated by a proportionate rise in the degree of exploitation of labor power, or the decrease in the number of the laborers employed by a proportionate extension of the working day. Within certain limits, therefore, the supply of labor exploitable by capital is independent of the supply of laborers. This elementary law appears to be unknown to the vulgar economists who, upside down Archimedes, in the determination of the market price of labor by supply and demand, imagine that they have found the fulcrum by means of which not to move the world, but to stop its motion. On the contrary, a fall in the rate of surplus value leaves unaltered the mass of the surplus value produced if the amount of the variable capital, or number of the laborers employed, increases in the same proportion. Nevertheless, the compensation of a decrease in the number of laborers employed, or of the amount of variable capital advanced by a rise in the rate of surplus value, or by the lengthening of the working day, has impassable limits. Whatever the value of labor power may be, whether the working time necessary for the maintenance of the laborer is 2 or 10 hours, the total value that a laborer can produce day in, day out is always less than the value in which 24 hours of labor are embodied. Less than 12 shillings, if 12 shillings is the money expression for 24 hours of realized labor. In our former assumption, according to which 6 working hours are daily necessary in order to reproduce the labor power itself, or to replace the value of the capital advanced in its purchase, a variable capital of 1,500 shillings that employs 500 laborers at a rate of surplus value of 100% with a 12 hours working day, produces daily a surplus value of 1,500 shillings, or of 6 times 500 working hours. A capital of 300 shillings that employs 100 laborers a day, with a rate of surplus value of 200%, or with a working day of 18 hours, produces only a massive surplus value of 600 shillings, or 12 times 100 working hours, and its total value product, the equivalent of the variable capital advanced plus the surplus value, can, day in, day out, never reach the sum of 1,200 shillings, or 24 times 100 working hours, the absolute limit of the average working day, this being by nature always less than 24 hours, sets an absolute limit to the compensation of a reduction of variable capital by a higher rate of surplus value, or of the decrease of the number of laborers exploited by a higher degree of exploitation of labor power. This palpable law is of importance for the clearing up of many phenomena arising from a tendency, to be worked out later on, of capital to reduce as much as possible the number of laborers employed by it, or its variable constituent transformed into labor power, in contradiction to its other tendency to produce the greatest possible mass of surplus value. On the other hand, if the mass of labor power employed, or the amount of variable capital, increases but not in proportion to the fall in the rate of surplus value, the mass of the surplus value produced falls. A third value results from the determination of the mass of surplus value produced by the two factors, rate of surplus value and amount of variable capital advanced. The rate of surplus value, or the degree of exploitation of labor power, and the value of labor power, or the amount of necessary working time being given, it is self-evident that the greater the variable capital, the greater would be the mass of the value produced and of the surplus value. If the limit of the working day is given, and also the limit of its necessary constituent, the mass of value and surplus value that an individual capitalist produces is clearly exclusively dependent on the mass of labor that they set in motion. But this, under the conditions supposed above, depends on the mass of labor power, or the number of laborers whom they exploit, and this number in its turn is determined by the amount of the variable capital advanced. With a given rate of surplus value, and a given value of labor power therefore, the masses of surplus value produced vary directly as the amounts of the variable capitals advanced. Now we know that the capitalist divides their capital into two parts. One part they lay out in means of production. This is the constant part of their capital. The other part they lay out in living labor power. This part forms their variable capital. On the basis of the same mode of social production, the division of capital into constant and variable differs in different branches of production, and within the same branch of production too, this relation changes with changes in the technical conditions, and in the social combinations of the processes of production. But in whatever proportion a given capital breaks up into a constant and a variable part, whether the latter is to the former as 1 to 2, or 1 to 10, or 1 to x, the law just laid down is not affected by this. For, according to our previous analysis, the value of the constant capital reappears in the value of the product, but does not enter into the newly produced value, the newly created value product. To employ 1,000 spinners, more raw material, spindles, etc. are of course required than to employ 100. The value of these additional means of production, however, may rise, fall, remain unaltered, be large or small. It has no influence on the process of creation of surplus value by means of the labor powers that put them in motion. The law demonstrated above now therefore takes this form. The masses of value and of surplus value produced by different capitals, the value of labor power being given, and its degree of exploitation being equal, vary directly as the amounts of the variable constituents of these capitals, i.e., as their constituents transformed into living labor power. This law clearly contradicts all experience based on appearance. Everyone knows that a cotton spinner who, reckoning the percentage on the whole of their applied capital, employs much constant and little variable capital, does not, on account of this, pocket less profit or surplus value than a baker, who relatively sets in motion much variable and little constant capital. For the solution of this apparent contradiction, many intermediate terms are as yet wanted. As from the standpoint of elementary algebra, many intermediate terms are wanted to understand that 0 divided by 0 may represent an actual magnitude. Classical economy, although not formulating the law, holds instinctively to it because it is a necessary consequence of the general law of value. It tries to rescue the law from collision with contradictory phenomena by a violent abstraction. It will be seen later how the school of Ricardo has come to grief over this stumbling block. That was planned for Volume 4. Vulgar economy, which indeed has really learned nothing, here as everywhere sticks to appearances in opposition to the law which regulates and explains them. In opposition to Spinoza, it believes that ignorance is a sufficient reason. The labor which is set in motion by the total capital of a society, day in day out, may be regarded as a single collective working day. If, e.g., the number of laborers is 1,000,000 and the average working day of a laborer is 10 hours, the social working day consists of 10 million hours. With a given length of this working day, whether its limits are fixed physically or socially, the mass of the surplus value can only be increased by increasing the number of laborers, i.e., of the laboring population. The growth of population here forms the mathematical limit to the production of surplus value by the total social capital. On the contrary, with a given amount of population, this limit is formed by the possible lengthening of the working day. Quoting an essay on the political economy of nations, 1821, the labor, that is the economic time of society, is a given portion, say 10 hours a day of 1,000,000 people, or 10 million hours. Capital has its boundary of increase. This boundary may, at any given period, be attained in the actual extent of economic time employed." Unquote. It will, however, be seen in the following chapter that this law only holds for the form of surplus value dealt with up to the present. From the treatment of the production of surplus value so far, it follows that not every sum of money, or of value, is at pleasure transformable into capital. To effect this transformation, in fact, a certain minimum of money or of exchange value must be presupposed in the hands of the individual possessor of money or of commodities. The minimum of variable capital is the cost price of a single labor power employed the whole year through, day in day out, for the production of surplus value. If this laborer were in possession of their own means of production, and were satisfied to live as a laborer, they need not work beyond the time necessary for the reproduction of their means of subsistence, say 8 hours a day. They would besides only require the means of production sufficient for 8 working hours. The capitalist, on the other hand, who makes them do, besides these 8 hours, say 4 hours surplus labor, requires an additional sum of money for furnishing the additional means of production. On our supposition, however, they would have to employ 2 laborers in order to live, on the surplus value appropriated daily, as well as, and no better than, a laborer, i.e., to be able to satisfy their necessary wants. In this case, the mere maintenance of life would be the end of their production, not the increase of wealth, but this latter is implied in capitalist production. That they may only live twice as well as an ordinary laborer, and besides turn half of the surplus value produced into capital, they would have to raise, with the number of laborers, the minimum of the capital advanced 8 times. Of course they can, like their laborer, take to work themselves, participate directly in the process of production, but then they are only a hybrid between capitalist and laborer, a small master. A certain stage of capitalist production necessitates that the capitalist be able to devote the whole of the time during which they function as a capitalist, i.e., as personified capital, to the appropriation and therefore control of the labor of others, and to the selling of the products of this labor. Footnote, quoting an inquiry into the connection between the present price of provisions and the size of farms, etc. by a farmer, 1773, the farmer cannot rely on his own labor, and if he does, I will maintain that he is a loser by it. His employment should be a general attention to the whole. His thresher must be watched, or he will soon lose his wages in corn not threshed out. His mowers, reapers, etc. must be looked after. He must constantly go round his fences. He must see there's no neglect, which would be the case if he was confined to any one spot." Unquote. This book is very interesting. In it, the genesis of the capitalist farmer, or merchant farmer, as he is explicitly called, may be studied, and his self-glorification at the expense of the small farmer, who has only to do with bare subsistence, be noted. Quoting from the textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations by the Reverend Richard Jones, 1852, the class of capitalists are from the first partially, and they become ultimately completely, discharged from the necessity of the manual labor. Unquote. Back to the main text. The guilds of the Middle Ages therefore tried to prevent by force the transformation of the master of a trade into a capitalist, by limiting the number of laborers that could be employed by one master within a very small maximum. The possessor of money or commodities actually turns into a capitalist, in such cases only where the minimum sum advanced for production greatly exceeds the maximum of the Middle Ages. Here, as in natural science, is shown the correctness of the law discovered by Hegel in his Logic, that merely quantitative differences beyond a certain point pass into qualitative changes. Footnote here, I want to comment that that's also mentioned in Anti-Düring by Engels. The molecular theory of modern chemistry, first scientifically worked out by Laurent and Gerhardt, rests on no other law. For the explanation of this statement, which is not very clear to non-chemists, we remark that the author speaks here of the homologous series of carbon compounds, first so named by C. Gerhardt in 1843, each series of which has its own general algebraic formula. Thus the series of paraffins, CnH2n plus 2, that of the normal alcohols, CnH2n plus 2O, of the normal fatty acids, CnH2nO2, and many others. In the above examples, by the simply quantitative addition of CH2 to the molecular formula, a qualitatively different body is each time formed. On the share, overestimated by Marx, of Laurent and Gerhardt in the determination of this important fact, see Kopp, Entwicklung der Chemie, München, 1873, and Schorkmer, The Rise and Development of Organic Chemistry, 1879. See also Letter from Marx to Engels, 22 June 1867, and for Hegel's formulation of the idea in Logic, see Remark, Examples of such nodal lines, the maxim, nature does not make leaps. Back to the main text. The minimum of the sum of value that the individual possessor of money or commodities must command, in order to metamorphose himself into a capitalist, changes with the different stages of development of capitalist production, and is at given stages different in different spheres of production according to their special and technical conditions. Certain spheres of production demand, even at the very outset of capitalist production, a minimum of capital that is not as yet found in the hands of single individuals. This gives rise partly to state subsidies to private persons, as in France in the time of Clobert, and as in many German states up to our own epoch, partly to the formation of societies with legal monopoly for the exploitation of certain branches of industry and commerce, the forerunners of our modern joint stock companies. Martin Luther calls these kinds of institutions the company monopolia. Within the process of production, as we have seen, capital acquired the command over labor, i.e. over functioning labor power or the laborer themselves. personified capital, the capitalist takes care that the laborer does their work regularly and with the proper degree of intensity. Capital further developed into a coercive relation, which compels the working class to do more work than the narrow round of its own life wants prescribes. As a producer of the activity of others, as a pumper out of surplus labor, an exploiter of labor power, it surpasses in energy, disregard of bounds, recklessness, and efficiency, all earlier systems of production based on directly compulsory labor. At first, capital subordinates labor on the basis of the technical conditions in which it historically finds it. It does not, therefore, change immediately the mode of production. The production of surplus value, in the form hitherto considered by us, by means of simple extension of the working day, proved, therefore, to be independent of any change in the mode of production itself. It was not less active in the old-fashioned bakeries than in the modern cotton factories. If we consider the process of production from the point of view of the simple labor process, the laborer stands in relation to the means of production, not in their quality as capital, but as the mere means and material of their own intelligent productive activity. In tanning, for example, they deal with the skins as their simple object of labor. It is not the capitalist whose skin they tan. But it is different as soon as we deal with the process of production from the point of view of the process of creation of surplus value. The means of production are at once changed into means for the absorption of the labor of others. It is now no longer the laborer that employs the means of production, but the means of production that employ the laborer. Instead of being consumed by him as material elements of his productive activity, they consume him as the ferment necessary to their own life process, and the life process of capital consists only in its movement as value constantly expanding, constantly multiplying itself. Furnaces and workshops that stand idle by night and absorb no living labor are a, quote, mere loss to the capitalist. Hence, furnaces and workshops constitute lawful claims upon the night labor of the workpeople. The simple transformation of money into the material factors of the process of production, into means of production, transforms the latter into a title and a right to the labor and surplus labor of others. An example will show, in conclusion, how this sophistication, peculiar to and characteristic of capitalist production, this complete inversion of the relation between dead and living labor, between value and the force that creates value, mirrors itself in the consciousness of capitalists. During the revolt of the English factory lords between 1848 and 1850, quote, the head of one of the oldest and most respectable houses in the west of Scotland, Messrs. Carlyle, Sons and Company, of the linen and cotton thread factory at Paisley, a company which has now existed for about a century, which was in operation in 1752, and 4 generations of the same family have conducted it. This, quote, very intelligent gentleman then wrote a letter in the Glasgow Daily Mail of April 25, 1849, with the title, The Relay System, in which, among other things, the following grotesquely naive passage occurs, quote, let us now see what evils will attend the limiting to 10 hours the working of the factory. They amount to the most serious damage to the mill owner's prospects and property. If he, meaning his hands, worked 12 hours before and is limited to 10, then every 12 machines or spindles in their establishment shrink to 10. And should the works be disposed of, they will be valued only as 10, so that a 6th part would thus be deducted from the value of every factory in the country. Unquote. Footnote, Factory Inspector Stewart, himself a Scotchman, and in contrast to the English factory inspectors, quite taken captive by the capitalistic method of thinking, remarks expressly on this letter, which he incorporates in his report, that it is, quote, the most useful of the communications which any of the factory owners working with relays have given to those engaged in the same trade, and which is the most calculated to remove the prejudices of such of them as have scruples respecting any change of the arrangement of the hours of work. Unquote. Back to the main text. To this west of Scotland bourgeois brain, inheriting the accumulated capitalistic qualities of 4 generations, the value of the means of production, spindles, etc., is so inseparably mixed up with their property as capital to expand their own value and to swallow up daily a definite quantity of the unpaid labor of others, that the head of the firm of Carlyle and Company actually imagines that if he sells his factory, not only will the value of the spindles be paid to him, but in addition their power of annexing surplus value, not only the labor which is embodied in them and is necessary to the production of spindles of this kind, but also the surplus labor which they help to pump out daily from the brave Scots of Paisley. And for that very reason he thinks that with the shortening of the working day by 2 hours, the selling price of 12 spinning machines dwindles to that of 10. And that is the end of Chapter 11 and of Part 3 of Kapital Volume 1. As I mentioned at the outset, this chapter contained a bit more algebra, mathematical formulas as the preceding chapter, but overall I don't think it was too complicated, so at most just re-listen to it a couple of times, read along with the text, and make your own notes as needed to confirm that you do have a solid understanding of the material before proceeding on to the next chapter. As always, if you have any questions, leave them in the comments or in a DM and we'll see what we can do about increasing your understanding. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next video.